Well, the two teams that we haven't seen so far in the tournament, they face off here today. It's the Jamaica Titans up against the Leeward Islands Thunder. The captains are here. Ramal Lewis, captain of the Titans. Kerry Magor, captain of the Thunder. And the match referee, Mr. Michael Ragunath, will be overseeing proceedings. You've got the coin, Ramal?
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Heads. Ramal.
You're going to bat first.
Heads it is. Ramal, if you can just join me here. In terms of that decision to bat first, give us the considerations.
I think it's a very good wicket. And the structure of our team, I think we're better off defending.
In terms of your preparations, it's your first match, it's the first time you're playing in the Breakout League. How have those preparations been?
Well, we have a few practice games, we have a few session here, and we didn't have much of a players in the 4 days, so we get extended sessions back home with the players with white ball.
You've been around the circuit for some time, played with the West Indies under 19 back in 2014. What are you expecting from yourself, but more so from your team in this tournament?
Well, my aim is to be one of the standout players in this tournament, playing the CPL before, and, that's definitely my aim after this tournament.
And in terms of the combination that you've gone in with for your opening match?
We have a pretty balanced combination. We have 3 seamers and 3 spinners.
Thank you very much, Ramal. All the very best.
Thanks.
Karima, if you can make your way here, what would your decision have been had you won?
My decision would have been to bowl.
And your first match, it's always nice to start off something new, history being created in this tournament. We saw yesterday in the opening day, teams losing wicket in the power play. 3 times out of the 4 innings, 3 wickets were lost. What have you guys discussed in terms of that?
Well, we've discussed that, the few games that passed already, the opening batsmen and the few guys that got out in the power play, they were like rushing to get a big score within the power play instead of just taking their time and seeing how it goes.
So what would your emphasis be, you and your team, in this opening match?
Assess and see where it goes.
And in terms of your combination, what have you gone in with?
We have 3 fast bowlers and 5 spinners.
5 spinners. You've seen the surface, and that has informed your decision?
Yeah. Most of the spinners are all-rounders. So.
All-rounders. Okay. Thank you very much. All the very best today.
Thank you very much.
And there you have it, the news from out in the middle. The Jamaica Titans, they've won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
Very pleasant good afternoon. Welcome to Breakout Academy. The West Indies Republic League 2, Game 3. Jamaica Titans versus Leeward Thunder. Jamaica Titans winning the toss, deciding to bat. The teams are as follows: Jamaica Titans, Rama Lewis, captain, Deepma Anderson, Leroy Locke, Javar Royal, Kirk McKenzie, Jordan Johnson, Kamari Redmond, Gustav Edmond, Anthony Backus, Andrew Ramaran, Zion Baskin, Leeward Islands Thunder, Karima Martin, Kenneth Pennyfeather, Elroy Francis Jr., Kofi James, Michael Chuil Andrew, Ethan Edward, Giovanni Pisa, Anderson Hayes, Jamie Cornelius, Jaden Kamaika. When big wins on the umpires, Zai Bassa, Lyndon Rajkumar, television umpire Carl Tuckett, fourth official Christopher Taylor, match referee Michael Raguna. Play will start promptly 2 p.m.
The future stars of West Indies cricket assemble again at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is the West Indies T20 Breakout League. Jamaica Titans taking on the Leeward Islands Thunder. Two teams who we haven't seen just yet begin their journeys of this, what has been a fantastic initiative in this competition. It's so exciting in terms of the 2 days, or the 1 day we've had going into day 2. I've got Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. Carlos, what did you enjoy most about seeing the younger players in action yesterday?
I think two things stood out for me. One, the experience and success of Ali Athanas, and the success of the leg spinners. Obviously mandatory having to bowl a certain quota, but it did very well.
We're going to get into that and so much more throughout the day. But for now, let's head to the middle. Samuel Badri with the two captains for the toss.
Well, the two teams that we haven't seen so far in the tournament, they face off here today. It's the Jamaica Titans up against the Leeward Islands Thunder. The captains are here. Ramal Lewis, captain of the Titans. Kerry Magor, captain of the Thunder. And the match referee, Mr. Michael Raghunath, will be overseeing proceedings. You've got the coin, Ramal?
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Heads. Ramal.
We're going to bat first.
Heads, it is. Ramal, if you can just join me here. In terms of that decision to bat first, give us the considerations.
I think it's a very good wicket. And the structure of our team, I think we're better off defending.
In terms of your preparations, it's your first match, it's the first time you're playing in the Breakout League. How have those preparations been?
Well, we have a few practice games, we have a few session here, and we didn't have much of a players in the 4 days, so we get extended sessions back home with the players with white ball.
You've been around the circuit for some time, played with the West Indies under 19 back in 2014. What are you expecting from yourself, but more so from your team in this tournament?
Well, my aim is to be one of the standout players in this tournament, playing the CPL before, and that's definitely my aim after this tournament.
And in terms of the combination that you've gone in with for your opening match?
We have a pretty balanced combination. We have 3 seamers and 3 spinners.
Thank you very much, Ramal. All the very best.
Thanks.
Karima, if you can make your way here, what would your decision have been had you won?
My decision would have been to bowl.
And your first match, it's always nice to start off something new, history being created in this tournament. We saw yesterday in the opening day, teams losing wicket in the power play. 3 times out of the 4 innings, 3 wickets were lost. What have you guys discussed in terms of that?
Well, we've discussed that, the few games that passed already, the opening batsmen and the few guys that got out in the power play, they were like rushing to get a big score within the power play instead of just taking their time and seeing how it goes.
So what would your emphasis be, you and your team, in this opening match?
Assess and see where it goes.
And in terms of your combination, what have you gone in with?
We have 3 fast bowlers and 5 spinners.
5 spinners. You've seen the surface, and that has informed your decision?
Yeah. Most of the spinners are all-rounders. So.
All-rounders. Okay. Thank you very much. All the very best today.
Thank you very much.
And there you have it, the news from out in the middle. The Jamaica Titans, they've won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Yeah, first time we're seeing a captain in this Breakout League win the toss and bat first. For the Titans, they'll be hoping to rely on their power. Ramal Lewis has reformed himself as a batter. Kirk McKenzie, who's played for the West Indies, look for the power of Leroy Lugg and Dietmar Anderson. Carlos, what about the Thunder?
I'm looking for Joel Andrew and Mikhail Louis, 2 international players, to stamp the authority, much like Ali Athanas did yesterday. In the bowling department, Nathan Edward, young, exciting, and I want to see these guys stepping up to the plate and breaking out.
Yeah, that will be key again. And speaking of that, Carlos, you've got 2 teams with brand new players who would have watched yesterday. What will they be trying to do in a first game of a competition?
I think in the first game of a competition, you always want to get up to speed with surroundings, conditions, etc. Do the basics and do the basics well. Someone needs to put their hand up and get a really big score, and that more often than not gets you a win here. You're looking at 160, 165 as a winning total.
Right, as we continue to celebrate the vast talent in this region, let's continue to tell stories. This time, a Jamaican Titan who's got moves on and off the field.
This West Indies Breakout League mean a lot, not just to me alone, to a lot of youngsters around the Caribbean, to showcase the talent, let people across the world see what cricket in the Caribbean is about. Being one of the senior players around this group, just try to make sure they're happy, make sure they're comfortable, because, having a comfortable environment and a happy environment, the youngsters then will be themselves more. You understand? And that's what I try to do at all times, make sure the youngsters are happy. Playing with elder guys in the CPL as well. I have a little bit of experience so I can help the youngsters. There's a lot of youngsters in the Caribbean, talented youngsters, so having more cricket playing, I think it's very good for the Caribbean, for the youth. Cricket West Indies Breakout League, Super 50 there, CPL there, 4-day cricket there. I think it's a very good move for cricket in the Caribbean. It's a very good wicket. It's a very good ground, very good clean environment for cricket. It's just for players to go out, assess, and get comfortable with the conditions and go out and execute their plans.
And they are catching dance.
I have a new celebration. It's coming. It's called the International Bunks. You know, before I have the Yankee Bunks. So it's just back home. You know, it's the culture. We grew up on dancing and music. So yeah, that's where it's coming from. So look out for the new dance. International Bunks. It'll come. Catch it.
Ready? Get your moves. Get your moves. Get your moves. Get your moves. Get your moves.
What's that dance, Carlos? Show me something. Listen, when I watch Royal on the field, off the field, my mind goes immediately to the CPL, which he's been a part of. They call it the biggest party in sport, Carlos. Why is the flavor we see from him and other players important to this region?
That's part of our cricket culture. I think when you look at West Indies, when we've been good, we express ourselves, we're very expressive as a people, we get wickets, we dance, we celebrate, and I'm happy that the guys on the level below are continuing to carry on that tradition, that culture of being very expressive, not only with bat in hand or ball in hand, but celebrating wickets off the field, enjoying it. It's a massive privilege to be able to play this game that we love and to represent your country. You need to embrace it and celebrate.
I've enjoyed the celebrations in the first day. Junior St. Clair with that reverse somersault, a few guys getting creative. We'll see what day 2 has to offer. Let's see what it has to offer in terms of the surface. I think it's a new surface. Samuel Badri, can you confirm out in the middle?
Lots of heavy machinery behind me. That's what they used to prepare this surface. We've moved a couple pitches in a westerly direction from yesterday where we had those 2 matches, and this one looks noticeably different. There is no covering of grass on this particular surface. What that says to me is that we won't get as much pace and perhaps as much bounce as we saw yesterday. In those matches yesterday, 166 and 165, those were the runs that were scored in the first innings. I still think that's about par. What is also quite noticeable, because we have moved in a westerly direction, that boundary to my left looks quite appealing. So the batters will be looking to hit with the wind in that direction. What we also saw on match day 1 was that teams lost wickets in the power play. On 3 out of the 4 innings, teams lost 3 wickets. So I just think that they might want to be a little bit more circumspect in that power play in those first 6 overs, give themselves some time, and you saw what can happen in the back end. It's going to be an intriguing one. 2 teams who we haven't seen so far will be looking to make their mark in this one.
Yeah, it is a new surface, as Samuel Badri said there, pitch number 6. Carlos, what you saw yesterday, what is key for bowlers?
Hitting a very good length, and that good length is 6 to 8 meters. Being able to swing the ball, seam the ball. You got a little bit in the power play, and the teams that did well maximized that. You think back to Johan Lane, who was miserly his first 3 overs, getting him 2 wickets, and I think only conceding 5 runs. So as a bowling unit, make really good use of that power play with ball in hand. Be very disciplined. Keep the stumps in play as well. They miss, you hit.
Geographically, these 2 nations are quite far apart. Today, though, little separates the 2 teams. Both teams will be hoping to start their journey in this West Indies Breakout League with a win. Remember, first place gets to the final. The journey begins after the break. Stay with us and join us live.
We're once again in the south of Trinidad and Tobago, right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is match number 3, a contest between Jamaica Titans and Leeward Islands Thunder. A little earlier, Samuel Badger was out in the middle for that toss, and the coin fell in the favor of Jamaica Titans. Captain Ramal decided that they'll have a bat first. Cited the fact that in terms of their team abilities, it's a case of they're better at defending, and that's why they want to set a total. First team to win the toss and bat first in this competition. Let's see how their batters go up top here in the sunshine of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Of course, they're playing against these guys, Leeward Islands Thunder, Kareem Gore. Well, he said that they would have wanted to have a ball first up top, and it's what worked for other teams. They're looking to settle themselves in the Powerplay, pick up some early wickets. You're going to look to the likes of some spin. He talked about 5 spinners in that side, so you're going to look to the likes of Kofi James there, Cornelius as well. You're looking for some batting as well. The Pisa, Lewis in the middle order. You might probably see that happen. But yeah, it's all set for an amazing contest once again. Day number 2 of this West Indies Breakout T20 League. A league that is set for young players to showcase their talents and help us see the future of cricket around the Caribbean. Who is going to be next? Could it be Leroy Lugg? We've seen him before. We know exactly what he can do. Oh, trust me, if he hits it, it's going to find itself somewhere near Port of Spain today. Somebody else that we've seen before, but still a young man in the context of his career, in the context of cricket, Kirk McKenzie. A very exciting and a very dazzling young talent as well. And he'll be hoping that he can get his side off to a flyer and make a statement. On the flip side of things, with ball in hand, it's going to be Nathan Edward. The young man who's excited many across the Caribbean. Excited many in Barbados. So we're all set. A matchup between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands. It's time to play. Starts, well, as I say, good afternoon to somebody who's worked a lot already for the day, Samuel Badri.
Hello, Joel. Yes, some of us do. And that is what we can expect from young Nathan Edward, that ball swinging back into the right-hander. He has a sort of action that is reminiscent of a Jamaican fast bowler. In days gone by, Krishmar Santoki, similarly built. Stifled appeal and similar sort of a round arm action. So what that does is it allows the ball to swing a little bit more, and he's bowling from the northern end, the breeze blowing from left to right across your screen. And that is what he's trying to do, get it full and try to get it to swing almost getting the better of the batter.
He'll be hoping for similar fortunes to what Jedediah Blades got yesterday with ball in hand at the top of the order. Well, we talked about Lugg, and that's what Lugg can do. Opens the account with a maximum.
Yeah, when you look at the replay, you'd see the adjustment that he made with his front foot, just opening up his stance slightly so that he can access the ball. Just want to confirm whether or not it's a 4 or a 6. Yeah, comfortably over. First maximum of the day in the opening over. Yeah, that brings about a change in the field as well. The fine leg comes into the inner circle, mid on to long on. But that boundary leg side, Joel, it's quite seductive. When you look at it as a batter standing out in the middle, it's just a stone's throw away.
Changes that length. Confirmation there from Umpire Zaid Basarath that it comes off the thigh. I've enjoyed watching him. Yes, a young man. Played in the Under-19 Rising Stars tournament. The Leeward Islands. Hails from the island of St. Martin. And people were probably wondering when I talked about excited people in Barbados, because I was excited. That's why it's there. As a young talent, you're always looking for a left-arm seamer. He's really been the talk of the town, especially with his pace factor as well. Maybe gets the line slightly wrong there, starts a little too straight. Well, what might you be looking for from this youngster, Badri?
Well, I want to see what he does when he's put under pressure, like he was earlier in the over. How does he rebound from that? So he was smashed for 6. He changed his feel. He adjusted his line as well as his length. What it means, though, is that his fine leg is in the inner circle. A couple deliveries after the 6, he straight down the leg side. And that was the one that was smoked over the boundary. So he has a short fine leg. He has to be careful of that line.
Long on should get around. A little curious about that running, was a little indecisive, but in the end, they get back safely. The end of 1, it's 10 without loss. A lot of power in that Titan side. Get down to the legs of Zion Brathwaite and Jordan Johnson as well in that middle order. 2 young prospects. Many have their eyes on. Captain Kareem Agor has decided that he will pair from the other end with ball in hand. So a combination of spin and pace to get things going. And not quite ready just yet. Opting to come left arm around. Interesting angle to get things going. Just get something on it there.
Yeah, that shot, even though it's a dot ball, has brought about an immediate change in feel. He's put a deep mid wicket now. Karimago, of course, has international experience, represented the USA in one-day internationals, has been around for quite some time. Given the leadership responsibility of this team, really want to set the tone in the first 6 overs, whether with bat or ball. So this is usually quite an exciting part of the game. We saw, Joel, a trend yesterday. I don't know if we can call it a trend in just one day, but 3 out of the 4 innings, teams losing 3 wickets inside the first 6 overs. I just wonder if the teams who haven't played as yet, these 2, have looked at that and perhaps discussed an approach that will get them out of that period safely, but still hitting their targets.
Clean pickup maybe could have been a conversation, but yes, certainly something that I reckon teams would have been looking at. Kareem Agor mentioned it at the toss in terms of his understanding was that teams went a bit too hard in that power play phase. with it being a different surface, how much of that do they take into consideration? 2 overs gone. It's 13 without loss. Some familiar names and names that have kind of drifted away from the cricket scene and found themselves back into thick of things. I think of Kenneth Pettyfeather as one of those, a young man early on the scene and then found himself away from top flight cricket for a while, journeyed around to the likes of Australia, USA, and has found himself back into this regional setup. Edward to continue. Javonte Dupisa, the one on that occasion, one of the overseas players. And this Leeward Islands side not with a clean pickup there. Been some interesting running to get things going between this pair of Lugg and Mackenzie. Look at this action here, Badri. And get you to talk about it over the course of this over. This is what Lugg does. Lugg does the tug, and it produces a boundary for him.
Yeah, a couple of things working in his favor. Lugg, the swing, and also hitting with the wind. No protection out there. Just a couple of fielders allowed outside the inner circle. Makes full use of that. Let's see what he's trying to do, Nathan Edward. That swing into the right-hander, looking to get him bowl or LBW. But at the moment, it's not quite working out for him. So does he consider changing the line and also changing his strategy? Yeah, there's a change in field. That fielder now coming more mid-wicket than square leg.
Advances down slightly. Change in length, but once again, a chance to see in real time the action of Nathan Edward.
Yeah, similar build to the aforementioned Krishna Santoki. And just look at it, the way he releases the ball. He is trying to get that ball to swing back into the right-hander. The seam position gives that away. I wonder if he has in his skill set the one that goes across the right-hander. There's a slip-in position. Yeah, something like that. Because Lugg has gotten the measure of him with that one that is swinging in. So what he tried to do on that occasion was to go across him and bring that slip fielder into play. So good thinking from young Nathan Edward. He represented the Trinidad Knight Riders in the CPL, so has familiarity with the conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And what we want to see, Joel, from all of the players is the learning and the improvement from one game to the next. And learning not necessarily based on experience, but learning vicariously as well.
That's something that you talked about yesterday in terms of young players. You want to see how quickly they're able to adjust, not just the conditions, but the situations and players in front of them as well. And in terms of the areas he's looking to bowl to, Lugg has to make a very quick adjustment.
Yeah, one of the things I want to see is how teams batting second are able to pace their innings and to chase. That in itself is a serious skill. That is why Virat Kohli is the best in the world, the king of the chase. That scoreboard pressure is quite significant. Especially for players who are a little bit inexperienced. And that is why I think teams winning the toss and batting have a slight advantage. 20 without loss.
Oh yeah, boys.
Both batters so far targeting that leg side field, that deep mid-wicket corner area. They will look at the start of 21 without loss, and
Good work, boys.
given what we've talked about in terms of starts for teams, they'll look at this as a successful start. Jamaica Titans.
You much rather be bowling to the right-handed lug than the left-handed Mackenzie. So those fielders who are in the inner circle, he would be appealing to them to cut the single if they can. The left-hander hitting leg side with the wind, it's quite risky. So if he can get off a couple deliveries to lug, he'll feel more comfortable.
And he's got to look to cramping room as well, understanding that Lug truly wants to employ that bottom hand. Very bottom hand dominant is Lug. Does this have the distance? Tracking back. What a catch that is. Oh, could be a contender for catch of the match today.
Anderson Mahis, a young man from Trinidad and Tobago, a very, very good fielder. Look out for this young man throughout this tournament. And for those of you who look at this catch, the technique behind it, he didn't just turn and chase wildly. Look at the way he made the adjustment. Eyes on the ball, opened his shoulders, opened his hips. A wonderful catch. And success for Kareem Agor, the captain. And that's exactly what he wanted to do, to bowl to the right-hander. The log goes for 14, 21 for 1.
Jordan Johnson finds himself out in the middle. And he's somebody, now look at the remaining power play overs and think that he can take advantage of them.
Yeah, that wicket off Leroy Lugg was exactly what Leeward Islands wanted. A new batter, so he gets away with a very good over. Kareem Agor, a wicket and just 2 runs from it, 22 for 1.
Just when we're saying that, it looked as if they would be happy with that start at 21 without loss. Find themselves now at 22 for 1, losing that first wicket. Yeah, a chance to look back at White Jordan Johnson as they're looking to take on Kareem Agor, and probably not the matchup for Leroy Lugg, but this catch. Well, that almost catch. We'll get it. Don't worry, folks. But Samuel Badri talked about the technique and skill in it, and we talked about the fact that, okay, not the matchup for Lugg, but this is what youngsters need to do. Keep that eye on the ball, track it. Yeah.
And it's not his favored side as well. He's a left-hander, Anderson Mahis. What a start by Francis. And some lateral movement across the left-hander. Yeah, just gesticulating that there.
Change in bowling now. Elroy Francis Jr. And he starts with an absolute peach of a delivery. Seam movement on offer for him. Yes, that angle is naturally going to favor him, but look at that. Tends to bowl quite a heavy ball, does Elroy Francis Jr. And not the fastest of approaches to the crease. A lot of strength in that delivery.
Yeah, noticeably different from the pitch on match day 1. Less grass, still firm, and still a very good one for T20 cricket.
A bit of bunks. Yes, we saw bunks on yesterday's surface. You would say probably similar, or maybe just a touch more. Also seems to be a touch quicker at the start of the game as well. A few batters talked about how the pitch held in game number 1 slightly and was slightly too paced to them. Got quicker as we got into match number 2. Up and over. A shot of class, a shot of elegance. Oh, J.J. Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, someone who started off his career with a lot of promise, a lot of potential. And this is just a glimpse into what he can do. And that is a simply sensational shot. The timing, the power, the placement, everything to go with it. And what a way to get your first boundary.
And as expected, make that adjustment does Francis. Down but not out is Johnson, looking for 2 and a bit of a slip at the non-striker's end. But it's nice to see him back out in the middle, Jordan Johnson. He's been missed for a period of time. Here's that look at that slip, thinking 2, looking for 2. Direct hit, and the question, oh, that looked close. Do they use the technology and come upstairs? They're coming upstairs. A direct hit is always close. Once again, Mahays, the man in the thick of things. Badri talked about his fielding. Decision pending.
Yeah, just keep an eye out for that young man. He's very quick across the ground. Good pair of hands. And you can see his accuracy as well. Direct hit is usually closer than you think. Comfortably in though. Momentary anxiety. And that would be settled now. Good bit of feeling. We saw the catching from him and now the direct hit. This time it doesn't bring about a wicket, not out, confirmation. 5 overs gone. The score 31 for 1. 32 rather.
And Kareem Agor will be pleased with this start. He's continuing for his 3rd over in the power play. Yeah, and Kurt McKenzie now has decided it's time. He's seen him for a couple of overs. You don't often see guys bowling 3 in a row. And now his matchup, even into the wind, still 6.
Yeah, you just wonder if perhaps it was 1 over too many from Kareem Agor. You understand why he came for another over. He's bowling to 2 left-handers this time. And finally, Kurt McKenzie is able to line him up, pick the length very early, rock back, and pull that one way into the stands.
Looking to see, Sally, if he would go back to himself with the 2 left-handers in the middle now. They have Kofi James, who is a capable off-spinning option that can spin the ball away from these 2. But of course, Gore has the win factor that maybe he thinks is an advantage. McKenzie is showing that he's willing to take it on.
smaller boundary leg side for these left-handers. You would think the left-handers are thinking this is in their favor.
It's interesting, the groundsman told me that they're able to push back the boundary, so it still equals 70 yards all around, even though we've gone now 4 pitches over. Just lifted. But the wind definitely is playing a part here, as it tends to do in the daytime at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, I was watching and I was thinking perhaps these Jamaican batters who want the left-hander on straight, when Kareem Agor has ball in hand.
Come on, G.
Yeah, just a few balls ago, slip again for Jordan Johnson.
Again, with the win and taking on the matchup. This was a big over and much needed to end the power play. 46 for 1. Ramal Lewis has reinvented himself in the game as mainly a batter. At least that's what he's done in a few domestic tournaments back in Jamaica. Zion Brathwaite, all-rounder. They've got Anderson, the powerful keeper batter. End of the power play. Says Zahid Bassarat. And Francis, who bowled the 1 over in the power play for 10, will continue. Started his journey as an off spinner, playing his cricket in Antigua.
Yeah, nice maximum to end the power play. Best over of this power play. Best power play we've seen all tournament long as well. 46 for 1 at the end of the power play. Good start by the Titans. Roy Lugg started off in style. 6 heaved over the leg side with the swing back into it from Nathan Edward. Took a liking to the young Nathan Edward, but then he was out faults. And it was a brilliant catch by Anderson Mahiz, Trinidad and Tobago player Anderson Mahiz. And then Jordan Johnson showing his class. And then the final over of that power play, which yielded 14 runs. Kurt McKenzie finally getting into gear.
Yes, the one thing, Sally, and reflecting on that power play, right, from a Thunder perspective, and Kareem Agor will continue to learn. This is really his first time in leading a team coming through the USA, as we heard earlier, and returning into a Leeward Island setup. But captains will learn on the job in this tournament. We have been back of the hand, slower ball there. But back-to-back overs in the game, right? You rarely ever see guys bowling 2 and especially 3 overs, barring maybe an Akil Hossain, an Arshdeep Singh, power play specialist. And Gore bowled those 2 overs for 5 runs. The 2 left-handers came in, and he still thought he should bowl the 6th over, which is always the hardest over to bowl. And I guess he will learn that maybe, again, he could obviously back himself with the win, but he could learn that he has another option with the off-spin of James. So, yeah, food for thought.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Nikhil. That's why it felt up until that over. He maybe got away with bowling 2 overs in that power play with a left-hander at the crease. It's always difficult for captains, though, especially when a bowler is going well. Of course, that bowler was himself. Just 5 runs in his first 2 overs. New batter, and perhaps he thought he could get away with another over and close that final over, where batters are always coming so hard at you.
Not even for the matchup only. I think you hear the guys in the T20 game, and Carlos can speak to this when he comes on a bit later, talking about guys lining you up. And Mackenzie was there from the onset. He faced deliveries in those first 2 overs and would have felt that he's seen enough of Gore to be able to take him on. Hitting with the win, remember. A few good changes of pace in this over quietly by Elroy Francis. 51 for 1. Nathan Edward with his left arm seam up front provided some impetus, was hit for a few boundaries. Gore, first 2 overs, economical. It will be Cameron Pennyfeather now coming into the attack. Played a handful of games for the Leeward Islands in the red ball setup, mainly as a bowling all-rounder. But the standout of the power play was this catch from Anderson Mahays. The judgment, the athleticism, and the execution to be able to take the catch with the wind and the ball swirling.
Yeah, full commitment to taking that catch. But what was important in that catch is keeping his eyes on the ball the entire way. Then he was able to judge how much he needed to dive. Yeah, really stand out. Catch setting the standard in this game. Yesterday we saw Barbados Pelicans mess up a few times in the field, a number of overthrows, a number of misfields. Anderson Mahays, he was outstanding, and he is known for his fielding.
So Pennyfeather was at the top of his mark, and Kareem Gore has now decided he's changing his mind. And here is Kofi James, the off-spinning option. Few seasons of the CPL, one with the Patriots in 2023, then the Falcons in 2024, mainly played as a batter, batted at 3. But can give you that off-spinning bowling option. That's sort of his specialty in the red ball setup and the Super 50. Not a big turner of the ball, but will be accurate and stump to stump.
Yeah, this is interesting because he's going around the wicket. As you said, he's not a big turner of the ball, so it means he's just going to angle the ball into the stumps. Batters will be hitting with the wind. Left-handed batters in Jordan Johnson and Kurt McKenzie. So it could work in the batter's favor on this occasion.
Yeah, and of course, yesterday, if you didn't join us or maybe missed some of the action, we had the 2 games. Only one team was able to secure that bonus point in the middle overs. That is scoring at 7 runs and over and losing fewer than 4 wickets. And keeping a close tab, Sally, on which teams can win bonus points in the middle, especially because this is where the spin more often than not operates. And this has been where the West Indies have fallen down. They're bottom of the pack since the 2022 T20 World Cup against spin in the middle. How innovative can batters be? What are the different options they have against the spin to score when the field is spread?
Yeah, when you look around at teams that dominate this phase of the innings, you see guys who are willing to sweep, reverse sweep, use their feet. Not many of the West Indian batters use their feet to get closer to the pitch of the ball. Too often they're stuck on the crease and limited options.
54 for 1. Right, now for the younger people watching this broadcast, in fact, everyone is technological savvy at this stage of life. Take a picture. It's quite a lot to digest, but it's very important to understand how to win points and win this tournament. We'll get back to it after this delivery. So the penny feather now has changed ends. He's coming from the northern end. Again, into the pitch. The length has been good from the seamers, but we referenced it in the last over. Here's how you can win bonus points in addition to the points you get for your results. In the power play, score at more than 8 runs and over. Lose less than 2 in the middle. You want to be at around 7 and over. Back end, 50 is your mark, the last 5. But that dot ball percentage, I want to see if any team can get that. Into the pitch again. And just past him. But again, good use of length by Penny Feather. We saw it from Francis going into the surface.
Yeah, and if you're bowling, there are bonus points if you take more than 3 wickets in the power play. We've seen teams lose 3 wickets in 3 games so far in that power play. Of course, a better start by Jamaica Titans today. Yeah, but here's the chance. 2 balls ago. Yeah, just evading Cameron Pennyfeather.
And Sally, I really wonder what emphasis teams are placing on the bonus points and if it's at the center of their minds. Yesterday, I enjoyed standing at the boundary rope and hearing Riyad Emirates, even when the team was certainly going to win in the last over, saying we need to bowl them out to get that bonus point, which they ended up doing. The Titans missed the first power play bonus point by 2 runs. Were they aware in that power play batting that they were 2 runs away from a point? Might seem insignificant now, but remember, first place goes straight to the final and only 2 and 3 go to a playoff.
Yeah, I think teams decide if they get close enough to get to the bonus point, then they focus on it. But they don't want to go chasing those points too early.
60 for 1.
Just a solitary wicket loss. Gone into 60, so pretty good start for the Titans. 1 health in Manhattan, above 12 runs. That was the final over of the power play, which yielded 14. Excellent work by Kofi James off his own bowling. He's spoken at length at how important fielding will be in this tournament. Just to continue on that discussion about bonus points and how aware teams are and how much attention they're giving to those bonus points. Bonus point system was introduced in the Super 50 edition for the last 2 years. It didn't seem as though many teams were focused on it. Spoken to coaches and captains, and they've said if they get close enough to earning those points, then they'll go after them. But at the beginning of the game, they're not setting out to get those points. They feel as though a win is going to be enough. But you're right, those bonus points could be very crucial at the end.
And 46 for 1. You can't get much closer besides 47 to 48. Another wide. We didn't. Oh no, not wide. by Rajkumar. We didn't see much intent in that 6th over, like they were trying to get the 2 runs, so that looks good. Not given, says the umpire Rajkumar. Again, he's in action. Lyndon Rajkumar.
Yeah, didn't give the wide before. Yeah, this one certainly looked to be crashing into the stumps. Rajkumar, the most important man, did not agree.
I don't know if it was the angle. He was wide of the crease, but he's not a big turner of the ball, James. Another one that Mackenzie wanted as wide. 3 dots to end, 63 for 1.
Time for a drinks break.
Finding themselves in one of the better positions, you would say, in the early stages of this tournament. Jamaica Titans at the halfway stage being 63 for 1, a position in which many teams found themselves 3 and 4 down across other innings. So you would say a platform set for them. A few bowlers being used so far. With the Thunder, you would say that for the most part they've been relatively economical. They would have hoped, though, that there could have been a few more wickets. Of course, there's several different conditions across this tournament, of which the bonus points is one of them, and they will matter when we get down towards the business end of this tournament. So points as it relates to batting and bowling. For example, when you look at the power plays, runs of 8+ and fewer than 2 wickets lost gets you 1 bonus point. We're into that phase whereby we're going between over 7 to 15, so we're looking at 7+ in terms of that run rate, and fewer than 4 wickets lost in this period. Can that be something that Jamaica Titans can capitalize on? Another 5 overs left for them if they're thinking about that particular bonus point. If you're looking at the bowling side of things, okay, well, you missed out on 1 in that power play already. What can they do in this middle phase, 7 to 15? Can they take up 4+ wickets in this phase? How do they pick up those wickets? Well, I guess only time will tell. Back to the action, though. And it's the man they call Penny Feather, with ball in hand. Captain Ramal Lewis, at some stage, will be looking to get himself out in the middle and do some business. He's happy to be back amongst the thick of things as it pertains to cricket here in the Caribbean. What an opportunity this is, because there are quite a few guys who have similar stories in terms of they've featured at the younger stages of cricket, the youth level of cricket in the Caribbean. Kenneth Pennyfeather is one of them. You know, he spent some time in Barbados at the University of West Indies. Targets cow corner. Gets it into space, but not towards that boundary. And I see Carlos Brathwaite gesticulating almost, because we're going to talk about the running, Carlos, and how it's not necessarily as aggressive as it probably should be.
Yeah, Joel, 100%. I think we have to change some of the cultures, and this is where it starts. Running is definitely one of them. It was 2 in the end. It was 2 in the end, but the process of running the 2. It was a lazy first run. This is the slow ball, the ball after. A lazy first run, and only because it was parried back in, they were able to get 2. I want to see young, fit players running 2s in that situation, looking for a third. And I know culturally we have a kind of easygoing demeanor about us, and that's fine, but when it comes to game day, in the middle, we need to have a little bit more intensity in our game.
Create some space to create an angle in that offside.
Back up!
Just pick up that 1 to close out 11. 6-8 for 1. A look at those projected scores. We looked at winning totals from last night, and those were in the 160s. What can they do to get themselves up to that mark of 150, 160 or so, the Titans? And we looked at the last 5 overs for a lot of the teams. That's where a lot of that the bulk of the scoring came. Could that be something similar here for the Titans as well? Also in this phase that we saw quite a few wickets going down for teams as well. Yeah, should be a wide, and is. Yeah, no doubt with the extension of the arms there from the umpire. Fortune for Kirk McKenzie. An inside edge, a bottom edge. Brings a bone to boundary, the first one for quite some time.
The intent is to go with the wind across the leg side. The execution not there, but a good result for McKenzie. It's a boundary, first for a while. You'd have to think that the march will be on from here now. 1 wicket down.
Yeah, they've got the resources in terms of availability of batters. They've still got a lot of power left as well, these Jamaica Titans. You know, with this platform. Yeah, with this platform, they can probably go a bit earlier than we saw other teams go across the innings yesterday. Just highlighting that vacant space in the leg side. Well, he's getting a move going, but doesn't get the distance. Oh, simple catch in the end. Mackenzie gets a start, but he's got to start walking back to the pavilion.
Pace off again from Kofi James. He's varied his pace very nicely. Mackenzie trying to go long, not long enough. And Mahez is developing a reputation for being an excellent fielder, poaching a relatively easy catch to get rid of Mackenzie. He's gone for 34. Run a ball. The Titans 75 for 2.
Captain out in the middle, Ramal Lewis. He's very confident in his decision to bat first. Favors their ability to defend, but what can they put on the board? What can he do? He gets himself off the mark immediately. 12 gone, 76 for 2. Always provides one of the most beautiful views here at the stadium, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Just look at those blue skies and cloud formations in the back. Carlos, have you ever been one to decide what a cloud is shaped like?
I think I failed geography, Joel. I'm probably not the person to ask.
I just mean if it's like a unicorn or not, Carlos. Nothing too deep, I promise you that.
I got a bit defensive. My apologies.
Left arm spin of Mahez into the conversation now. And a part of the conversation has been the running of Jamaica Titans. It's not been the most convincing. This though, the wicket. Mackenzie looking to push the score on. And offering a catch to the man who is currently with the ball in hand, Mahez. He's caught well all day. Can he back that up with a bowling spell as well? Oh, he backs it up indeed. Does it with the ball. Oh, yeah. The bird goes up from Mahez, and Lewis walks back.
Once again, pace off, flighted, fullish in length. I tell you what, that's a good grab from Kareem Agor. Even better celebration. Captain Ramal Lewis, short stint at the crease, 1 from 3. And the Titans 76 for 3.
Well, from a position of comfort, we would say that things getting a bit more interesting. Andrew Rambaran, and now at the crease. And we talked about the fact that the platform has been set for them. We talked about what they could do from this platform.
Oh, catch it, Andy. Oh.
Nobody at mid-wicket, and because of that, Rambaran gets himself off the mark.
Come on, Andy. Come on, Andy. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Got himself into an interesting position there.
I like that, I like that.
Jordan Johnson.
Like
Over the course of the next over, Carlos, I'll probably get you to dive a bit deeper into the running and how it's kind of hampered
Come on, boys.
the progress of the Titans.
Only one, only one, only one.
Hampered, especially when we look at that power play phase and the fact that only 2 could be outside, and then when they had the 5 outside, what happened after that in terms of run scoring and run scoring opportunities and run scoring possibilities as well.
Hey, Andy,
Oh, he danced and nearly danced to the wrong tune. Oh, he thought it was a rumba, and it might have been the samba. 13 gone, it's 80 for 3. Oh, Carlos, they're giving me the clouds again. Now, some days you see a horse, and other days you might see a camel in the clouds, Carlos. I know you're good at that. Yeah, these towers here, Carlos, kind of go back with what you kind of want to talk about. Into some vacant space. It was effortless from Jordan Johnson. They need to get a move on. Can he be the man to pioneer it?
Top shot. Waited on it and helped it on the up. Over cover.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look to take it the other way with that reverse. You mentioned something into my ear, Carlos, and we had to confirm it because we talked about conditions in this tournament. And one of those conditions is a leg spin bowler. In all of the franchises, a leg spin bowler must play, must bowl a certain amount of overs as well. We're into the 14th, Carlos, and we've not seen the leg spinners yet.
Hey!
Good running on that occasion. That's the impetus needed. We talk about intent. It's not always about hitting boundaries. Between the power play and over number 11, there was 22 runs in 5 overs. Subsequent to that, 2 wickets fell very cheaply and broke any momentum. Another single. Even then, can you sprint that? Put a little bit of pressure on the fielder. That's the end of the 14th, 88 for 3.
There's 6 bowlers being used so far. by the Thunder. And we brought up the leg spin topic. Trying to get a slight confirmation. So the leg spinner needs to play at least 3 out of the 5 games. Thunder opting not to utilize the leg spinner in this one. Mike McKenzie, and it's interesting because we also look at the amount of wickets that have gone to the leg spinners so far across the 3 games. 8, in fact, have fallen to leg spin. So an interesting decision.
And there's an appreciation for the art of the leg spin. I think Cyrus is probably the best example so far. You can be taken apart. 2 for 27 he had, but you can win the game for the team in the last 2 overs of your spell. So, you know, many a times the safer, sometimes even more defensive option is to use your finger spinners, provide more control. Not so much a wicket taking option unless it's a mystery spinner or you build loads of pressure.
Think I heard something there. Just wonder where the expressions out there, did that actually take the edge? Went across him or the angle. Joel Andrew, the one with gloves in hand. He catches the cry, and it should carry. Oh, wow. Oh, it slipped through the breadbasket. Oh, my. Should have been simple, should have been taken. Oh, Carmichael, you spilled the beans. $15 gone, 92 for 3.
Batters to come. Some power there. Javo Royal, Dietmar, Redwood, Brathwaite, all can wield the willow. And what we saw in a couple games yesterday, Shakira, last 5 overs being quite productive for the teams batting first. In particular, the final 3 overs, 58 and 59 runs being scored. And it shows the value of having set batters in. At this stage of the innings, Jordan Johnson on 32 from 33, he's been there for a while. So they have a good platform to accelerate.
Yeah, 10 and over from here takes them just beyond 140. We do think 160 is a wrong par score here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy based on what we've seen in those first 2 games. 7 wickets in hand means they probably can push on from now. But what I'm looking for in this period is better death bowling, better tactics, better execution. And Cameron Pennyfeather has started this over well. He has 3 in the deep on the offside, which means he's asking batters to hit into the wing. Yeah, really good execution.
Yeah, Andrew Rambran has played Super 50 last season for the West Indies Academy, top score of an unbeaten 37. He's from Trinidad and Tobago, so he will be very familiar with the conditions, good running, something that Carlos Pratt was mentioning earlier. Every time, and you and I were talking about it too, Shakira, the last few overs of an innings in white ball cricket, you find a certain level of urgency. And the question really is, why isn't that urgency from the very first ball of the innings? It's a short format, it's just 20 overs. That intensity should be there from ball one. And that is something that you can control. You can control your intensity, control the controllables. We often hear that. 98 for 3. And they need a few high towers to end things off. So 166 and 165 in the two first innings yesterday. Can they get up to that? Anderson Mahis, fondly called Son, has been good, very economical. Chance going down off his bowling in his last over. 1 for 8 from 2. I just wonder if he got in the way there and if anything could have been done. Was there an appeal? Umpires just getting together. Discussion as to whether or not there was anything untoward or deliberate about it. It was looking as though Anderson Mahis could have gotten there. Yeah, I think they are going upstairs just for some confirmation and clarity. Yep. Looked pretty innocuous initially. But did he stand his ground or did he do anything deliberately to impede the bowler? I suppose that is where the interpretation and the discretion of the umpire comes in. Yeah, Karima Go just having a discussion with the umpire. I think that he does not, or he withdraws his appeal. I just think that is what happened. The fielding captain might have withdrawn the appeal. And if that is the case, that ends there.
Not too much.
Very good sportsmanship then from Karima Go and the Leeward Islands Thunder. Right, might just have a closer look at what transpired in the previous delivery. Innocuous enough. Yeah, he just stands his ground. There's not much the batter could have done there. So in my mind, that was not intentional.
Good work.
Yeah, there really was nowhere for Jordan Johnson to go.
Good skills.
Delivery was struck back at him. Just held his ground. Well within his rights to hold his ground. But good also on Karima Gore to withdraw the appeal.
Good skills, Andy.
Clearly noticing that it was not intentional.
Yeah, only one there. One's a good boy.
100 comes up in the 17th over. Just quietly, Anderson Mahis is going through another over. Now, he would have taken this catch quite comfortably, was it not for the batter being in the way. And you can't fault the non-striker. That's exactly what he needs to do. As long as there was not anything deliberate about it to obstruct or impede the bowler. Very good over. Just 4 runs coming from it. 102 for 3. .39 dots in the innings so far. 4 sixes, 3 fours. Now you mentioned the plan, Shakira. He's sticking to his plan. So far, he's done well. You can see the clear intent of the batter to go across to the offside and go leg side because that's with the wind. So far, so good.
Yeah, you just wondered how long it would take for these left-handed batters to walk across. We saw Ali Mohammed put under the pump yesterday when the batter walked across to the offside to open up that leg side field to hit with the wind. How long can Penny Feather stick to this plan?
Not signal a wide. The interpretation of the umpire is that if the batter moves across to the offside, the wide line moves as well. I still think, in my respectful view, that that was wide enough. He just wants to make sure if the ball pitched outside of the cut area, and in that case, it would be a no ball. If it pitches past the crease, outside the cut area, it's a wide. It's a little technical, this particular rule. So it's the cut strip that we're looking at, not necessarily the white line. And so it's a wide. Marginally, I was wondering why that wasn't signaled a wide. He just wanted to make sure. Good on you, umpire Raj Kumar.
Yeah, excellent skill on display from Cameron Pennyfeather, though, even with that wide. So often you can be tempted as a bowler to go for the stumps. But with this field, with the wind factor, he's chosen the right option.
Again on target, not getting an opportunity to get any sort of elevation. Andrew Rambaran, captain of Vishnu Boys Hindu College cricket team. Trying to get it away to the boundary, but finding the fielders at the moment. And a wonderful secondary schools cricket league season. And this young man, the leader of his team, getting an opportunity now, a different platform, higher level, more quality to showcase his talent.
Yeah, yesterday Carlos was talking about options and batters also giving themselves more than one option. Both of these batters opted to step across the offside to open up the leg side. Just think over extra cover is also an option.
Wide ball.
Second wide of the over. A wide which you cannot set as a captain.
And this is where it gets a little bit interesting. When a bowler does that, he does it once, he does it twice. Sometimes he's tempted to overcompensate and maybe go to a different plan. And more often than not, he's punished. Can he stick to it? He does.
Yeah, I think sometimes what happens is you're just trying to get out of the over. Then you go away from the plan. So it's so important that your captain keeps telling you stick to the plan, keeps reminding you that's okay, we'll take that wide. But this has been a period in which the Leeward Islands Thunder have won. Yeah, brought out their 50 in the 7th over. They've only scored 50 odd more, and we're into at the end of the 18th. 109 for 3.
Yeah, good starts for the batters so far. It's the strike rate, though, that is of concern. Runner ball 14, runner ball 34, 37 from 41, and a runner ball 16. Anderson Mahes for his final and the penultimate of the innings.
Love that, I love that, I love
Yeah,
that.
there seem to be power failure from these two at the moment.
Bowling Ando, keep bowling Ando. Keep going Ando.
We also take this opportunity, Shakira, to congratulate Presentation College Shugwanas. They won the secondary schools intercol final last night.
Catch it now.
High into the air. Kofi James settles. Quite a simple catch for him. So a wicket for Anderson Mahes. That familiar celebration from him. Trying to hit it out of the park, but not enough connection.
Yeah, probably just never got close enough to it, and more elevation than distance. Yeah, and the famous celebration there again from Mahes, who's been excellent all day with the ball and in the field. Moran has to walk back for 16 from 17 deliveries, 110 for 4.
Yeah, new batter for the Titans, Javor Royal. He does have the ability to give the ball a whack. He has that opportunity now.
Catch it now. Take him now.
Straight away up into the air, and it will be a repeat. Anderson Mahes with the ball, Kofi James with the catch, and consecutive wickets for Sun.
Yeah, this is clever. This is very clever bowling from Anderson Mahes. Just look at the line of this delivery. Way outside off stump, out of the reach, out of the hitting arc of Javor Royal. Really good planning, good execution. Asking him to hit into the wind as well. Easy catch for Kofi James. Goes back for a golden duck, Royal. 110 now for 5.
Well, he survives the hat-trick delivery. But what a spell this has been from Anderson Mahes. 3 for 14 in 3.4 overs. Bowling these overs at the back end of the innings. Never easy for any bowler. More so for a spinner. Had to bowl quite a lot at 2 left-handed batters too. So real skill on show. Might have another. Should have another. Doesn't have another. Karima Gore spills a sitter. That must be frustrating and annoying for someone who is such a good fielder. He takes catches of other bowlers, and then when these things happen, he would be irritated.
Yeah, the second simple chance put down off Mahes' bowling, and he was excellent in the field himself to that first catch. They just haven't helped him.
Wonderful, wonderful spell of bowling. 3 for 16 from Mahes. Couple wickets in his final over. 113 for 5. 19 gone. Yeah, he should be very pleased with these efforts. Anderson Mahes went into the final over now. Nathan Edward, the man entrusted with the responsibility, a couple overs before from the opposite end. And so he too will have to contend with the wind, and the left-hander hitting leg side with the wind. Disma Anderson on strike. He'd want to get Jordan Johnson as many deliveries as possible if he can strike them away. Starts with a straight line. Johnson sprints back for 2. Take the opportunity as well to wish Jordan Johnson happy birthday. Turns 20 today. Would you get a victory for your birthday, young Jordan Johnson? You have a couple deliveries to get your team up to perhaps 125. But it's Disma Anderson on strike at the moment. Does he go straight again? Nathan Edward. There is protection there. That's where he wants him to strike the ball. They go back for 2. Yeah, and Aaron through comfortably gets 2.
Yeah, that particular run, though, takes us back to what Carlos was alluding to earlier on. Before the 15th over, we never would have seen batters pushing for 2 runs for a ball struck so firmly straight to the fielder. That's why we've asked to see that intensity throughout the innings, and not only in this phase.
He wants confirmation as to the height of that one. It's going to be a wide, if not a no ball. And then Rajkumar making use of his colleague upstairs. And 2 Trinidadians out in the middle today, Zahid Basarath, along with Lyndon Rajkumar. What about the height? It doesn't seem anything untoward with the height. Batter looks a little bit confused. Yeah, that seems to be okay height-wise, so it should not be a no ball, but it should be a wide. Oh, he's given it as a no ball. So this will be a free hit. Yeah, confirmation there.
Yeah, clearly, television umpire felt it was too high above waist height.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was not high enough to be deemed a no ball. Wide it is, so it's not a free hit. Yeah, that one might as well be called a no ball. Good running again. The intensity that you just spoke about. Yeah, he's mentioning to Nathan Edward he's going to check the height again. This time, from where I'm perched, that looked to be a no ball, very high and high on the bat as well. Yeah, so if he got away in the previous delivery, he wouldn't get away this time from a free hit. Yeah, he was keen to signal no ball, previous delivery, gets an opportunity now, Lyndon Rajkumar, and the free hit signaled. Also a first and final warning for full pitch delivery.
He'll give you a ball count as well, Carl.
Free hit. Excellent delivery.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was trying to bowl. Those two previous deliveries that came out full. Really good composure, though, to nail that Yorker for the free hit delivery. Just think, though, there's also the option to bowl the ball into the surface, wide of off stump. Maybe a change of pace. We saw Cameron Pennyfeather do it quite well from that end.
Now look at the stance of the batter as well. He's way across to the off stump. He's lining up leg side. Huge shout for LBW. Yeah, not interested, umpire Rajkumar. Got away with that one, didn't he? Yeah, smiles all around. Does he go straight again? This was very, very close. Couple decisions from Lyndon Rajkumar to shouts that have been very, very close. Not going in the favor of the bowlers. 9 runs from the over so far. 2 legal deliveries remaining. Another good one. That's where he wants to be.
Yeah, forget what I said about length. He's nailing the Yorkers now. Yeah, it just looks as though he's finishing his action more for the last 3 deliveries. Leave him around straight for the final delivery. How many can he get?
Once the single would be run out at the non-striker's end. By signal and not a wide. And so a good end to the over from Nathan Edward. 10 runs coming from the final over. 123 is where they would end. Nikita Miller, Jerome Taylor, former West Indies international players at the helm of this Jamaica Titans team. Might just be a little bit disappointed with where they ended, but runs on the board, and I mentioned before, scoreboard pressure for inexperienced players can play a big role in determining a result in a match. So they still have something to work with. Was a slow innings from Jordan Johnson, though. 40 from 45 deliveries. Some indifferent fielding as well from the Leeward Islands Thunder. Karima Gore guilty of dropping a sitter. And so lots to reflect on for both teams. But at the halfway stage, they will feel the happier of the two. 123 for 6 is where the Titans end.
Yeah, they will think this is a total in which they can chase. Last 5 overs just cost them 31 runs. It's the best display of death bowling in this tournament so far. Jamaica Titans will be very disappointed. Got to 46 for 1 at the end of the power play, but never really pushed on. If you look at the strike rates, no one striking above 100. Just forwarding for Jordan Johnson, run out off the final delivery.
Yeah, another good partnership for the second wicket, 54, but it's the strike rate at which it came, 54 from 52, and it's been a real struggle. I mentioned during the pitch report that this pitch would be a lot slower than the one we saw yesterday, and that proved to be right. The spinners will have a say because of the dryness of the surface, but I still think that this score is around 20, 25 fewer than where they should end. And for the Thunder, their bowlers, a wicket for Karim Agor, 3 wickets for Anderson Mahiz, 3 for 16 from 4, and Kofi James, 1 for 22, 123 for 6. Let's go pitch side, where Joel Manning has a special guest.
Figures of 3 for 16. Before we talk about your wickets, match number 1 of this Breakout League, how do you enjoy being out there today?
I really enjoy it, man. I really enjoy it. It's a lovely opportunity for the youngsters, so I really enjoy being out there.
Yeah, before we even get to those wickets, though, let's talk about that catch. Yeah. How good did it feel taking that running back catch out there that got things started for your team?
Initially, I didn't thought that I would have get to the ball. And when I saw that I was in the game, I said, let's keep my eye on the ball and execute.
Probably one of the best catches you've taken ever?
No.
We heard you're a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take you now to the bowling side of things. Figures of 3 for 16. How did you feel things went out there with you, the ball?
I think things went pretty well. Just stick to the plans, the conditions, assess the conditions, and know how to bowl on the wicket. I think things went pretty well.
Yeah, in terms of how that wicket was playing, was it coming through? Was it holding? Talk to me about the wicket out there.
When you bowl the ball into the wicket, it gives you a little stop. But then depends on how you bowl the ball, you can get the ball to slide as well. So it's a good wicket, I find.
Yeah, final question for you. How confident are you that your side can chase this one down?
Very confident, man. We have enough ammunition.
I can see that on the smile, man. Congrats on the performance today.
Thank you.
Very confident, man. Anderson Mahiz, excellent start to the tournament for him. The Leeward Islands Thunder, well, they need 124 runs to win their first ever match in the West Indies Breakout League. We'll have their run chase on the other side of this break.
The home of the next generation, the West Indies Breakout League. It is the Jamaica Titans up against the Leeward Islands Thunder at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We've had 20 overs in this match 3. Many would say it belonged to the Thunder in the way that they were able to restrict and control the scoring rate of the Jamaica Titans. Jordan Johnson probably being the standout with his 40. They'll want to increase and improve on the strike rate with 34, a run about 34 for Kurt McKenzie, the former West Indies Test player. In the end though, a very good bowling performance put up by the Thunder. Now, Kurt McKenzie will want to build on this going forward in the tournament. He took down Kareem Agor in that final over of the power play with a couple of sixes hitting with the win, but then wasn't able to push on after these boundaries to get his team to a position of prominence. But had he continued batting, you would have thought maybe they could have got 140. But this bowling attack deserves credit. The control, the way that the seamers use their length. Look at the economies of Francis and Pennyfeather. But then Anderson Mahez, 2 overs at the back end. 3 for 16 for him with his outstanding fielding. Wickets apiece for Gore and James. Quality performance by Kareem Agor's side. He would have been hoping for a good start. They would have wanted to get Leeward live early. He can be dangerous with his power. Excellent catch by Mahez. Then James brought on with the 2 left-handers at the crease. McKenzie trying to hit against the spin. Only found deep long on. And the moves, the flair. One thing we've enjoyed in this breakout T20. Ramal Lewis, the captain, only was survived at the crease for 3 deliveries. Then Andrew Rambaran tried to get power, couldn't get enough. And from here, it was control from the Thunder. Not a single boundary conceded in the last 5 overs, 2 of which bowled by Anderson Mahez and Nathan Edward towards the end with his execution, making sure a tidy end to the innings. 123 for 6, meaning that the Leeward Islands Thunder, a young team hoping to make strides in this year's West Indies Breakout League, they'll need 124 after the break.
Catching down there. He catch a ball on the boundary, so he track it back. So it's a foot right by the boundary. Catch the ball and just step back and you score a 6. That's a big man, we're not good enough. Because it has the opportunity for you to catch the ball, land inside, throw the ball, catch a bounce, and find a way. When I play the game, we would do just walk over and let me 6. He said, man, but I say, yeah, but you're making an attempt. So it could be sitting to do that and making an attempt. You want the attempt close to doing it properly. Say, yeah, that's true, bro, that's true. We step to the things for granted. Our coach, Carlos. I can be a coach, it's not intense. Seriously, you see that's not kind of piss me off. Or, my boy, I would like to hear what Burkina has to say about his team. Copy and paste this, or you want to draw that over, or you can
Copy and paste. Draw a line around it. This is where the future stars are born, the West Indies Breakout League. Every day we come with 2 games so far. The Windward Islands as well as Trinidad and Tobago in winning ways, and the Titans and Thunder will both be hoping to join them at the end of the innings. If you missed us or joined late, 123 for 6 is what the Titans were able to put on. Decent start in the power play, 46 for 1, but it was after that no real fluency or rhythm in the innings, thanks to some good bowling by the Thunder. 31 for 3 in the last 5. How critical could that be? It does feel like maybe 15 to 20 short. But Kofi James, who batted at 3 for the Falcons, will come out to the middle to open with Jamie Cornelius. Carlos, you would have watched the innings unfold. What did you make and take away from that first innings today?
definitely a lack of impetus with the bat, lax running between the wickets, and a lack of firepower at the end. Not something you associate with a Jamaican franchise. Traditionally well built, strong hitters at the end. We didn't see that. And there wasn't much progression between the gears from a batsmanship perspective. Here's hoping that we could see better batsmanship. Jamie Cornelius on screen, and Kofi James, who's had a taste of CPL, as you mentioned. Can we see these guys exhibiting better batsmanship throughout the innings? In a chase, Samuel Badri has been very critical of the chasing. He's been understanding young players, target in front of them. Gavasta Edmund to start. He'll be hoping to replicate the power play form of most of the seamers on show in the breakout so far. But can we get a chasing win from the Thunder? Can we see someone ice and ace a chase? Showing some batsmanship, going up and down through the gears and coming not out and bringing the game home.
Edmund went to school at Stets in Jamaica. And I tend to spend some time in Jamaica, Carlos. I heard a story. I don't know how true this is. I think it's true, and I'm going to ask him at the end of today. His first name is Gavasta, right? I heard that his parents wanted to call him and name him after the great Sunil Gavaskar. And they arrived at Gavasta, but that's to be confirmed. I promise you guys that for the next game, we'll have confirmation. But he was one that Ramal Lewis picked out ahead of the tournament as one to watch with his extra pace. Let's see how extra that pace is. Slip in place, deep third, and a deep backward square to start. 124 to win. Enjoyed the crowd coming in last night, especially to support the home team, the Legions. Hoping that as we go into the afternoon on a weekend that more come out to support Trinidad in action again tonight against the Rainforest Rangers. Yeah, James is always quite aggressive against the pace. He's picking up where he's left off from in CPL 2024.
He's absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at it. It's wide, it's full. It's a brand new ball. And he's given it everything. Flashed for 6.
Majestic. That could be the shot of the tournament thus far. 2 sixes to start for James.
Balance personified. A pure bat swing, beautiful timing, and just holding the pose. What a start for Kofi James.
Make that 4 more. This has been a dominant start by Kofi James.
Good balance again. Sweet timing. Dominant has been the word for the over so far.
This will challenge Ramal Lewis, and I wonder, each team in the tournament, folks, is assigned an analyst. I know John Delaney yesterday, I was speaking to him from the Barbados team. He was telling me they've done video analysis, they've had bowling and batting meetings. That man there, Javor Royal, does he come in from the other end, even though there's a left-hander in Cornelius at the crease? I'll get back to it. The reason I'm saying that, Carlos, is because anyone who would have watched the CPL would have seen James absolutely destroy the pace. Struck at 150, average over 30. But when the spin came on into the attack, average fell to 10 and his strike rate below 100. So is Ramal Lewis, after seeing these strokes, even with a left-hander in Cornelius there, brave enough to go to Royal, who bowls the new ball, trying to prize out wickets? You don't have much runs.
Yeah, I think Royal brings some experience as well. He would have done that role in the CPL at international batters with some success. It's all about matchups. And they are looking for leaders, and you're looking to empower young players to develop them into leaders. This is the pressure that you want to put them under. Force them to think under pressure, under the pump. Make decisions on the fly. Planning helps. But when the ball starts to fly around the park, more often than not, planning goes all through the window, and you learn to trust your gut instinct.
For the left-hander, deep third and a deep backward square. Yeah, hint of movement for Edmund. Expensive first over, 19 for none. Pursuit of 124, couldn't have asked for a better start. And here is Javor Royal, who has played in the CPL, missed last season, will be hoping and hungry to get back into that Premier tournament. Bowls an arm ball that tends to drift into the right-hander. Will use the wind coming from the east, and this is a battle to watch, folks. Kofi James in the CPL, 6 of his 8 dismissals were to left-arm spin. So can he apply the power and the intent we saw in the last over? Does he feel as confident now against a slower bowler?
Does he plan well? Can he get off strike and let the left-hander get the better matchup with the left-arm spinner?
Deep long on and deep mid-wicket are the two feeders, leg side on the boundary.
I can see the other challenge being Royal trying to swing the ball back to him. He seems very proficient playing the ball through the offside. This would challenge him straight and potentially force him to hit into the leg side.
I think that was well said, planning. And you just got 19 in the last over, you're chasing 124.
That is it, that is it, that is it.
You can afford to let the left-handed Cornelius take on this challenge. I think Samuel Badger was talking about it earlier when Kareem Gore was bowling in operation and you had the left-right combination. That is very crafty. We've seen a lot of power from James. Very shrewd.
Good improvising. We talk about planning, getting off strike. Good planning, understanding the pace that Royal bowls. And instead of fighting against the pace, he used it to perfection.
There's that drift, and it's beaten the bat, it's beaten the keeper. James doesn't look as comfortable as he did in the first over.
He's gone just outside of leg. And that has somehow missed absolutely everything. Bat, stumps, and keeper. 4 byes.
And 5 arm balls following him.
But I think there's been an adjustment made by James. I think he started on middle and leg, if I'm not mistaken. He slid over to leg stump, and that ball even went outside leg stump to continue to give himself that room to try to hit through the offside.
Again, and there's that value in creating room. Been a promising start by Kofi James, 31 for none. Blazing start. 31 for none. Yeah, so the 1 over for Gavasta Edmund. Expensive. Now Anthony Dakers. Starting around the wicket with deep long on. Correction, deep third and a deep fine leg. And look, this breakout T20 has come at a good time for a number of players, right? They would have had, like Kofi James, experiences in the last CPL. And a lot of us will keep an eye on these guys and see what has changed and improved in their games. That last over was against the left arm spin. It was quite important and positive to see from James get back to it. He's obviously had his struggles against left arm spin, as we've explained, Carlos and viewers, but to see him play that ramp and then open up an opportunity to hit the ball through the offside, it maybe is not a shot we would have seen from him a year ago.
And one thing I'm looking for with the young batters are options. And I think watching him adjust over the course of that over was brilliant to see. Got a few dragged into the hip. He used the pace, gave the bowler something to think about, and then went back to what he's more comfortable with, trying to make room to hit the ball through the offside. And got 2 boundaries as a result. It doesn't always, the result doesn't always favor the batter in that manner. It wouldn't always be boundaries. But that was the risk, a calculated risk, for him to change his line and potentially length and then bring it where he's most comfortable, playing the ball through the offside. That superb batting, that superb adjustment, and as you mentioned, Nikhil, that superb growth for a young man to be as aware as he is, and not only to be aware, but to also execute under pressure.
Of course, he's got to do it more, right? He's got to do it more often than not. And he will be challenged against the spin throughout this tournament. But even the last shot there, that ramp, even yesterday when we saw the 3 wickets going down continuously, we didn't see a lot of batters trying to put bowlers under pressure. Whereas in the world game today, you see guys using their feet, hitting guys off that good length. Guys are ramping now, like James has just attempted there. And as you said, options. So this is positive and promising from James thus far.
And it's so important because we've seen wickets fall, and having played for West Indies myself and having these criticisms leveled at the team that I was playing in, we play injudicious shots, yes, aggressive shots, yes, but it's because of a build-up of pressure of dot balls. Lack of intensity, lack of intent, resulting in a pressure shot being played, which then looks bad. Now, if you can spread that intent from ball to ball, get off strike, play good cricket shots, it then takes the pressure off that delivery in inverted commas that could potentially cost you a wicket. And you think back to the wickets falling and players blocking, and then going for the big heave-ho. So in isolation, the heave-ho looks bad, but it's the 3 or 4 dots before that that would have built the pressure. What I like about Kofi James so far, and he's only 25, we're not saying he's a finished article, we're not saying that this knock is whirlwind by any sort. We're just talking about the process which he's applied so far to be 25 off 13 and how others can implement it.
That has been pummeled and has gone for another maximum. 3 in the innings, all by James.
Whether offside or leg side, it's a clean, crisp connection from James. And it's another maximum.
Now, how does Dackers, who's under pressure, adjust and react? Keeping his deep backward square along with the deep backward point. That is a strong, strong area for James. You don't want to be on his legs or anything straight. This has been a devastating start.
This is so impressive. He's hitting into the wind, to the bigger side of the ground, and he's cleared it comfortably. The rope is well in on that side of the field. That's cleared the rope and gone into the stand. And there's a level of composure that Kofi James is showing, whether playing through the offside or the onside, whether short, whether full. Making very good contact, striking the ball nicely. And he's got 4 maximums already. 3 4s, 4 6s, 37 off 15.
Better adjustment. Trying to go fuller, but 15 from the over, 47 for none. Joel Andrew, Mikael Louis, Karima Gore, who batted in the top order in the Red Bull season. Giovanni De Pisa from Barbados. But this Jamaica team, the Titans, are under pressure. Cornelius, well, he's only faced 2 deliveries in the power play. He's just watched from the other end.
Keep going, Royal. I do it right, I do it right.
And partnerships are so important. I mean, that's a full toss. You'd think he could probably smash it to any part of the ground, but he's gotten a single. Doesn't want to break the rhythm of Kofi James, who's now seen pace for 2 overs, spin for 1, 37 off 16. The partnership is 48. Cornelius may only be 1 off 4. But in the grand scheme of things, it's a team game. How can he keep the guy that's flowing? In basketball, you call it hot hands. Well, Kofi James has the hot hands at the moment. Get him back on strike. Keep the rhythm flowing. Well done, Cornelius.
Already the biggest power play of the tournament, and we're in 3.5 overs. And you think with Louis and Joel Andrew to come, if they can continue to get these starts from James, they could be a dangerous batting lineup to bowl against. Another dynamic, regardless of this tournament, I want to see is as each team has that analyst and teams start watching games and planning, how do batters react?
I can tell you one reaction I've loved. Kofi James to the Breakout League. Over point for 6, straight back for 6. Held the post for that one as well. And then we get 2 on the leg side, showing his full range.
We have pitched outside leg.
Keep going, Royal. Keep going, Royal.
Again, similar, but just 2 runs from the over, much needed from a Titans perspective. 49 for none. Yeah, 49 well ahead of where the Titans were. Remember, they've only got 123. Zion Brathwaite, each team, remember folks, has 2 franchise players from outside of the nation. Zion Brathwaite being one of them, along with Andrew Rambaran. Brathwaite from Barbados, all-rounder, mainly known for his seam bowling. And he would have watched the 2 overs from this end of Edmund and Dakers. What has he learnt? Deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. Interesting that he'd be happy for James to hit leg side even after what we've seen, but it is into the wind for the right-hander.
What I like about that first ball, though, is it seems to be pace off. It could be wrong, but he also the field change. He had deep square and deep mid-wicket. So he's saying, I'm going to bowl straight. I'm going to ask you to hit into the wind, but I also have protection there, and I'm taking the pace off. So it's more of a risk for James, especially at this stage, ahead of the run rate. 50 just came out in 4 overs. He wants to get James off strike to potentially bowl at Cornelius. And we saluted Cornelius for getting James back on strike, but he's now racked up a few dot balls, and you don't want to go the other way. You put a little bit of pressure on yourself and on your partner. He's 1 from 7. And you'll need a boundary or getting off strike a little bit easier to keep the runs flowing.
And again, what do you decipher and what are you able to take from your time watching whilst your side is batting? I mean, you look at the way Pennyfeather and Elroy Francis bowled, not quick, very simple. Francis with a back of the hand throw ball, Pennyfeather with the off cutter. I rarely saw them bowl a full ball. Everything was into the pitch and it was hard to score against. Seen a different length from these 3 seamers thus far. There's into the pitch, but it's been picked up. Hit with the wind, very smart.
Needed release for Cornelius. Picked the length quickly and dispatched it. I love the little swivel, just to maintain an element of control. Backs his timing, knows he's going with the wind. And instead of thrashing at it, just controlled and essayed a swivel pull for 6. There's a lot to like about that shot.
What a package that is. Short, pulled, full, majestic, exquisite straight drive. This has been a treat in this power play to watch.
There's cricket, and then there's entertainment. Look at that. Hold the pose, have a look back, all along the ground. The hallmark of being in. Mr. Cornelius, that was impressive. I find it difficult to find a 2-ball package better than that. Swivel pull for 6, then back past the bowler, all along the ground for 4.
Field stays the same. Deep third, deep backward square. Went wide of the crease, but same result. It's been the perfect mix of power and class. 64 for none.
.64 without loss represents the best start that we've seen across this tournament, and still 1 over left in the power play for this pair to take advantage of those 2 outside of that circle. Cornelius, he's gotten things going. Last couple deliveries. Kofi James, he's been going a long time, you would say. Royal, can he get a breakthrough? Is it the moment they waited on? The simplest of chances, but not the simplest of dances. Oh, Royal. He's royal, so royal. He gets the breakthrough. 1 down.
What's it called? The international bounce, I think it was, that he mentioned. His new celebration. But what a start from Kofi James, trying to maximize in the final over of the power play. And this time he has to perish. Kirk McKenzie comfortable in the end. Yeah, there it is. A man known for his celebrations, the international bounce. Exciting and electric start. 39 from 20, 64 for 1.
Mikel Louis finds himself out in the middle on the back of what is an amazing platform set by the openers. Carries experience at the highest level.
Yo, outside.
He will bank on that to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, very impressive start. Sometimes, Joel, when you're chasing a small target, the batting team can start off a little bit slowly.
Royal does it again. Oh, cue the dance. Oh, the celebrations. This guy has got something special.
Well, nothing from Mikel Louis today. Goes for a duck, ball through the gate, arm ball slides on. So look at that finger behind the seam. And yeah, we're going to see quite a lot of this during this tournament from Javor Royal. Mikel Louis comes, Mikel Louis goes. 64 for 2.
Work time.
Joel Andrew. Couple deliveries ago, he was sitting down smiling at the action out there in the middle. And now he's thrust into the kitchen.
Come on work, Royal. Come on work.
What can he cook up today?
Royal, let's go.
Or will it be more Royal?
Oh, solid.
Well, if we go by the trend, Samuel Badri, wicket, dot ball, wicket, dot ball. Oh, what is next?
Yeah, just to think that they might have lost the power play, that they did the power play bonus point, that they did well to get into 48 without loss.
Oh, the spell is broken. Slightly disappointed, I guess. But dot ball again from Royal. And what a comeback this is. And even though they've been off to a fiery start, slightly dragging themselves back into the contest. Big moment coming here for Royal. Big moment coming.
Believe me, Rice. Believe me.
Ends it with a team single, but what a power play it was, and what an over to complete things from Royal. 6 gone, 65 for 2. Looking for that signal. Yep, there it is. End of the power play. And into phase number 2. Into the phase in which the captain says, I've got something to do. Ramal Lewis takes matters into his own hands now on the back of what was just done by Javar Royal. Can he spin a web? They're not able to take up wickets. Can they slow down that scoring into this phase? Of course, protection is there now. Up to 5 can be outside of the circle.
You know, just making the point in the previous over, Joel, that sometimes when you're chasing a small target, you tend to go a little bit cautiously. And then all of a sudden you lose a couple of wickets and then you're behind the 8 ball. What they did well was that they've taken the initiative, and even though they've lost 2 wickets back-to-back, the required run rate is just 4.19. So these 2 batters have the liberty to take some time to get themselves set with the run rate or the required run rate within comfortable grasp. So kudos to the opening batters for the way they've gone. Cornelius played some scintillating strokes so far.
Yeah, Cornelius stood at the other end for some time, watching the onslaught, you would say, from Kofi James. In that one stage, it was not from 2, just watching Kofi James go after everything. Got his chance and he's utilized it well. Played a couple lovely strokes down the ground.
And I suppose if you're optimistic and you're Leeward, Jamaica Titans rather, you saw what happened yesterday with the Guyana Rainforest Rangers after they were comfortably positioned. They had a dramatic collapse. So they still have to believe, create wicket-taking opportunities.
Another one bites the dust. This time the captain, and it's Cornelius that takes that walk back.
From 64 without loss to 68 for 3. This is what I was just referencing. The collapse, the dramatic collapse. Redwood with the catch. And from being in a really, really comfortable position, now there's a little bit of jitters. Cornelius goes for 16, 68 for 3.
When you're in problems, you want your captain out there in the middle. Kareem Agor. He strides into the fire. And we go back to talking about that position of comfort that they were in. And they would not like to think that they would find themselves in the position that the Rainforest Rangers ended up in that game yesterday. Commanding position. Few mistimed shots. Few mistakes you might think. And things slipped away. What will be the story today?
Yeah, I like what Ramal Lewis did there for that delivery to Kareem Agor. He took a fielder from backward of point and placed him in that short mid-wicket region, because he doesn't want to give them an easy single and short mid-wicket. Yeah, this is the reason why Kareem Agor is there, short and going down the leg side, unfortunately, finding the fielder. Yeah, just there. I want to see a fielder in that position so that single isn't as easy as it is. 70 for 3 after 7. Power play has been quite frenetic and explosive for the Thunder. Kofi James in the first over. Look at that, just holding the pose. A shot of beauty, taking on the wind and still comfortably over. And then Cornelius got in the act, swatted that one for 6. And it was Javon Royal who finally got the breakthrough and catch for Mackenzie. And then another one to follow quite quickly, Michael Louis without scoring. So they're just coming back into the game now. Required run rate just 4.15, so they still need to continue to get wicket and be economical. And many times there's a strong correlation, as we see Tamari Redwood into the attack, but being economical and the wickets coming, building pressure, and then something untoward happens from a batting perspective. So he needs to stick to the plan. And I wonder if Ramal Lewis is thinking about an attacking fielder, someone who can potentially take a catch here or there. In fact, they're making a change, or they're thinking about it. All right, 64 without loss, Joel. And then look at that in the last 2 overs. 3 wickets for 6 runs.
Let's calm down with the thing.
Yeah, from a position of comfort, there's now a bit of concern, you might say, not necessarily from a runs perspective, but having to now rebuild, having to put together a partnership. And first signs of leg spin in this match to my Redwood. Got a chance to see him.
Back up.
And he played for Jamaica in the first class competition.
That's it, Mari.
And I liked what I saw from him, of course, a different format. So I do expect things to look a little different for him here in the shorter version of the game. He's just asking him to bowl on the stump. Keep the stumps in play, Redwood. Well, he gets away with that. That was maybe 6 stumps away from where the keeper was asking him to bowl.
Let's look at that front arm.
Keep going.
And the fact that he is collapsing a bit, which tend to suggest, Joel, that he will pull down a few deliveries. It's something that you mentioned before the start of this game, his tendency to bowl the short deliveries. And in a version such as this, you can ill afford that. You don't want to put yourself under pressure by conceding early boundaries. So it's a fine line for the wrist spinner.
Pulls it down and is dispatched. I can't afford to do that too often.
And you saw some apprehension at the start of the over in terms of the decision to bring Redwood on. So there might have been some concern from Ramal Lewis for precisely what we're seeing in the over. Given the state of the game, they can't afford to let easy runs hemorrhage. But at the same time, he has to bowl a minimum of 3 overs if we get through the 20. So that's where the strategy comes in, the decision making. How do you get that leg spinner in and at the same time balance what's happening with the state of the game?
You would say ends it a lot closer to where he wanted to be. 8 gone, 78 for 3. Well, that worm for the Thunder appears as if it's taken its vitamins. It's standing tall above that of the Titans. Yeah, but that cluster of wickets, the only true concern for the Thunder there. But in the context of the total that they're chasing, I don't think it's that big a concern. Just trying to get themselves to 124. So a further 46 needed. So it's within touching distance.
Yeah, so Ramal Lewis has to make a decision. He has to get an additional fielder in a run-saving position because singles is going to do it for the Thunder. They require under 4 runs and over at the moment, 3.8. So even if they get 4 singles and over, they're going to win the game comfortably. So which fielder can he bring in? Can he take the risk and get the mid-off in?
That mid-wicket region is something that you talked about, Samuel. That's an area that you want plugged in terms of easy singles.
From a batting perspective, though, that's all that's needed. A certain level of intelligence. Just understanding what is needed. And this is where maintaining your composure is so important. 44 of 68 deliveries, so there's absolutely no pressure from a batting standpoint. Unless you manufacture that yourself in your head, which can sometimes happen.
It's definitely something that he will have to think about. He will also have to consider whether or not he keeps Redwood in operation from the next end as well. Does the skipper do it again? He does. This time the jewel. Oh, it's fallen out of the crown. Jewel Andrew, the latest victim. That's 4 down.
Yeah, they continue to pick wickets, and this is troublesome and worrying if you're a Leeward Islands Thunder fan. Top edge, and you can see the disappointment in Joel Andrew. He knew that he had to take limited risk, if any at all. And unfortunately for him, he finds the fielder. 11 from 12, 81 for 4 now.
A classic example of being pulled off of your pedestal. Look at that start. Look at the towers that they built. Oh, they've gone from towers to chattel houses. Not what the Thunder were after. Two is the call. You just wonder, Samuel, if that wicket prompted him to keep Redwood in operation. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Just the 8 deliveries for Gore so far. Giovanni De Pisa, the overseas purchase for the Thunder there. Hails from the island of Barbados. A casual 1-hour plane flight away from where we are currently.
Are you homesick, Joel? Are you missing the gem of the Caribbean?
I wouldn't say so, Samuel. Do I love home? Yes, I do. But do I love to work? Yes, I do.
Well, it could be worse places to be, okay?
And then I wouldn't have you to be next to me as well, Samuel. I enjoy our stints together. Will Redwood enjoy his second over? He started a lot better, you would say. Probably finding a better rhythm. Also, he's found a better pace as well. And you look at what he delivered in that first over, maybe slightly unsettled, is a very young man, still looking for that experience, maybe a bit of nerves might have been that first over. Oh, Samuel, look, it's you and I. Say hi, Samuel. Oh, I love it. Yeah, seems to be a lot more controlled here, seems to be, I guess, feeling things a little easier out there, Samuel. You're the leggy, not me, you tell me.
Yeah, that's one thing about wrist spin, Joel, that you need to understand and appreciate. It's such a difficult art that you need time, you need repetition. And I look at young Redwood and I wonder how repeatable his action is. And that is something that you hear coaches talk about quite often, a repeatable action so that there is some level of consistency. And he's also pulling across his body quite a lot, which sometimes affect your consistency. Still a lot of good things to work with.
Yeah, much better over from the leg spinner. Brings us to the halfway stage, and it's a time for a drinks break. 88 for 4.
And welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 88 for 4. The Thunder in pursuit of that 123. Only 36 runs to get. And they're in such a good position because of the fireworks at the top of the innings. 65 for 2 in the power play. Shakira Salman, because of this man, Kofi James.
Yeah, it was an innings of class, and he showed growth. He hit the ball well through the offside, kept his balance, hit the ball through the left side, hit that one into the wind and cleared the ropes by ease. And it was 2 sixes in that over as well. Really took a liking to the Pacers, in particular, Kofi James.
Royals been the standout. Surprising, really, that they didn't finish Royals' spell, given how well he's bowled. But 2 for 11 in his 3. Ramal Lewis also the captain with his off spin. So the 2 finger spinners dominating thus far. Louis and James, 2 CPL players dismissed. James was again dismissed by left arm spin. We want to see him against the spin throughout this tournament to see if he continues to make those improvements. Then, in the same over, Mikael Louis fell to an arm ball, followed by Cornelius trying to sweep the off spinner, much like Joel Andrew, the cross-batted shot. The top edge couldn't clear the short fine leg. So they're 4 down, 36 to get. You would expect at this stage of the game the Thunder to get home comfortably, but like we saw yesterday, the Rainforest Rangers lost 7 wickets for 21 runs. You never know. And Lewis will continue. Luckily, both batters for the Thunder have got a good red ball grounding. Kareem Agor and batting at 4 in the first class season this year. 450s to his name. Giovanni DePisa, over 500 runs in the BCA Elite Division last year, the 3-day competition. And many will recognize him from his 2022 Under-19 World Cup, playing for the West Indies. And since then, Shakira, I know you would have seen him in Barbados. He's grown into a leadership position at the Gladiola Club in Barbados and won 2 BCA T20 Cups. And he always speaks about how much that maturity has helped him in his game under the likes of Ashley Nurse and others at the Gladiola Club.
Yeah, one of the youngsters highly touted to go on and do well in West Indies cricket, Giovanni DePisa. Most outstanding cricketer for 2025 in Barbados. He will be pleased that he has an opportunity to showcase his talent outside of Barbados.
Rivaldo Clark is another player from that club who has come up under Ashley Nurse and his leadership, the mentorship, and they've won a couple of championships against Carlos Brathwaite's Wildy. He won't tell you that, folks, but I will. They've had no answers for them. And DePisa, 92 for 4. Of course, you will learn a lot about the multitude of talent in the region over the next 2 weeks. Andrew Rambaran, who, as we heard earlier, represented the West Indies Academy at the Super 50, bowls his left arm spin. Middle order batter, you saw him earlier with bat in hand, got 16.
And Rambaran will be hoping to replicate what Anderson Mahiz did for this Thunder side. Remember, Mahiz was excellent with ball in hand, sent down his 4 overs and got 3 for 16. Like mix up, yeah, but the throw is not good enough. The piece is able to make it back.
That could have been a lot worse than it looked. Had a better throw been received from the fielder. He was nowhere close. DePisa.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. You look solid, Rami. You look solid. You look solid. You look solid. Ryan, my end, dead. No.
Yeah, no. Carrying on from the previous conversation, this is what I want to see from captains. People will look at this and say 31 from 51, game is gone. Yesterday, Guyana were cruising and found a way to collapse. So in Ramal Lewis's captaincy, how can he attack with the field? He still has maintained his 5 feeters outside the circle. Is he brave enough to bring one into the circle? It's just easy at the moment. Ones win you the game if you're the Leewards.
Yeah, he's done well to keep spinners employed. The spinners have caused problems for this Thunder side. He has to find a way to squeeze these batters and force them to take a risk. Yeah, that's way too easy. And we heard Samuel Badri asking to see a fielder at short mid wicket. Of course, that's when the off spinner was bowling. But either way, that's too easy a single.
Keep going, Ram. Keep going, Ram.
When does he use that last Royal over? One left for Javor Royal. .96 for 4. Seven options used. Seen a lot of options used by each team. A lot of batters who can bowl, which is encouraging. And Lewis will bowl his fourth on the trot. Been tidy so far, 2 for 12. What would he be trying to achieve, Shakira, with this angle from around the wicket? You don't always see a off spinner bowling around the wicket to a right-hander.
Yeah, you tend to think around the wicket is not a very attacking angle. It's more defensive, trying not to be struck for boundaries. And I'd much rather see this. There's so many more options of getting that wicket if he's bowling over the wicket. LBW comes into play. Can bowl him down. Very economical from Jamal Lewis, but you think you want another wicket in this over. There's so many different things you can do that can make a big difference. Fielder at fine, short, fine leg, perhaps could have gone to square. And just ask the batters right there. Ask the batters to go around the ball some more to get it finer.
Very easy at the moment, 99 for 4. Well on their way, the Thunder. A few hiccups, but the best power play approach with bat in hand that we've seen in the tournament thus far. And you expect one of Mikael Louis, Joel Andrew to fire at some stage pretty much throughout this tournament with their experience and the ability we've seen. Here's Royals' final over. Much slower now outside the power play with the field spread and the ball not swinging.
Right, in front of you, man. Yeah. Right, make him be like us. In front of you.
Yeah, he'll be looking to turn the ball. I do suspect he'll still try to bowl an arm ball in between.
Well done, Rice.
Andrew comes out with that single, 100 for 4 now into the 14th over. Just 24 more runs required.
And as the 100 comes up, key here for the Thunder batters, although yes, the asking rate is miserly, it's just 3.5. Still, when you get an opportunity to hit a boundary, take it. It's been a few overs now where they've not scored more than 6 runs. $18 runs from the last 4. And even although you have the win in sight, you want to continue doing the right things to make sure you're winning games throughout the competition. So when you get the opportunity, capitalize. Royal has brought in one fielder. He's brought in his deep point. And you can see the difference now with a lack of a single scoring option for Gore. We'll have a check on this stumping. Attack with your field. Now Kareem Gore has to try and play a sweep because there's no vacant area through point to get a single. Maybe Shakira, they'll reflect on if that could have been done a bit early on in the innings.
Yeah, looks to be home. Never left the crease, in fact. Should be a simple decision for the third umpire. Yeah, certainly head coach Nikita Miller and Jerome Taylor will have a chat with Ramal Lewis about the field placement. They will think initially they didn't score enough runs, but they could have exerted a lot more pressure on the batters and make it a lot more difficult for them to get to this target.
Yeah, again, having to sweep now because the offside gap has been plugged. Which also brings you into the game if you're Royal because it's a higher risk being taken by Gore.
Don't worry about you, Ryan. We can take it for half of big stuff. We can do what we want to do, but I feel cricket.
On ball. Another tight over. 3 from it, correction. 102 for 4. Storied rivalry. Won't get into why, and I won't talk about a certain curry chicken or chicken curry, but the Legions and Rangers from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy expect a crowd to be in. It's the weekend, 7 p.m. tonight. And we've seen this a couple times in the competition where captains have gone to their spinner closer to the back end of the innings, and it has brought results. Darryl Cyrus yesterday, when he was switched to this end, the southern end, produced 2 wickets. Here's Redwood. Not yet. But now he's changed his end, so the right-handers are hitting into the wind. Almost wonder, Shakir, why he didn't start from this end, but that's a story for another day.
When he was initially introduced into the attack, there did seem to be a bit of a deliberation about which end he should bowl from. I do suspect, though, the issue for the Titans was that Ramal Lewis has started from that southern end already.
Finally, some intent from Kareem Gore. That will help release some pressure.
Yeah, he spoke about capitalizing and making the most of deliveries like this, what Gore has done well is he's hit straight. He hasn't gone against that spin. Straight through the line. Yeah, perfect execution. The length of ride would be very important here, though. Can't afford to get too full. And the reason I say that is because he wants to give the ball time to spin. If the batters get too close to the length of the ball, then it doesn't spin. That's what Darryl Cyrus did so well when he came from that southern end yesterday in his second spell.
Also, that shorter length from Cyrus forced the Guyanese batters to take him on square, which was into the wind, and a lot of catches were taken on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Nine from the over, 111 for 4.
That's the over.
Partnership of 30 from 36, exactly what the Leeward Islands Thunder needed after a flurry of wickets. It fell quite quickly. A really good start, though 64 without loss, and then 81 for 4. But since then, they've kept their wits about them. Gore with his international experience, having represented the USA and the PISA. 9 from 18, but that's what's required. Game awareness, situational awareness. Andrew Rambaran continues from the northern end. Yeah, good fielding. Still only 4 fielders in the inner circle, with 13 needed from 29. Maybe that long on to mid on, someone else. Yeah, straight down towards the fielder, but clears him quite comfortably. And that would release any sort of pressure. There might have been another 6. Karima Gore.
Picking his spot well, Karima Gore. Second 6 is in as many overs. Very compact and composed. Almost looks effortless at times, but he's just started to up the ante with victory in sight.
Yeah, 7 from 27. It has been a captain's knock. Really wonderful platform lead by the opening batters. Kofi James in particular was brutal. And now just polishing off the innings.
Yeah, partnership of 37 from 40, and it's less than a run a ball, but you think back to Guyana yesterday. Losing cheap wickets in what looked like an easy chase. And these two seem determined to walk the game all the way home, as they should. Never leave it for anyone in the dugout. And so far, so good by these two.
8 from that over, 119 for 4. Five needed from 24 deliveries. Redwood in for his final over, none for 24 from 3. Yeah, quite a lot of fielders in the inner circle now, slip in position. 5 of them in total. Boundary to level the scores. A 6 to win it.
And I had a short chat with one of the players just about batsmanship and averages and strike rates. And you look at the Pisa 11 off 21, Gore 33 off 30. That's what the game asked for. You get a better batting track, a bigger score. Then you can go deeper. You can get a bigger score, quicker strike rate. But always do what the game and the team requires. Everything equalizes itself. Try to go against the grain and win it with a 6 because of ego. You spoil your average. Or you win the game with a 6 like that and improve your strike rate. Clinical by the Leeward Islands Thunder. An unbeaten partnership of 46 at a runner ball. Kareem Agor, the skipper. Giovanni De Pisa, the franchise player. And it's an emphatic win to start the Breakout League by the Thunder. Clinical with ball in hand, even more so with bat in hand. And talking about emphatic, what a way to win it. Down on one knee, mid-on is in, and that one is out of the park from the Pisa. Congratulations to the Thunder. A start they'd want to replicate moving forward in the tournament.
Yeah, Leeward Islands really thundered their way to their first ever win in the West Indies Breakout League. What a start, smiles all around. That man Anderson Mahis was good in the field, brilliant with the ball. 3 wickets for him for just 16 runs. Started off with a magnificent catch that really set the tone for what was to come. He's from Trinidad, so he has a lot of familiarity with the conditions here, but they'll need to regroup and regroup quite quickly. The top 3 teams qualified. If you come first in the group stage, you go directly to the final. 2 play 3 to meet number 1 in the final, so not much time. So everyone will be looking to get off to a good start. Well done, Cornwall, coach of the team. We're very happy with what he's seen today. Man who's been around the circuit for a long, long time, been around regional cricket, has been among the coaching staff, vastly experienced. But what a start for the Leeward Islands Thunder. A win by 6 wickets. Captain unbeaten on 34. And a reflection then of their batting effort. Kofi James was electric at the start. 39 rather from 20 deliveries. Cornelius in partnership. An opening stand of 64 in 5.1 overs, which really break the back broke the back of the chase rather. And then that partnership of 46 from 46 deliveries between Go and the Pisa polished things off. Yeah, confirmation of that, 64 at the top and then 46 at the bottom. A wonderful all-round performance from the Thunder.
Jamaica struggled with ball in hand. None of the seamers making a real impact. Economy of 19, 15, and 15, but the standouts, Ramal Lewis, the skipper, Javar Royal, the elder statesman, CPL experience. And I think we have him with Nikhil Utamchandani downstairs to have a word.
Two for 14 and 4 for Javor Royal. Javor, first of all, tell us about your preparation coming into the Breakout T20 after playing a lot of red ball cricket.
I didn't get enough time to bowl a lot of white ball. It's more mental. You know, bowling red ball, coming into white ball, it would be a lot easier to adapt to the white ball. So it's more red ball bowling. I only play one practice game back home because I was busy with stuff. So.
In the assessment of your couple of wickets, tell me about the arm ball and how you decipher when to use it.
I use it mostly in the power play. You know, bowlers, batters come at it hard, so I use it for my attacking delivery in the power play.
Tell me about the battle with Kofi James. He hit you for a couple of boundaries, then you ended up getting him out. What were you trying to plan against him?
My plan was to tuck him up, stay close to him. I know he like cutting, hanging back and stuff like that. So it was more like that, stay close to him and then try and slow up one and eventually he got out.
Before you go, give us a demonstration and tell me what's behind the celebration.
You know, it's a new dance. You know, normally we have the Yankee bunks. So we go international this time, is it? So international.
Nice, nice. We hope to see more international bounces from you in the tournament. Well done.
You will, sir. Thank you very much.
The international bounce from Javor Royal. Well, this is how things panned out. Match number 3 in the West Indies Breakout League. The Titans up against the Thunder. Titans winning the toss and opting to bat first. Well, they really strolled to 123 for 6 of their 20. Mahes was the standout bowler with 3 for 16. Johnson 40 from 45. In the end, the Thunder chased it quite comfortably, although they had a little mini collapse of their own, 127 for 4, and they won by 6 wickets. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have the chat with the captains. Match number 3 of the Breakout League 2025 comes to an end. And this is where things ended. 127 for 4, chasing 126. A win, a comfortable win in the end for the Leeward Islands Thunder. We've now seen all 6 teams in this tournament. Let's go pitch side now with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation at the end of match 3 of the West Indies Breakout League. The Leeward Islands Thunder taking on the Jamaica Titans. I've got Ramal Lewis, captain of the Titans, with me. Ramal, first of all, hard luck today in terms of the result. Tell me, what was your experience of leading in the first game after a while in the Breakout League?
Well, it was a great experience. I haven't played my country or especially a team after youth cricket. So it was a great experience for me, leading again.
Being 46 for 1 in the power play, first of all, were you guys aware that you were close to the bonus point? What is the importance of the bonus point system in your planning this season?
Yeah, it's very important to us. It's a very short season, but we didn't want to go after it too much. After we got that start, the Thunders were bowling really well, so we kind of forget about the bonus points and just trying to get out of the power play with a good score.
What is the philosophy as captain you are asking from your batters to have in this tournament?
Just be aggressive. Be aggressive, play free, and just try to make runs at all times.
And I know it's a young bowling group. What have you said to the guys who haven't played much professional cricket to help them deal with the pressure associated?
Well, they know this format comes with a lot of pressure. Jerome Taylor in the dressing room, I've been trying to get them up to par, especially the seam bowlers. We're just trying to keep them level-headed and try to make them know what to do on the day and the wicket.
All right, we'll see you in a couple of days. Hard luck today. Ramal Lewis, Jamaica Titans captain. We'll now ask Mr. Kyron Surrett, who is head of partnerships and alliances at the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago, to come forward and present Kofi James with the Player of the Match award. 39 of 20 and 1 for 22 in 4. Thank you very much, Mr. Surrett, and we'll have a word with Kofi as well. Kofi, this would have been the ideal start for you. I want to start with what has happened between the CPL and now. What do you think you've added to your game?
Well, I've added a lot of innovation, both with the bowling and the batting. I started to practice my scoops, reverse, different variations.
Let's talk and focus in on your batting. The aggression you're bringing to the top of the order, how do you develop that type of bravery?
I just bat what I see. If the ball is outside the off, I play to my best of my ability, because I know I have a variation of shots. I score 360, so it's just about keeping my head still, watching the ball long and backing myself. Against the spin, we saw the ramp. How has that factored into your preparation? Playing against Royal since under 19 youth cricket, we know he has the arm ball, a very good one. Even though they plan for it, it's still dangerous ball, so you have to take a risk. And I decided that the ball going into my pad, the ramp would have been the better shot, because if it hit the pad, it's probably going down the leg side. So I just take the opportunity and it worked out well. As one of the more experienced players in this team now, what has that leadership position for you, how has it impacted your personal game? I'm happy to be around guys younger than me so I can impart my knowledge. We also have experience, Mikhail Louis, Karim Mogor in the team, so it relieves pressure on each of us. Sometimes I give my input, sometimes I stand and watch and just observe, and it also helps me to think clearly and give a proper input when it's time. Well, quality all-round performance from you. We look forward to more of it. Thanks a lot. Kofi James, today's Player of the Match. We'll now ask Karima Gore to come forward, Leeward Islands captain. And Karima, this will be the ideal start for you. What do you think you guys did well today?
I think we stick to the plan very well. It's been a plan from since we got here, so the guys did very well to stick to the plan also. Let's talk about your bowling effort, your spacers. What was the discussion about the length you wanted to bowl on this surface? I think the length came into play when we realized the difference in the field and the wind factor and all that. So it was just a plan. And then your spinners, you use Anderson Mahays, for example, at the back end. Tell me about the variety of spinners you have and how easy or hard that is for you as captain. We have 5, 6 spinners. So I think it's very, I won't say easy, but it's a lot more easy than I've experienced. If one spinner goes down, I can just call on the next one. And we have quality spinners. Everybody has a background of playing good quality cricket, and that's what we stick to.
Biggest power play of the tournament with bat in hand. What have you told your batters as to how you want them to play?
Initially, we told them, give yourself some time, but it's Kofi James, superb innings.
Well said, and we'll see you again in a couple of days. Kareem Agor winning captain today. He'll be a very happy man. That's all from match 3 at the presentation.
Happy indeed, and why wouldn't he be? Well, we've seen all of the teams so far. Everyone now have completed their first game. Let's have a look at the points. The Trinidad and Tobago Legions, the home team, ahead with 11 points, factoring the bonus points, guys. And that will also be quite intriguing as we go through this tournament. The Thunder with 6 points along with the Windward Islands Infernos. The Rainforest Rangers, the Pelicans, and the Titans, they have some catching up to do. Top 3 teams qualify for the playoffs. Well, it's a sensational Saturday. We have another match coming up in a couple hours' time, 7 p.m. local time. It's the Trinidad and Tobago Legions up against the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. They will be looking to rebound from their defeat yesterday. Stay with us. We have about an hour and 45 minutes away before the start of that one. More excitement awaits.
In the south of Trinidad and Tobago, right here at the Brand We're once again in the south of Trinidad and Tobago, right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is match number 3, a contest between Jamaica Titans and Leeward Islands Thunder. A little earlier, Samuel Badger was out in the middle for that toss, and the coin fell in the favor of Jamaica Titans. Captain Ramal decided that they'll have a bat first. Cited the fact that in terms of their team abilities, it's a case of they're better at defending, and that's why they want to set a total. Of course, they're playing against these guys, Leeward Islands Thunder, Karima Gore. Well, he said that they would have wanted to have a ball first up top, and it's what worked for other teams. They're looking to settle themselves in the Powerplay, pick up some early wickets. You're going to look to the likes of some spin. He talked about 5 spinners in that side, so you're going to look to the likes of Kofi James there, Cornelius as well. You're looking for some batting as well. The Pisa, Lewis in the middle order. You might probably see that happen. But yeah, it's all set for an amazing contest once again. Day number 2 of this West Indies Breakout T20 League. And help us see the future of cricket around the Caribbean. Who is going to be next? Could it be Leroy Lugg? We've seen him before. We know exactly what he can do. Oh, trust me, if he hits it, it's going to find itself somewhere near Port of Spain today. Somebody else that we've seen before, but still a young man in the context of his career, in the context of cricket, Kirk McKenzie. Flip side of things, with ball in hand, it's going to be Nathan Edward. Well, we talked about Lugg, and that's what Lugg can do. Opens the account with a maximum. This is what Lugg does. Lugg does the tug, and it produces a boundary for him. Does this have the distance? Tracking back. What a catch that is. Oh, could be a contender for catch of the match today.
A young man from Trinidad and Tobago, a very, very good fielder. Look out for this young man throughout this tournament. And for those of you who look at this catch, the technique behind it, he didn't just turn and chase wildly. Look at the way he made the adjustment. Eyes on the ball, opened his shoulders, opened his hips. A wonderful catch. Lugg goes for 14, 21 for 1.
Up and over. A shot of class, a shot of elegance. Oh, J.J. Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, and Kirk McKenzie now has decided it's time. He's seen it for a couple of overs. You don't often see guys bowling 3 in a row. And now his matchup, even into the wind, still 6.
Yeah, you just wonder if perhaps it was 1 over too many from Karima Gore. You understand why he came for another over. He's bowling to 2 left-handers this time. And finally, Kirk McKenzie is able to line him up, pick the length very early, rock back, and pull that one way into the stands.
Again, with the win and taking on the matchup. This was a big over and much needed to end the power play. 46 for 1.
Fortune for Kirk McKenzie. Inside edge of bottom edge. Brings a bone to boundary. The first one for quite some time. Well, he's getting a move going, but doesn't get the distance. Oh, a simple catch in the end. McKenzie gets a start, but he's got to start walking back to pavilion.
Pace off again from Kofi James. He's varied his pace very nicely. McKenzie trying to go long, not long enough. And Mahez is developing a reputation for being an excellent fielder, poaching a relatively easy catch to get rid of McKenzie. He's gone for 34. Run a ball. The Titans 75 for 2.
Into some vacant space. It was effortless from Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, only one there. One's a good boy.
100 comes up in the 17th over.
Catch it now.
High into the air. And Kofi James settles.
Have a field day.
Quite a simple catch for him. So a wicket for Anderson Mahes. That familiar celebration from him. Trying to hit it out of the park, but not enough connection.
Yeah, probably just never got close enough to it, and more elevation than distance. Yeah, and the famous celebration there again from Mahes, who's been excellent all day with the ball and in the field. Duran has to walk back for 16 from 17 deliveries, 110 for 4.
Catch it now. Take him now.
Straight away up into the air, and it will be a repeat. Anderson Mahes with the ball. Kofi James with the catch, and consecutive wickets for Son.
Yeah, this is clever. This is very clever bowling from Anderson Mahes. Just look at the line of this delivery. Way outside off stump. Out of the reach, out of the hitting arc of Javier Royal. Really good planning, good execution. Asking him to hit into the wind as well. Easy catch for Kofi James. Goes back for a golden duck, Royal. 110 now for 5.
Might have another, should have another, doesn't have another. Karima Gore spills a sitter. That must be frustrating and annoying for someone who is such a good fielder. He takes catches of other bowlers, and then when these things happen, he would be irritated. There is protection there. That's where he wants him to strike the ball. They go back for 2. And Aaron through comfortably gets 2. Once the single would be run out at the non-striker's end. By signal and not a wide. And so a good end to the over from Nathan Edward. 10 runs coming from the final over.
Jamaica Titans will be very disappointed. Got to 46 for 1 at the end of the power play, but never really pushed on. If you look at the strike rates, no one striking above 100. Just forwarding for Jordan Johnson, run out off the final delivery.
Yeah, another good partnership for the second wicket, 54, but it's the strike rate at which it came, 54 from 52, and it's been a real struggle. I mentioned during the pitch report that this pitch would be a lot slower than the one we saw yesterday, and that proved to be right. The spinners would have a say because of the dryness of the surface, but I still think that this score is around 20, 25 fewer than where they should end. And for the Thunder, their bowlers, a wicket for Karima Gore, 3 wickets for Anderson Mahes, 3 for 16 from 4, and Kofi James, 1 for 22, 123 for 6. The Leeward Islands Thunder, well, they need 124 runs to win their first ever match in the West Indies Breakout League. We'll have their run chase on the other side of this break.
Kofi James, who batted at 3 for the Falcons, will come out to the middle to open with Jamie Cornelius.
Govasta Edmund to start.
Yeah, James is always quite aggressive against the pace. He's picking up where he's left off from in CPL 2024. Majestic. That could be the shot of the tournament thus far. 2 sixes to start for James.
Balance personified. A pure bat swing. Beautiful timing.
Make that 4 more. This has been a dominant start by Kofi James. That is very crafty. We've seen a lot of power from James. Very shrewd. Again, and there's that value in creating room. Been a promising start by Kofi James, 31 for none. That has been pummeled and has gone for another maximum. 3 in the innings, all by James. That is a strong, strong area for James. You don't want to be on his legs or anything straight. This has been a devastating start.
This is so impressive. He's hitting into the wind, to the bigger side of the ground, and he's cleared it comfortably.
There's into the pitch, but it's been picked up. Hit with the wind, very smart. What a package that is. Short, pulled, full, majestic, exquisite straight drive. This has been a treat in this power play to watch. Went wider of the crease, but same result. It's been the perfect mix of power and class. 64 for none.
Is it the moment they waited on? The simplest of chances, but not the simplest of dances. Oh, Royal. He's royal, so royal. He gets the breakthrough. 1 down.
What's it called? The international bounce, I think it was, that he mentioned. His new celebration. But what a start from Kofi James, trying to maximize in the final over of the power play. And this time he has to perish. Kirk McKenzie comfortable in the end. Yeah, there it is. A man known for his celebrations, the international bounce. Exciting and electric start. 39 from 20, 64 for 1.
Royal does it again. Oh, cue the dance. Oh, the celebrations. This guy has got something special.
Well, nothing from Michael Louis today. Goes for a duck. Ball through the gate. Arm ball slides on. So look at that finger behind the seam. And yeah, we're going to see quite a lot of this during this tournament from Javor Royal. Michael Louis comes, Michael Louis goes. 64 for 2.
Another one bites the dust. This time the captain. And it's Cornelius that takes that walk back.
From 64 without loss to 68 for 3. This is what I was just referencing. The collapse, the dramatic collapse. Redwood with the catch. And from being in a really, really comfortable position, now there's a little bit of jitters. Cornelius goes for 16, 68 for 3.
Pulls it down and is dispatched. I can't afford to do that too often.
And you saw some apprehension at the start of the over in terms of the decision to bring Redwood on.
Does the skipper do it again? He does. This time the jewel. Oh, it's fallen out of the crown. Jewel Andrew, the latest victim. That's 4 down.
Yeah, they continue to pick wickets, and this is troublesome and worrying if you're a Leeward Islands Thunder fan. Top edge, and you can see the disappointment in Joel Andrew. He knew that he had to take limited risk, if any at all. And unfortunately for him, he finds the fielder. 11 from 12, 81 for 4 now.
Well done, Rice.
Andrew comes out with that single, 100 for 4 now into the 14th over. Just 24 more runs required.
Finally, some intent from Kareem Agor. That will help release some pressure.
Yeah, you spoke about capitalizing and making the most of deliveries like this. What Gore has done well is he's hit straight. He hasn't gone against that spin. Straight through the line. Yeah, perfect execution.
Yeah, straight down towards the fielder, but clears him quite comfortably. And that would release any sort of pressure. There might have been another 6. Kareem Agor.
Picking his spot well, Kareem Agor. Second 6 is in as many overs. Very compact and composed. Or you win the game with a 6 like that and improve your strike rate. Clinical by the Leeward Islands Thunder. An unbeaten partnership of 46 at a runner ball. Kareem Agor, the skipper. Giovanni De Pisa, the franchise player. And it's an emphatic win to start the Breakout League by the Thunder. Clinical with ball in hand, even more so with bat in hand. And talking about emphatic, what a way to win it. Down on one knee, mid-on is in, and that one is out of the park from De Pisa. Congratulations to the Thunder. A start they'd want to replicate moving forward in the tournament.
Well, this is how things panned out. Match number 3 in the West Indies Breakout League. The Titans up against the Thunder. Titans winning the toss and opting to bat first. Well, they really strolled to 123 for 6 of their 20. Mahes was the standout bowler with 3 for 16. Johnson 40 from 45. In the end, the Thunder chased it quite comfortably, although they had a little mini collapse of their own, 127 for 4, and they won by 6 wickets.
We're on pitch number 6. First time being used for the year, but it's the second game today. If you look at the pitch, it's a lot more barren than day one's pitch. And I want to draw your attention to this spot. On a decent length, just on about off stump or fourth stump. I think it'll be an excellent batting track. If I win the toss, I'll be batting first, putting some pressure on the team chasing. 165 would be the target. That is a winning score at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and it's the perfect batting track to do it. man, next just here and I figure downstairs.
We're all set under the lights here. Match number 4 of this Breakout T20 League. Today's match is going to be featuring the Trinidad and Tobago Legions and the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Captains are Joshua Da Silva and Kemal Savory. Match referee once again is Mr. Michael Ragnoff. I believe, Josh, you have that coin.
Heads. Heads was the call.
Heads the call.
Heads it is, Kemal.
And heads it is. Josh disappointed, Kemal happy. Kemal, what will you do and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a ball for us. The reason for that, the due factor later, so we're going to take the advantage from early and ball for us.
Yeah, obviously a disappointing result in that first one. What are the lessons that you guys learned from match number 1?
Oh, yeah, just sticking to the basic, keep it simple. I think yesterday was the guys didn't do that bad. It's just at the back end, you know, things slip away from us. So I think we back ourselves today.
All right, backing yourself. Any changes to the team for this one?
No, same team.
All right, Kemal, have a good one out there.
Thank you.
Josh, you were disappointed having a bat first. What would you have done had you won that toss?
Wasn't disappointed having a bat first. I just can't seem to win a toss. So no, we would have bowled first as well, but just because the conditions, the dew that came in last night. Obviously, we played last night. We had some experience in it. So happy to bat first. It's a good wicket. Pass score, try and get over 160, and it seems like that's a winning total.
Yeah, same question as Kemal for you. What were lessons that you learned from that match number 1?
Yeah, obviously we didn't bat very well in the power play, so it was tough for us to to get the start we got. So we need to fix that, and hopefully we can do better in this one.
Yeah, quick last one. Any changes to your side?
Yeah, one change. Kamal Puran is out and Christian Turton is in.
All right, have a good one there, Josh. Well, there you have it. Guyana, Rainforest Rangers, they won the toss, and they'll be having a bowl first.
The action is coming thick and fast in this West Indies Breakout League. It's a doubleheader Saturday. Trinidad and Tobago Legions, the home team, up against the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. The Trinidad Legions with a win in their opening match. And the Rangers, well, they need to rebound and rebound quite quickly. Such a pleasure to welcome all of you wherever you may be for this contest. It promises to be quite captivating, involving two teams with such a storied history. It's also a pleasure to have alongside me former West Indies women's cricketer Shakira Selman. Shakira, I just mentioned there that Guyana need to rebound and they need to rebound quickly, and tonight is the night.
Yeah, if you lose 2 games at the start of such a short tournament, you're chasing the 8 ball. They don't want to be in that position. It will be difficult, though, against a confident Legions team. They'll have to find a way to win, though.
Indeed. Well, let's go straight out to the middle then for the toss. The captains are out there, and so too is Joel Manning.
We're all set under the lights here. Match number 4 of this Breakout T20 League. Today's match is going to be featuring the Trinidad and Tobago Legions and the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Captains are Joshua Da Silva and Kemal Savory. Match referee once again is Mr. Michael Ragnoff. I believe, Josh, you have that coin.
Heads.
Heads was the call.
Heads the call.
Heads it is, Kemal.
And heads it is. Josh disappointed, Kemal happy. Kemal, what will you do and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a ball for us. The reason for that, the due factor later, so we're going to take the advantage from early and ball for us.
Yeah, obviously a disappointing result in that first one. What are the lessons that you guys learned from match number 1?
Oh yeah, just sticking to the basic, keep it simple. I think yesterday was the guys didn't do that bad. It's just at the back end, you know, things slip away from us. So I think we back ourselves today.
All right, backing yourself. Any changes to the team for this one?
No, same team.
All right, Kemal, have a good one out there.
Thank you.
Josh, you were disappointed having a bat first. What would you have done had you won that toss?
Wasn't disappointed having a bat first. I just can't seem to win a toss. So now we would have bowled first as well, but just because the conditions, the dew that came in last night. Obviously we played last night. We had some experience in it. So happy to bat first. It's a good wicket. Pass score, try and get over 160, and it seems like that's a winning total. Yeah,
same question as Kemal for you. What were lessons that you learned from that match number 1?
Yeah, obviously we didn't bat very well in the power play, so it was tough for us to get the start we got, so we need to fix that, and hopefully we can do better in this one.
Yeah, quick last one. Any changes to your side?
Yeah, one change. Kamal Puran is out and Christian Turton is in.
All right, have a good one there, Josh. Well, there you have it. Guyana Rainforest Rangers, they won the toss, and they'll be having a bowl first.
Yeah, the dew factor might just have a part to play in that decision. Well, just have a look at the Trinidad and Tobago Legions. They'll want to do better at the top of the order. 26 for 3. They were in the power play. They were pulled out really by Joshua James and Jed Gully, but their bowling absolutely phenomenal. Johan Lane just conceded 7 runs in his 4 overs, and the other spinners, Navin Bidesi, was really, really frugal. So in combination, it was a wonderful team effort. What about the Rainforest Rangers, Shakira?
Well, they will be hoping to replicate the power play they had with ball in hand last time. They'll be hoping Nell Smith to be good once again. Jadiel Blaze can get early wickets. What will be crucial, though, is how can they get Ashmi Ned involved in the game and get more overs under his belt. Then they'll be focused on those depth overs. When it comes to batting, they'll want more from that middle order.
Yeah, you mentioned it's a single round robin format, which means, therefore, that every game is absolutely vital. And in addition to points for wins, there are also bonus points in play. So let's reflect then on where the teams stand after everyone has played one match. The Legions sit comfortably at the top with 11 points. The Thunder with 6. Windward Islands Infernos also have 6. But the bottom 3, with all recording losses, they need to get on the board with a win. Yeah, so important for teams to get off to a good start. We saw in their first game, the Rainforest Rangers, they got off to a good start with the bat, and then they fell away quite significantly. The collapse that we saw from them, they were actually 120 for 1, and at that point, they were looking as though that they would take the game quite easily, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, they just needed another 40-odd runs and 120 for one on the back of a very healthy partnership between Adrian Sutka and Kevlon Anderson. But from the time Sutka got dismissed in that 15th over, it all fell apart for them, and particularly because of the spin bowling of Daryl Cyrus. But they just weren't able to reconsolidate when they needed to, and that was the problem.
Yeah, let's just have a look at the summary of that match. The Rainforest Rangers up against the Windward Islands Inferno, chasing 166, like I mentioned, 120 for one, and then they fell away to 141 for 9. You mentioned Daryl Cyrus. How good was he when he came back for his final 2 overs?
And let's just mention that he went for 27 in his first 2 overs, but from the time he switched ends, he was really good. I thought he bowled a really good pace. He bowled to right-handers and asked them to hit into the wing. He asked them to hit against the spin as well, and that really paid dividends for him and the Infernos. They weren't able to handle the heat that he sank down. Got 4 wickets for 10 runs in those final 2 overs. He was brilliant in that second spell.
Yeah, absolutely. That 4 wickets for 10 runs really turned in the tide. And when we look at the Trinidad and Tobago Legions in their first game, a lot to like from them.
Yeah, certainly. They didn't get the start they wanted with the bat, but the way they consolidated in that middle phase of the innings. Initially, it was a partnership between Bidesi and Amir Jangu, which really helped them rebuild. But then the real partnership of no, obviously, was the one between Joshua James and
Jed Gooley.
Jed Gooley was good. He really bid his time in the middle, and then Joshua James made it a lot easier for him. James, of course, with 4 towering 6s, and Gooley with 2 of his own. They were really good in partnership at the end.
Yeah, just a reminder of how that game panned out, 165 for 8, and the Barbados Pelicans, they were bowled out for 101. So lots of bonus points for the Trinidad and Tobago Legions in that game. And you mentioned that partnership, the power that those 2 batters exhibited. It was a beauty to behold, wasn't it?
Yeah, certainly. 6 sixes between the 2 of them. But it was really the work that Joshua James did that made it so much easier for Jay Gooley. He really took on the Pacers, of course, given a chance there, but then he capitalized on everything else that the Pelicans sank down. And he, like I said, he made it a lot easier for Jay Gooley, who was then able to expand at the very end. He's strong, he's really talented, and he played his game and played it to perfection.
Yeah, those 6s came off the middle of the bat, and even if he didn't hit the middle of the bat, they were still sailing a long, long way. We've switched pitches tonight, though it's a different one from what they played on yesterday. Carlos Brathwaite is out in the middle, and what does he have to tell us?
We're on pitch number 6. First time being used for the year, but it's the second game today. If you look at the pitch, it's a lot more barren than day 1's pitch. And I want to draw your attention to this spot. On a decent length, just on about off stump or 4 stump. I think it'll be an excellent batting track. If I win the toss, I'll be batting first, putting some pressure on the team chasing. 165 would be the target. That is a winning score at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and it's the perfect batting track to do it.
Yeah, lots of wickets for spinners in the earlier game today. I think all 10 wickets falling to spinners. Do you see spinners having an impact tonight with the dew setting in a little bit later on?
Yeah, I still think they'll be important. And Joshua De Silva alluded to the fact that the dew did set in, but they've now played that first game, so they know to expect it and they know to go there with the rights. I think they have quality spinners in their attack. What will be important, though, is how Bidesi can bowl with that dew factor. I think, though, for Guyana, they have an advantage with those spinners bowling first.
26 for 3 in the power play last night. Should we see a different approach from the Legions?
I think maybe they should. They should be more measured in their approach. But they probably got out to soft dismissals. Joshua De Silva will be disappointed with the way he got out yesterday, trying to play one over the top that was not quite there. The other dismissals were quite soft, but there's more time. I still think, though, the way Kofi James played in that game, that first game today, shows that you can attack the bowlers early on, especially the Pacers.
Yeah, capitalize in the power play, utilize the new ball. They would be a very confident bunch. The home team very familiar with the conditions here. And with that partnership at the back end, the top order can express themselves. It's Saturday night here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The atmosphere will be quite vibrant. Stay tuned for live action on the other side.
Yes, brother. Six teams, one winner. Who will win the first ever West Indies T20 Breakout League? The Trinidad and Tobago Legions coming off a win in day number 1 up against the Guyana Rainforest Rangers, hunting redemption. We are live at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We've had an excellent 3 games thus far. We are into match number 4. The action comes quickly. The Legions, one change for their team. Middle order, power player Christian Thurton in for Kamal Puran. With that bowling attack, they'll be looking to those taller seamers and the spin of Joachim and Mikael Govaya. Carlos Brathwaite is alongside. Carlos, the Rangers, they need a win.
They do. I look into Jediah Blades to start well again. Niall Smith supported him well. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, one of my players to watch for the tournament, didn't have the best first game, but his all-round package is so important for the Rainforest Rangers.
If you missed the action yesterday, the Legions winning against the Barbados Pelicans. It was a slow start for them. Lost 4 wickets inside the first 10 overs and still were able to get to 165, which would turn out to be enough. But big thing tonight to watch out for is the Jew formation. By 10:30 last night when we finished, it clearly was in, and this was why Kemal Savory, centre of screen, wanted his team to bowl first. He's got a healthy diet of spin, and he'll be hoping to use it against Amir Jangu. Got a start last night, tried to take on in the power play, but wickets at the other end and a lack of timing meant no real fluency in his first matchup. And he's got a new partner tonight. Cephas Cooper opened an evening ago, but Captain Joshua De Silva comes to the top of the order. He's both his CPL 50s, which came in 2020 and 2021, were in the top 4 and top 3 correction, so this will be a bit more familiar for him.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jediah Blades had a good start in the first game. First West Indies T20 Breakout League wicket ever. Can't take that away from him. Didn't finish as well as he would want, but he wanted to replicate the power play performance. Starting at a left-hander was prodigious swing on show for him.
Deep backward square And no deep fielder, correction, deep point in place. Lost him there, but yeah, do you think about this matchup and they would have identified the batting order, the Rangers, and seen these two names? So the fact that they're both here against that new ball, which they'll hope that swings, this could be the time where you prize out one of the two or both.
Yeah, we've seen 3 wickets fall in the power play on a couple of occasions so far in the tournament. And as a bowling unit, that is a point. That is that first bonus point.
There was a deep fielder in the offside, but the placement was pristine.
Immaculate control from Amir Django. Short and wide, yes. Not the best delivery, but expertly put away. Good control all along the ground. Blades would want to be a little bit fuller, using that new ball, getting it to swing away. He had 2 fielders a lot finer. We call it a deep slip and a deep gully. Those have now come a little bit wider. Can't set a field for bad bowling, but you want to get just fuller so you can entice Django to drive.
Edge found. The away movement of Jediah Blades. He's played for the West Indies and hoping to use that experience in the Breakout T20.
A left-arm seamer's dream, full swinging away, enticing the drive. Edge found, catch taken, and delight for the Rainforest Rangers. Django goes for 4. The Legions 4 for 1.
Only one delivery an evening ago for Cephas Cooper from Maruga, deep south here in Trinidad, formerly of the Naparima College. Many remember his 2018 Under-19 World Cup where he was a part of the squad. And he'll be hoping for better returns tonight. Here's that movement into the right-hander. Ironic, Carlos, that Blades gets Django. Both made their West Indies debut on the same day back in December 2024. And my question to you would be, could that feel change where he brought that deep point a lot finer, maybe played on the mind of Django, understanding that he had to go with a bit of a straighter bat to try and get a boundary?
Potentially, but I think it's a change in length. Bring him forward, force him to drive. It's a more attacking length, a lot fuller. You can be dispatched to cover for 4, but you can take the edge and get a breakthrough.
The hand from Sampson.
I think you always look to the successful players in the leagues, and you saw the Trinidad fast bowlers with the new ball, bowling a really good length. The ball before was short, automatic adjustment, a lot fuller, similar line, nice shape. When you have the tools that Jediah Blades has, good pace, good seam, some movement, you need to ensure that those first 2 overs that he bowls with that new ball, he tries to get some movement, tries to make the batters play and bring the edge and the stumps into play.
That line to the silver could be the way to go tonight. 5 for 1. change in batting order tonight. Django coming to the top of the order. And cast your minds back to yesterday, folks, when the Rainforest Rangers played against the Windward Islands Infernos. We only saw one over from this man, Ashmead Ned, outside of the power play, but in his CPL career, 13 wickets, 7 of them have come in the power play because of the drift he's able to get with that new ball. So 2 right-handers now, hence Kimo Savory's gone to him straight away. Can he get any of that movement using a subtle easterly breeze?
Good work, Natty. Back up. Go square leg. Now look. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Hey, keep working there, boys.
Let's flex them, Josh. Still left arm around.
Work, boys. Work, boys. Work. Oh, you gotta get it, boy.
I just wonder, Carlos, if with the power that they had last night and the depth in their batting, if De Silva felt maybe he doesn't need to bat at 4 and he can actually go up and try to maximize the power play.
One. Get it in, back up. Good work, Nalu. Keep going, Ned.
He squeezed it in the gap, Cephas Cooper. He was dismissed to Bishop last night, so this is a relief.
Yeah, nice back foot punch. Good transfer, weight, high elbows. A lot to like technically about that stroke. And just on the Joshua De Silva comment, I think at a run of ball as he's been in and around his CPL career, he needs the jump start of the power play. And most teams aren't lacking firepower at the back end. What they're lacking is a bit of cricket smarts in the power play, linking partnerships. I feel as though most of the teams are in a constant state of rebuild. I think Joshua De Silva's there to arrest that trend.
A similar stroke to what Cephas Cooper played early in the over. Ned starts in an expensive manner, 16 for 1.
Keep moving around, boys.
Same team for the Rangers tonight. They have options in terms of their new ball bowling. Blaze continuing. Starts short with that deep backward square as protection as well as the deep point.
Thought that would have been called a wide, if not for height, for line, but he's gotten away with it, one over the shoulder. This is the boundary from the last ball of the last over. The Silva, again, well played. There's been a level of control and calm to begin with the bat for the Trinidad and Tobago Legions.
There's the movement. The left arm seamer is capable of getting into the right hander. Nice length as well.
This is beautiful fast bowling. First ball, short ball to push him back. And the next one, putting it up there, letting it swing. Just missing the off stump. And sometimes the short ball is not necessarily to get a wicket, just to mess with the foot movement of the batter. And you can see it from ball 1 to ball 2 on that occasion.
Carlos, I was reading Trent Bolt and listening to him in an interview talk about his success, obviously one of the premier T20 left-arm seamers. And people would think Bolt is a swing bowler, right? So he's always looking for the swing. But if you check Trent Bolt's success around the world, a lot of times he's on dead center of that 6 to 8 meter length, in between length, and then is able to nip the ball. You see that from Blaze's last 2 examples. That one probably on the back end of a good length. But there, that length there, if he can be there, similar to where Johan Lane was last night, I can imagine with the one that holds its line and comes back into the right-hander, he will cause issues.
Yeah, and there's a level of consistency and discipline. The skill is needed. They definitely have the skill. It's the reason why he's played international cricket. However, to exude consistency and to show that discipline ball after ball. Nothing has happened in your over. You've started well. Short ball, 3 balls on the money. No need to change. It's up to the batter to make the play. Can you do that for 2 more deliveries and potentially get a team a wicket?
Again, similar area. I don't mind that. Bowl your good length and force them to do something different. Force them to push you off of that good length. He will be cognizant of the fact that De Silva's had his issues with the ball coming back into him and attacking the pads.
I'd love to see him just go for broke for this delivery. You almost have a free ball in your hand. Can you get a wicket in this second over? Go for the pads.
Came a long way across there, De Silva. Very good over from Blaze. 1 from it, 17 for 1.
Come a bit.
Yeah, 4 points for a win, and then you can pick up your bonus points. Trinidad and Tobago Legions last night picked up full bowling bonus points in all 3 phases and for dismissing the Barbados Pelicans.
Keep going, Ned. Keep going,
And
Ned.
Ned continues.
Oh, you catch it yourself. Oh, yeah, Neddy. Don't move nothing there.
One of the reasons could be, although he's gone for 11, they would have seen Cephas Cooper in the 4-day season where he had his difficulties against spin, but also last night when Joshua Bishop dismissed him.
Back up. Aye, boy. Get it ball first. Keep going. You never know.
Off strike now, but this was last night. First ball he faced. Nicely flighted. It's a Jaffa of a delivery. But another dismissal to spin for Cephas Cooper. And that is why Ashmead Ned is in play. I don't think that they think that Joshua De Silva can hurt them, but they feel as though that they can get a wicket, prize another wicket out with Cooper at the other end.
And if we shift the focus to De Silva and even Cooper, this is now the second over that they're facing of Ned. So they would have seen him. They've both hit a boundary against him in the previous over. Can you now put some pressure onto him again and try to find a boundary option? As much as you don't want to lose wickets in the power play, you also are trying to maximize on the fielding restrictions. Just 2 fielders outside the circle, remember.
Work, Netty. You're bowling, Netty. You're bowling here, Netty. You sure? Yeah. No, Chip and hit you over there, no? All right.
I love that.
Keep going, Ned. Keep going,
I love that. Keeper telling him he could chip and hit you over mid-on. And Ned says, let him chip then. And he did try to chip, but it was excellent adjustment by Cephas Cooper.
Brilliant passage of play. Love the competition. But what an adjustment to be able to chip, keep your base, hold your balance, and still get the ball all along the ground. Pick the gap. It's a lot to love about Cephas Cooper and the way that he played that shot. Firstly, the ego to get down against the banter being thrown at him, and then to hit him for a boundary.
Does Savory go back to a third of Blades, or will we see Niall Smith? 24 for 1. Jed Gooley with an impressive start to the tournament. Joshua James was the stand-up with his power. And Durton and Bidesi capable as well. Hopefully the crowd continues to build here tonight on Saturday. Blades. This one holding its line. Slightly fuller, but we've seen both variations. He's got both options.
This is the beauty of bowling that length. If it comes back, you're in business. If it holds its own, you still have a chance to nick the right-hander to the keeper. So I think this is a very proactive, positive move from Savory. I don't think he's thinking economy. I think this is a move to get a wicket. Another one for Blades.
And Carlos, this is about education, right? For these players and for the viewers at home, and even for me. We've seen Lane last night. We're seeing Blades with a control of length tonight. In your days when you were playing and bowling the new ball at the highest level, guys are coming at you. Sometimes they're walking down. They're hitting boundaries against your good deliveries. How are you able to stay on that length, even though you've been hit for 4 and are now under pressure? Goes too full. He's overpitched that delivery, a rare miss in length. And Cooper accepts gleefully.
He's waited, Cephas Cooper. He's faced a few good deliveries. But as soon as it was too full in length, bang! Captain scampering at the non-striker's end. Even the coaching staff behind the boundary scampering. Cooper's faced some very good bowling so far, but his intent and his positivities mean that anything off line, off length, he's capitalized on.
So can he go back to that good length now? He's missed his length. Does he go back to what's worked?
And to answer your question, Nikhil, there needs to be an acceptance with the new ball in the power play. There are only 2 fielders out. More often than not, you're bowling to the best batters in the team. You will be struck for boundaries. Now, for that boundary, it can't fall Jediah Blades. You have earned the right to try to get a wicket. Your skipper's given you 3rd over to try to get a wicket. You've gone a bit full. It hasn't swung and you've been punished. Now get back onto the mark. Build pressure again for the next 2 or 3 deliveries. And maybe the last ball of your spell, can you go slightly full again? Do you want to use the angle as opposed to bringing the ball back? There's options within his skill set. And just having a look at Jediah Blades and what he's done so far, he's been prodigious swing on a good length, sometimes a slightly fuller length. And then he's even had the one to go straight on and bring the edge into play. And for the left-hander, the traditional left-arm seamer's wicket, getting it full, swinging away from the left-hander and taking the edge. It's been a fantastic spell of bowling from Jediah Blades, showing his pedigree.
Let's give him credit as well. He's bowled at the same two batters, which is not easy to do because, as you know, Carlos, and many know, in the modern day game, guys line you up.
That's why you ask the question, how would he respond after being hit for 4? And he's gone length, he's gone slow ball, and now he's gone into the wicket. He has a deep point. So even if Cephas Cooper plays that shot and essays an uppercut, there is a chance. So he's set his field, he's given himself options, and he's executing a variety of deliveries under pressure in the power play. He's done a fantastic job so far. There's still one ball to go. He needs to close out his power play spell well.
Did that brush the glove on the way through? It has. Reward for what has been an exceptional passage of bowling from the Barbadian. And Cephas Cooper's in shock.
Just reward for Jediah Blades. Seam. I'm not sure if it is just reward. The wicket, the result, not sure the process. But he wouldn't care. That's 2 for in the power play for him. Cooper's gone for 18 and the Legions are 28 for 2.
Christian Thurton, finds himself at the crease at the fall of Cephas Cooper. Thinking too, maybe. The silver pushes and will get there. He was going well, Cephas Cooper, and will probably feel hard done here. Look here. Yeah, that's why he stood up for an extended period of time. Yeah, he won't want to see this.
Keep going natty, keep going natty. Good work, better.
It happens in cricket occasionally, and it just hurts when you're on that end of it.
Good work, Naldo.
Silva continues. Somebody else that continues is Shakira Selman.
Keep going, boys.
Oh, good evening to you, Shakira. Shakira, how are you?
Hello, Joel. I'm great. I'm enjoying the display of fast bowling. You know, I always get excited when I see fast bowlers, especially the ones who can swing the ball around and adjust to situations, much like Jediah Blades. Second night in succession that we've been treated to an excellent display of fast bowling. Johan Lane yesterday, Jediah Blades today.
Good work. Loving it, Natty.
A chance to squeeze here for the Rangers. Chance to place some pressure. Last over of the power play, last 3 deliveries of this power play. A chance to drag it back. Things were looking set, things were looking good. Now this power play looks similar to what happened last night for Trinidad and Tobago Legions. Oh, this could be another one. Settles, takes it, gleefully accepted. Oh, you hear the cheers out there. Ned is happy, Rangers are happy. That's 3 down.
Yeah, and an excellent catch under the lights. In this night sky where the ball drops so quickly. It's always so difficult to take these catches. Yeah, really good from Kevin St. Clair, who initially seemed to get in a tangle. Yeah, and a bit of a jiggle by Ashmi Ned, who's come back well after an expensive start. Thurton brought into the team, hoping to make a difference. Cannot score. Walks back for 0. 31 for 3.
Yeah, that's middle. Catch one ball. You coming over? I'm coming over to you, but they say, one to come. No. Hello. Good. Keep going.
Navin Badesi is at the crease now. He's got one delivery left to face in this over.
Wait. Like down. Right.
Just getting that offside feel right.
Keep going, Nat. Finish good, Natty. Oh, yeah, Natty!
Asks him to finish good. And he does just that. Power play completed, 31 for 3. Three wickets down in the power play, same as last night. Here comes that signal of the end of the power play. Yeah, we're staring right at you, ump. We're waiting on you, ump. Yeah, thank you very much. Thought I had to go out there and do it myself. Nell Smith, right arm seam, comes into the conversation. Bowled well yesterday. Got himself 3. He'll be looking for more form in this tournament. Looking to back up what he did in that first game yesterday. Happy to just rotate the strike to Silva. Happy to get himself set. And it's so interesting. At the toss, I asked him, what did you learn from game number 1? And naturally, he referenced that power play phase for them and how much he would have wanted that he improved on that one. And unfortunately, it's a tale of the same for them. Changed the order, Shakira, and we'll talk about that as well, but results still the same.
Well, if you want to get technical, they did improve by 5 runs.
Bowlers end, danger. Oh, needed a clean pickup. Clean pickup, and it could have been interesting. This, though, was interesting, the power play. I mentioned the fact that they changed things at the top. Jangu came up the order along with his captain, but hey, an early wicket was still the name of the game for them. And then you thought maybe they were getting into the rhythm. Things were looking good. Cephas Cooper was there. And he was, oh yeah, that was deadly, that was dangerous, but then this happened. Unfortunate, you would say, but Rangers will take it. And then the third one to go down. So if they think about what happened last night, you know what, sure. You would say they failed in that power play, but then they found themselves up at 165 for 8, and that was a lot of lower order striking, the likes of Joshua James in the back end of things. That last 5 overs for them, that's where they did the damage. They wouldn't want to leave it till then tonight. bit of late movement after it passed. Badesi.
Yeah, Badesi was involved in a partnership of some note last night when his side was in trouble. Contributed 24 in a partnership of 34 with Amir Jangu. So he will want to build a partnership here with his captain.
Yeah, that platform is needed for them. You wonder what's the thinking of De Silva, and to get your thoughts on him coming up the order. I actually thought that he would have opened in that first game, given what I've seen across the T10 and T20s that were being played here in Trinidad leading into this. Streaky, but effective. They needed a boundary, and the captain has provided it.
Yeah, the over after the power play is normally a quiet one. This one is already gone for 9, just too wide from Nell Smith. Just threw his hands out, got enough back on it to evade the wicketkeeper. Gets a crucial boundary to Silva.
An exclamation mark on the over. Productive 13 from it. The captain is going 4-4 for 3. Most productive over coming outside of the power play. And here's where I was mentioning why I thought Josh might have opened the batting in that first one. He's a batter that needs time to get going, to get into rhythm. And if he's going to play, I suspect he needs to be at the top of the order. But your thoughts on it, Shakira Salman, in terms of his promotion to the top of the order here?
Yeah, he has opened the batting on a number of occasions. When he's played T20s, opened the batting for St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots when he was with them. My question though would be, do you want a batter to take time in the power play, or do you want to capitalize on that power play phase? He was 11 off 11 at the end of that power play. Is that enough for you? And do you think he can make up enough at the back end of the innings to get you to a respectable total? He's just struck 2 boundaries, and some may argue that's because of the time he spent at the wicket. But he'll really have to do a lot more to see Kevin Sinclair coming to the attack. Just sent them 2 overs yesterday. One of the players in this side with international experience.
I'm happy you kept going because I was hoping that you weren't actually asking me that question, putting me on the spot. I'm not the coach. Sinclair, no. But it is a valid question in terms of that value factor outside of the power play that he brings. Is it enough value to justify this type of a move? This time they get this single. And then the question surrounds whether or not he becomes that anchor player that, yes, gets you boundaries, rotates that strike and everybody bats around him. Is that their method of getting towards that 180? Because everybody's thinking, okay, we're looking 170, we're looking 180, but we're all using different methods to get to that. So is that a part of the conversation in terms of, okay, based on our resources, this is how we can get there? Don't need to go as hard in the opening, or at least not both going hard.
on. Somebody get run out. Lucy, keep on. Good work, Carlo.
But also given the fact that he's not necessarily most explosive even in that middle phase, because I'm thinking more so of 4s and 6s, it also presents a chance setting the right field that you can still limit his ability in these middle overs as well to hit those boundaries that you're thinking that once he spends time in the game that he will get for you.
Don't change anything, Kali.
Yeah, it certainly does present the opportunity for a captain to continue to be aggressive outside of that power play phase and perhaps bring an extra fielder in the circle for someone like a Joshua De Silva and stop him from getting those easy singles. Some captains may think the longer he's there, the better for them.
Oh yeah, one alone, you're alone. Good work, Carlo. Good work, Carlo.
8 gone, 47 for 3.
It's over.
That projected score, they're hoping to get themselves around that 167 mark. Don't forget 165 is what they got last night when they played versus the Barbados Pelicans. Well, it's time for some spin, some leg spin at that. And it's going to be Latif into the attack now. Oh, none of them are Latif. Maybe they might want to be Latif.
Stop it.
Was the only leg spinner that didn't pick up a wicket in yesterday's proceedings. He would want to rewrite that script and add his name to that wicket column.
Stop yourself. Effort. That's okay.
Yeah, he was also the only leg spinner that bowled from this end with control. Sent down 4 overs for 25 runs. We saw Darryl Cyrus bowl 2 overs from this end, and it cost him 27.
That's it.
Of course, he ended up with figures of 4 for 37 in the end. So I thought yesterday he bowled with lots of control. It is a challenge bowling to right-handers from this end, hitting with the wind. Could this maybe present an opportunity for Joshua De Silva?
Keep going, young Latif. Keep going, young Latif, boy. Oh yeah, one boy, one. Good bowling, Latif. Good bowling, Latif. Back up. That's it. Good work, Smitty. Good work, Smitty. Keep going, Latif. Keep going, Latif. Under no pressure here, boy. Keep going. Keep going.
Matchup favoring the left-handed Badassi, but does he take on the matchup into the wind? Protection on that leg side.
One.
Pushes one, can maybe think two.
Easy, back up. Oh yes, boy. Good bowling, Latif. Good bowling, Latif.
Interesting that.
Keep moving around. Keep moving
Before
around.
we get to that single brings up the 50. And now you say 50. I was going to talk about the 50 dot balls that they had yesterday.
Keep going,
Oh, look at life just helping me.
Stop it. Good boy.
Brilliant. Oh, yes, young man. More of that.
Keep bowling, youngster. Keep bowling, Sonny.
Yeah, that's another area that they would have wanted to work on in this game, reducing that dot ball percentage. Oh, De Silva. A bit of gold. 9 overs gone, 56 for 3. Another partnership building here for Trinidad and Tobago Legions. They will need this and need it to carry on as well. And we go back to just quickly mentioning that with spending time, he gets through the innings. We're thinking fours. De Silva said no. I'm going 6. Just fractionally short, but gets himself quickly into a good position to play that.
Work.
That line, that is what hurt Sinclair on that occasion, and that is what helped the Legions.
Yeah, so 10 runs now for the last 2 deliveries. Perhaps swinging the momentum into the favor of the Legions. Sinclair looking to angle the ball into the left-handed Bidesi. Gets 2 straight on this occasion. Yeah, he tickles it fine past Nell Smith. A short fine.
They see you running right down the middle. Yes, right down the middle.
Quietly, he's got himself to 27 from 17, De Silva. And this is where I go back to mentioning, this is kind of what I saw in those T10s and T20 games that he played. T10 obviously naturally forced himself to go a bit earlier. But this could turn out to be a knock and a half from De Silva. Should he be able to carry on? Because I go back to mentioning the position that he got himself into when he hit that 6. From being a quality batter, from being experienced in batting against spin as well, got himself into that position. Not many batters would have transferred that weight as quickly as he would have done.
Yeah, what he did so well on that occasion is clear that front leg so that he could allow those hands to get through. Pick the length really early as well.
How is that? How much turn was that? That was the question. Looks as if it did something there. Oh, not as much as I thought. Sorry. So interesting that when you play inside the line, Shakira, the optics make you seem that it was a ripper. A lot of yeses and a very loud no. Halfway stage, 62 for 3, and time for drinks.
62 for 3 at the halfway stage. There were 31 for 3 at one stage, and Captain Joshua Da Silva, who's come up the order and opened the innings, providing that bit of impetus. He's batted smartly with good intent thus far in the first half of the innings. Right, the season of West Indies cricket begins. Get ready for the West Indies home full of energy series. West Indies taking on Australia in a historic summer of cricket, with games taking place in Barbados, Grenada and Jamaica starting June 25th. First time in 5 years that Australia returned to the Caribbean. You can head over to windiescricket.com. Kids and seniors have a discount. If you're under 16, you go free to all test matches. Make sure you get your tickets early for the home series. Da Silva will be pivotal, Samuel Badri, in the next 10. What I'm interested in seeing is the approach now from the Trinidad batting lineup. Given that we've seen the power they possess last night, the depth that they have, when do they decide it's time to maybe go up a few gears and up the intensity?
Yeah, you're right. We look at his first-class season, what he did recently in the domestic T20 tournament here in Trinidad. He scored a wonderful century in that at the top of the order. So he understands how he can pace his game, pace his innings. But they also saw, as you so rightly mentioned, the power that they have at the back end. And sometimes that can prompt you to go in a little bit earlier than you really ought to. So it's finding that right balance and timing in terms of the acceleration.
Nashmid Ned back into the attack. Seemed like he delivered that from way behind the crease. Well, my eyes could be deceiving me.
Good work. Keep going, go Carlo. Fine.
Yeah, we spoke about the dew last night. It seems to be a long delivery, something that Mark Watt in international cricket does quite often.
No, you good.
Just to change things up. So lots of ways in which you can vary your line and your length.
There was something on that. How often after a break do we see a wicket falling? Ned again with the strike.
Yeah, timely one for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. It would have been a wide had he missed it completely. Instead, he got a tickle through to the wicket keeper. Good take from Kemal Savory. Yeah, the celebration. Yeah, Navin Bidesi goes for 11, 63 for 4.
Work, Latif, keep going. Keep going, Ned.
Jid Guli, who a night ago was in a similar position, got his tournament off to a decent start. 38 off 27. Came in when they were 59 for 4 in the 10th over. Now they're 63 for 4 in the 11th. So he'll want to mimic a similar tempo to which he batted with 24 hours ago.
One. You alone. Got it easy. Ready, we got up going.
Yeah, it's a familiar story for the Legions. 31 for 3 tonight. 26 for 3 last night. And then your lower order having to dig you out. Not every game that's going to happen. Jid Guli would love for that to be repeated. And Joshua Da Silva very well set. 29 from 19. They have some depth in their batting, but quite a lot of overs to go.
Carlo. Good bowling.
He's not someone who can
Keep going.
necessarily come in consistently in the middle, as he batted last night, Joshua Da Silva that is, and get going immediately. He decided to go to the top of the order tonight so he can get off to a start in the power play, and whilst he's set, he can rotate the strike a bit more through the middle.
One. No, you're right. Easy. Easy. Go, that's okay. That's okay, boys. Keep going. One.
Latif went for 9 and was hit for that 6 by Da Silva.
Keep going here, boys.
From
Keep
the
going
other
here,
end.
boys.
Haven't seen Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, only the 1 over from Niall Smith. Where's Savory thinking for his next over?
One alone.
One of those rush deliveries from Ned, but he will be happy with his spell tonight. 3 of those overs in the power play, 2 for 25, 66 for 4. Of the options used by Kimo Savory tonight. Only use the 5 options, so you have to go back to Niall Smith if no one else is introduced. And sticking with the requirements for your wrist spinner in this tournament, Latif continuing.
Keep going, Latif.
Has to bowl 3 of the 4 overs in 3 of the 5 games that he plays.
Good work. Keep going.
Yeah, and under pressure because he's bowling to a left-hander, and the left-hander is hitting leg side with the wind, even though it's quite mild at the moment. And this is what he will try to do. He has protection there, so just a single. So the line with which he approaches this innings will be very important, as well as the length and how he makes the adjustment from right-handed batter to left-handed batter.
Keep going here, boys.
And remember, Da Silva pulled him for 6 when he bowled his last over, so he'll have that at the back of his mind, but also understand the importance of his length.
Good. Bowling Latif.
I wonder if he, given what we saw from Gooley, first delivery of the over, can he tempt Gooley? Because maybe Gooley feels this is his matchup. They still want to get to something competitive. And maybe he feels he's going to take him on, hitting with the wind.
Loving it here, Latif.
Yeah, there's only one direction Gooley is looking at. Can he change his line? Yeah, much better line and length. As a leg spinner, that's something that you talk about quite often to the left-handed batter, that you want them to cut the ball just like Jid Gooley did there. Can he repeat that, or can Gooley make an adjustment expecting a similar line and length?
Keep going, Latif.
Good matchup here.
He does take him on, and he's connected well. Jid Gooley, he's got power.
Remember.
Along with his ability.
Yeah, he couldn't repeat the previous delivery, neither the line nor the length. Fuller and straighter and dispatched. This is what Jid Gooley is hoping for, that you come close to him. We saw his power last night, we're seeing it again tonight. And that's a monstrous blow.
This is the evolution of modern day T20 batting. Even when teams are 3 and 4 down, they understand the need to have to get to competitive totals. So when the opportunity presents itself, take it. Good from Gooley, but the job is far from over.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When you think that a new batter would come and look to take a couple deliveries to get set, it's not the case in the contemporary game. They're going after the matchups immediately. Goes again, gets it again. Low full toss, there'll be a boundary check just to confirm whether or not it went for 4 or for 6. But either way, it's a good result for Jed Gully and the Trinidad and Tobago Legions. The matchup, the positive matchup for the batter working in his favor. Is it flush on the rope? It seems to be that way. Usually though, the rule of thumb is if the ball goes over the boundary, it might have bounced before. If it comes back into the field, it would be 6. It's signal 6 now. And so consecutive 6s to end that over. 14 runs coming from it. 80 for 4 after 12. Yeah, that first one was monstrous in the slot and duly dispatched. And then a low full toss. He did well, Dooley, to get that ball all the way down there. And such is the power of the young man.
Missing leg. But good from Gully and De Silva, because now Savory is under some pressure. He's only used 5 options. Now Smith has only bowled 1 over. Latif has only bowled 2. It definitely carried to Ned on that backward square boundary. But De Silva's made up his mind that he will take on his matchup of the off spinner.
And how costly will that be? They needed a wicket opportunity provided by Kevin Sinclair, and his fellow spinner not able to hold on. Charging in, but in the end got there comfortably.
3 deep on the leg side with a deep cover and deep long off.
Oh, stop it, stop it! Good work, good work, good work. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, who does he go to? Is he going back to Smith, or is he going to introduce Ali Mohammed, or maybe even Quinton Sampson, who we haven't seen yet?
Stop it, 1-1-1, good bowling, good bowling.
"21 times a team has set 160 plus in T20 cricket here. Only 6 times has it been chased. 10 and over gets them to 155.
Dre, got the rug?
Maybe a sign of some due formation. Sinclair threw the ball to the point fielder to get it dried by the towel. It's been very intelligent batting from the Trinidad and Tobago Legion skipper.
He allowed Jed Gully to take on the leg spinner, and he's taking on the off spinner, right-left combination, so one of them is always hitting towards that side of the field. And once Kevin Sinclair comes anywhere close to him in that straight line, that is more often than not going to be the result. Perhaps he can think about going round the wicket and sliding it across the right-hander, forcing him to cut. He's batting on that middle and off guard. Goes again. Does he get enough? Just enough. Just over the fielder there in the deep. So back-to-back 6s for Joshua De Silva. 94 for 4.
Four 6s in the last 2 overs has helped increase that scoring rate. Now 160 is on the cards, 10 and over from here. and has forced the hand of Kimo Savory, who's had to go to a 6th bowling option in Quinton Sampson. Did well yesterday, hitting the pitch, taking pace off the ball, couple of overs for 12. Starts with a wide. Amazing how the game has evolved. 3 down so often in the past. You lose 3 wickets in the power play, teams will be finished. Now, even at this level, the regional level, teams have enough power and depth to get back into the game. Not exactly the area he would have wanted to hit the ball, Gooley, but he'll take the boundary.
Yeah, that's a risky line, isn't it? With pace on, the 3rd in the circle, there's always the possibility of something like this happening, inadvertently or not. Very wide splices past the outer edge and goes down for 4. And that prompts a change in the field now. Short 3rd goes to deep.
Deep 3rd, deep point, long off. Another edge behind. I'm looking at that long off fielder. If he nails his wide Yorker, Quinton Sampson, the guy with the angle, Gooley shouldn't be able to hit it to long off. So maybe he could have another fielder in front square on the offside instead of the long off. But I do understand why, giving him some margin of error, he would want to have that man if he's going to bowl that fuller length. Jed Gooley will be very pleased. He loves this venue, lives 15 minutes away, grew up in Orapooch, a couple of first-class hundreds here. This was last night.
Yeah, brute force from the southpaw, offside, leg side. And that partnership with James was the one that really changed the complexion of the match. And tonight, well, he's looking in sublime form again, 21 of 12.
Right-handed to Silva on strike. So what is the feel that Sampson wants? You think he'll be straight, whether it be Yorker straight or pace off and straight. He will be looking to force the Silva hit into the wind. He's got his deep mid-wicket and long on. He's actually got 2 men deep on the offside boundary, deep point and deep 3rd. Doesn't carry. Seeing that knock from Gooley last night, Sam, what impresses me throughout the 2 days, yesterday he came in, him and James were brand new to the crease. He was 17 off 16, leading up to the 15th over, and then went. Tonight, understanding that De Silva was there, was set, and saw an opportunity to score, and took it against the leg spinner of Latif. So he can, showing you that he can do both roles.
Yeah, that's what you want. In T20 cricket, there's always an element of risk or a gamble that has to take place, but it has to be calculated. Tonight, he calculated the positive matchup in his favor, and he was able to take down the leg spinner. So I suppose that's something that you talk about in the change room. If you feel that you have the measure of a bowler, by all means, go after him. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. 14 runs in each of the previous 2 overs. 8 runs in this one. So it's been a healthy last few overs for the Legions, 102 for 4.
Still close, but better.
Highest partnership of the innings, but it's been the authority with which it's come at. quick time, 23 deliveries for the 39, and they'll be hoping it continues to flourish and build a platform for the likes of James, who we saw hit 4 sixes last night, as well as Mikel Govaya, who's capable with bat in hand. Going back to Niall Smith.
Yeah, they'll be very cognizant of what transpired last night, that last 3 overs that were very expensive. What adjustments can they make tonight?
That's okay. Keep going.
Yeah, that's a good length. We've seen Nikhil in game 1 and 2 match. They won the length. That was quite successful. Yuan Lane in that 6 to 8 meter length hit the deck sort of bowler. It has proven to be an area that the fast bowlers can target, especially in the middle and the back end of the innings, to restrict the batters. And then, of course, with your wide plan, if you have one for the batters hitting into the direction you want them to hit, you're eyeing up a half century. But look at the strike rate to go with it. That's impressive. Taking the mantle of responsibility tonight to go up the order, and it has reaped rich dividends.
Yeah, just thinking about last night and what the Pelicans did. Naeem Young and Ramon Simmons. Naeem Young acknowledged after the game, they didn't use the pitch enough. They tried Yorker, went Yorker, but you look at even today, when Penny Feather and Elroy Francis went into the pitch, ball was much tougher to hit. So we'll see tonight if the Rangers have learned from even them yesterday against the Windward Islands. Will Smith and, well, then it was Ali Mohammed, maybe Ajadia Blades, go into the pitch? I want to know if they go Sampson again or do they go back to Latif. Still need to make up 1 over.
It'll be risky to bring Latif from that end if Gully is still out there. So they might just hedge their bets on him getting out and bringing him back if they get a wicket further or deeper into the innings. But yeah, you're right. It's a decision that has to be made.
Remember, folks, for those new to the tournament, if your leg spinner plays in 3 of the 5 games, he has to bowl 75% of his overs, which would mean that if they want to use Latif as one of those 3, he needs to come back again. You've seen similar happen with Darryl Cyrus. They changed ends. Today, Tamari Redwood also changed ends and was better. The issue for him is that he's got a left and right-hander to bowl at. He's hit it so well, I thought it almost carried to the fielder, but gets it wide of him, and I think we'll check this as well.
Yeah, just to the left of Sukwa, who was tracking in. The pace of the delivery, just utilizing it well, Jid Guli. And we'll have a boundary check. Yeah, they needed that in the over. It was a quiet over until that point. Yeah, well away from Sukwa, landing just inside. So it will be a 4. Yeah, confirmation there from the umpire. But a timely boundary for Jid Guli and the Legions.
I know it's a huge risk, Sam, but I'm assuming they want to have this as one of the games where they use Latif for the 3. When do you bring him back? How long do you hold him?
Yeah, that's an important caveat there. They have to bowl him in those 75%, as you mentioned, in 3 of the 5 matches. So they don't necessarily have to use him in this match, even though he's playing to bowl those 3 overs. But they're just hoping that the left-hander gets dismissed, and if he does, then they can bring him in immediately. If not, potentially a little bit later on. And then if he's still there, maybe not altogether, and use him in another 2 matches.
There's that change of pace and into the pitch again. 110 for 4 after 15.
On set, or rather set for what could be the biggest total that we've seen so far of this T20 Breakout League. Sampson to continue, and pressure on into the last 5. This is the business end here for the Legions, and they've got a by far better platform than what they had when they played here last night versus the Pelicans. Here's a look at that field. De Silva marches on. Top of the order tonight, and he's done the job thus far for his side. Goalie's certainly done what he did versus the Pelicans. Carlos Brathwaite alongside of me and sitting in a little chill area. He was impressed with what he's seeing out there in the middle. And you can tell them about that now, Carlos.
Yeah, really happy with Joshua De Silva so far, 48 from 30. And you talk about the importance of a slip and a slide. And this is when we start to see the pressure telling, not only on the bowlers, but on the fielders. Kevin Anderson, experienced cricketer. And you want to do a lot better. Just taking his eyes off of it, there's enough for it to trickle through for 4. That brings up the 50-run partnership between these two. 31 balls, so good time.
Catches the cry. But it falls well short, and they're able to get 2 good running by De Silva. That is another feature that he brings. We were looking to discuss running in that game number 1 of today, Carlos. And this is what De Silva has done. Because of that, this partnership has blossomed for them. That conversation in terms of the dot balls comes up again, just 10. They had 50 last night when they looked across the course of their innings. Obviously, this is just about the partnership here, but that in itself tells the story of what they've done and what they've done better tonight.
Yeah, and I was about to say before Kevin Anderson let it slip through, the value of having someone in the top 3 go deep. We saw it with Alec Athanaze, we're now seeing it with Josh De Silva. Trinidad ended up winning that first game last night, and they got to a decent score through for 59 off the last 3 overs. That won't happen every game. But if you compare where they are at 15 overs in that game, 89 for 6, where they are now, 118 for 4, this is a better platform. And it's because of that man, Josh De Silva. Now, that's the first time he's pulled out the ramp. And it is time to get a little funky if you need to. Not the best execution, a little bit of a smile. You could all see the funny side, but it's been a testament to his experience and the way he's gone about his play. He's not the biggest 6-hitter, but he's chosen when to target that side with the wind. They've played very smart together, right-hand, left-hand combination. They've attacked the bowling, whether pace or spin, using that side with the wind.
Feels as if he missed out there, did goalie. 16 gone, 119 for 4. approaching a 50 to Silva, but a bigger conversation is that last 24 balls that they have to face. How many of those balls can they maximize? You're looking at 24. If you count 24 balls, Carlos, how many sixes do you want out of those 24? I know you want 24, but how many realistically are you looking at, Carlos?
No, I'd probably look for 20 and get a single off the last ball each over. I think realistically with left hand, right hand, a lot of power in the hut. If they can get 4 to 5 sixes, that's a 6 and over from here on in. And the conversation of Josh Da Silva potentially even being retired, I mean, he's batting well. But as a team, would you prefer to bat the duration of your 20 overs without having your Johan Lane, McKenny Clark, and the last game's hero, Josh James, batting overs? How can you best maximize the last 4 overs? So nothing against Josh Da Silva's skill set or innings so far, but how can you best maximize the last 4? So if there were a decision to strategically retire him, I could see the reasoning behind it.
Well, he's coming at a pressure zone here, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. At the back end of the innings, needs to execute against guys who've spent time out there in the middle. You understand the tactics from him. You look at the field that's set. Just getting a bit too wide on that occasion.
Very difficult to bowl your first over in the 17th over as well. Batters are going set on 34 and 48.
A statement made by the captain. Oh, he has skippered from the front, and he has skippered with excellence and class. 50 for Joshua Da Silva.
Off 32 balls. It's been a good knock so far. And he's put Ronaldo Ali Mohammed under tremendous pressure. He's changed his...
Tries to back it up, and it will take some catching. Oh my. Nearly almost, but not there. Da Silva carries on.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed forced to change his angle. And we've seen persons use this wide plan and force batters to hit into the wind to that side, west as we look from our viewpoint. And that's what Ali Mohammed did, but what a shot. Timing, class, poise, power.
Does it again. Oh, Da Silva. Captain, fantastic tonight. All eyes are on you.
Mr. Da Silva, I apologize. He's stepped up the ante in this over. 6-2-6. In between the 2 sixes, bit of a half chance, if you can call it that. Field spread far and wide, not getting a hand onto it. But Da Silva is in go mode.
Carlos asked about retire. Oh, but Da Silva is on fire. He says, I am here, and I can hit sixes, and I can hit them far.
This is power hitting of the highest order from Josh Da Silva. He's getting into such a good base, giving himself the best platform to swing. And he's timing the ball nicely. It's impressive.
Back over the wicket. Catches the cry. This time it is caught, but you would have to say that damage is done. A celebration from Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, but I think claps more so go towards Da Silva.
Short and wide spoke about forcing batters to hit to that side, into the breeze. Poached by Kevin Sinclair. But a tremendous knock leading from the front. Joshua De Silva, 68 from 36 balls, putting his team in a fantastic position. 140 for 5 to Trinidad and Tobago Legions.
Joshua James, the man they call JJ, not the jet plane though, but out in the middle. And you look at that 39, that was last night. And that was in an absolute hurry. Look at that strike rate. If you feared De Silva, I promise you, you're shaking in your boots at Josh James. And he decides to let it go. What an exciting over that was. 17 gone, 140 for 5. Some tall towers there in the back end. De Silva, a big part of that. Tonight he was Bob the Builder. Can they keep building is the question. Oh, wow. Bang, bang, Gooley. Oh, you beauty.
This is special, special striking. So much to love about that pure bat swing. Good base, good head position, composure, and all done with a smile. Jed Gooley backing up a big performance last night. And Joshua De Silva backing up a good start. Bang, 1-6, bang, another. And there was still another one to go. 3 sixes in the over. Went from 50 off 32 balls to 68 off 35.
And that moment that he perished, the job done by him. Wonder what Carlos Brathwaite is thinking. Conversations surrounding his ability to keep going, to up the ante. And he did just that.
Yeah, I think he did his job. I just think with Joshua De Silva and the conversation that we had before the over, how do you maximize those 24 balls? Now, if he'd batted those 6 balls and swung and missed, then yes, it would have been justified if he'd retired him, but he didn't. He made good contact. He proved why it's valuable to be there for a prolonged period of time, the ability to add that impetus to the innings, and he did his job. He was very selfless as well. He could have batted for 50 and pushed 2 balls into the offside, get 2 singles and raise his bat. But he went into the win for the first 6. And then he continued to try to take Ali Mohammed all the way down. So it was a fantastic knock with the culmination in that over, with a bit of impetus that Jed Gooley's continued this over. We don't always get it right, Joel. And before the over, that was the thought. Hindsight is 20/20. And I'm glad he wasn't retired.
I'm glad indeed, because we got a chance to see a different version of him. And I go back to mentioning a few of the T10 and T20 competitions that I saw him play here in Trinidad. And it was something like this, whereby he batted at the top of the order. And yes, occasionally took some time, but he needed time to get himself in but because of the range of shots that he has, because of the type of positions that he gets himself into, especially versus the spin, you knew that coming into the middle phase of the innings, he could do exactly that. And then with time out there, having understood the pace of the surface, capitalizing on a misfield or two, he was able to up the ante. And it's true, you never potentially said, hey, it would be that, but we're happy that it was that.
Yeah, and what you don't see in that knock is the cricket smarts that he exhibited. Really targeted one side, allowed Jed Gooley in partnership with him to target the other end.
More runs for Gooley, more runs for the Legions. Listen to the crowd, listen to the noise. They've come to see a show.
Yeah, it's good execution from Sampson, if we're being honest. And Gooley doing what you should do as a batter at this phase, getting back on ball. Probably not the area he wanted it, but definitely the result. If you're looking at 45 from 26, batting at number 6, this is tremendous. Strike rate of 173.
Does he fall short of that 50? Oh, he has a chance to keep going. The crowd love it. Trinidad and Tobago loves it. 12 balls to go, 154 for 5. Looking at those partnerships, you thought maybe at the start of it, it might be similar to last night. It is by far better than last night in terms of the position that they're at now with 12 balls to go. All thanks to that De Silva-Badassi partnership. All thanks to De Silva and Gooley. And now James and Gooley building something here. James on strike. It's Blades back now. Goes pace off, and oh, they can't believe it. Given a wide, but execution, Carlos, you would have to say it was good there.
Yeah, as a skipper, happy with that. You want to bowl it wide. Look at James losing all of his shape, threw the shot way too early. That puts something in his mind for the next ball. How do you follow it up now? You still haven't bowled a legal delivery. You've gone pace off. You've gone into the wicket. What are your options? How can you execute?
Two balls of the battle, you would say, have been won by Blades. The question, though, is the war. The war is this over, the penultimate, the 19th.
And there's a lot of momentum coming into this over. 45 runs in the last 3.1 overs, so the band has been struck up and they're moving, they're flowing, they're well and truly in gear, the Legions. And Blades will want to stymie that flow.
James gets a bat onto it, and they can probably look two into some space and they're offside.
Hold it, hold it. Good work.
Gooley wants strike. His blood is pumping. He's in form. He's striking it beautifully. Started the game. Walked past him and said, I like the form that you're in. He said, I'm trying. This is better than trying, Jed Gooley. This is better than trying. Three balls of the battle belong to Blades. Straight back. Does he have enough on it? No. But what it does is that it brings Gooley on to strike. Matchup, you would say, favoring Gooley in terms of left arm over the wicket. Gooley thinking, straight down the ground or towards cow corner, but what will the field set suggest? 47 from 27. It's been a whirlwind, it's been a blitz, but the Legions want more. 3 out deep in the leg side. Does he keep going pace off? Does he go pace on? He's asking the man at deep backward square leg to come around a bit. No real baton to that one, but he actually had protection down in that area. So once again, you would say that he's executing, Carlos. You tell me.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, and you'd probably be happy with the last couple of deliveries. You don't want to be bowling too many balls to the same batter. Sometimes in the death, a single is as good or better than a dot. You bowl 2 or 3 balls to Josh James back to back, you get 2 dots and you go for a 6. Then he's in the ascendancy. You bowl 2 dots and get him off strike, then you get a single from Gooley again.
Should be called a wide. You're looking now at 6 runs in the over, but you would take that. The 2 wides in it, you take that with everything else.
Yeah, 6 runs in the over, but 4 balls bowled, and there hasn't been any rhythm given to the batters. There's not been anyone middling the ball. There's not been anyone creaking the neck to see how far back in the stands a 6 is gone. So whilst you're running up the tally of 6 in the over, you still have to think that Blades is in the ascendancy with 2 balls to go.
Might go just past them, yes. They will still take that 2 in the context of the game, in the context of what has happened before the start of this over. 8 runs in it. 1 ball to go now.
Yeah, one thing I've loved in this over so far from Blades is the commitment to the plan. And he's hit a similar length into the wicket, forcing the batters to hit to that big side. James has swung and missed on a couple of occasions. A few have been urged just a little bit too wide and have been called just that. But they haven't been able to catch a hold of him up until now. He needs to finish. It's a massive ball in the grand scheme of things.
Closes out the war. A blow struck by Blades. 8 runs in that penultimate over. 162 for 5. How much will that penultimate over matter in the context of this game? Look at the building blocks for the Legions. Look at where it was trending. 8 runs in the 19th. How much will that matter? Can they finish this now in the 20th? They will take 8. They will take 9. There's even a consideration for 10. But they want to go less than that. Nell Smith, the man tasked with the responsibility. Carlos Brathwaite, what are you thinking here in this last one? Gooley on strike, what are you thinking if you're Smith?
Well, you've just seen into the wicket, pace off work quite well in the penultimate over. I think that will be my go-to. He has 2 men deep on the offside, 2 men on the leg side at long on and deep mid-wicket.
Full and fast. And just 1. Good start to the final over.
But he does back his Yorker. He's executed it well last night and did it again there for that first ball. James hasn't really been able to get back on ball the way he would like, the way he did yesterday. But 5 balls can change it. 5 sixes are 30 runs, that's 103. That's more than a winning total. So what has happened already is not necessarily an indicator of what is about to come. 5 very important balls in this contest. You think at 163 for 5. The stats at this ground say that that should be enough.
Unlucky, you would say. Pace on, though. And that has hurt them on that occasion. That's 5 now.
Yeah, mighty swing from James. You know what happens when he gets hold of it. Albeit off the edge. Flying well over Savory, the keeper. But they've decided to go wide plan, even with the wind going in that direction. So there's a deep point in play. There's a short third and a short gully, you call it. 3 men on the leg side. 2 deep, long on, and deep mid-wicket. Man at short fine leg. So they're trying to go wide.
It's interesting. The consideration was whether or not he might opt for pace off into the surface. We've seen pace on every occasion. Pace on full, pace on short. Obviously in trouble when you think pace on short for the right-handed batter with the 2 men inside the circle behind square. Does he go pace on again for goalie? It's copy and paste in terms of the field behind square on the offside for goalie. It's gone up. And it comes down in the hands. Goalie falls short of 50. But when you look at 49 off of 29, his job for the Legions has been done tonight as well. Just a bit of a conversation. The guards there, whether or not we'll check the front foot. Yes. Oh, wow. Oh. What is the umpire saying here? Oh, what is he saying? Where is first impact? Where does that land, Niall Smith? By a matter of oomphs. What is the umpire upstairs thinking? I wouldn't want to be in his shoes tonight. I might not want to be in Niall Smith's shoes either, depending on this call. Decision coming. And that decision is out just by a matter of whiskers. Carlos Brathwaite. So goalie's job tonight is done and dusted, but what a job it has been. 49 from 30, 168 for 6. Does he get it up and over? Oh, McKenny. Started last night, first ball 6, tonight first ball 4. A fearless young man he is. Yeah, they love it. They love the Kenny.
The audacity. Just come in, there's 2 men behind, and I'll just ramp it over them. He has been paced on for the entire over, now Smith. So it's good awareness. It's good awareness to have an idea of what's coming. Good skill to find a solution for it, and good execution to maximize it.
Dot ball to end. Oh, they're scampering. Misses. That could be big. That is awareness. Add one more to the total. What an innings this has turned out to be. From a position of 31 for 3, they found themselves up even more than last night. 173 for 6, the Legions. Carlison processing and thinking about this innings. What about it impressed you? Why are they here now?
Joshua Da Silva leading from the front as skipper. We always talk about one player going big, going deep. He did that, and then he accelerated as well. He built partnerships, one with Jed Gooley, one with Badesi, and then Jed Gooley. 49 from 30. You need the 68 from 36 from Da Silva. You also need the 49 from 30. It's been a fantastic display of batting, batsmanship, and teamwork in partnership. 173 for 6, all told after 20. And speaking about partnerships, 2 important partnerships, 32 off 28 in a bit of a rebuild. Da Silva and Badesi, and then Da Silva and Jed Gooley building on it, 77 off 41.
Yeah, look at the bowling for the Rainforest Rangers. It started well for them, but look towards the bottom of that table, mid as well in terms of economy rates. They have jumped up, and it tells you about what Da Silva's done. It tells you what Jed Gooley has done as well. Nikhil, he's downstairs. Nikhil, talk to us. Who do you have?
49 tonight. You got runs last night, and you've got a couple of first-class hundreds at this ground. What is it about this Brian Lara Cricket Academy that brings the best out of you?
Firstly, thanks to the Almighty for another day. It's a hometown, so score my first century here is a pleasure. Doing it in front of the South crowd and the whole of Trinidad is a pleasure to do it. Yeah, for the past couple of months, I've done a lot of work on my batting, on my all-round game, so it actually paying off tonight.
We've seen 2 different methods in 2 nights in terms of the way you batted. Take us through your approach tonight.
To me, I just wanted to express myself. You know, I play matchups. You know, the leg spinner came on the bottom end, so I tried to take him down. You know, some balls was in my area, so I went and played my natural game, and it worked out for me tonight.
Tell me about the work you've done. What have you focused on in your preparation to get you ready for this Breakout League?
I think more balance. I think before, you know, head moving too much, you know, body out of line a little bit. So I was working with my dad. Thankful for him for guiding me through there, and it paid off in the end.
Lastly, 172, given the conditions and what you've seen from the surface, how competitive?
It's a very good total. With our bowling attack is pretty strong, so that's for the guys to go, they put the balls in the right areas and come out victorious tonight.
Well done today. Again, all the best.
Thank you very much.
Well, that target is going to be the biggest of the Breakout League so far. 174 needed for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. We take a break here, and when we come back, we hope to have an exciting chase right here for you.
Yeah, what an innings we saw from the home team, the Trinidad and Tobago Legions. Welcome back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They're up against the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. They had a little bit of a struggle in the power play for the second night in succession, 31 for 3, but Joshua De Silva promoting himself to open the batting, half century for him, 68 from 36 deliveries, but Jid Gooley once again quite electric at the end, 49 from 30. He gave himself some time at the start of his innings, played some exquisite strokes. Both sides of the wicket really took a liking to anything that was short. 6 sixes in the innings. And just the way he was able to pace his innings showed the value of giving yourself time in this format. Wonderful innings from the Legion's captain. Yeah, the partnership so important throughout the innings. They had quite a few, Bidesi and De Silva 32, but that's 77 of 41 from Gooley and De Silva. And then a quick fire 28 from 19, James and Gooley once again. The Rainforest Rangers, one expensive over from Ali Mohammed, 2 wickets for Blades, 2 wickets for Ned, who was quite good, a wicket for Smith. 76 for 2 is what the Legions got last night. They did a good job again tonight. The Rainforest Rangers, they need 174 to win, 120 deliveries, so it will take some getting for them to register their first win of the tournament. Yeah, quite a healthy crowd in tonight, Saturday night here. And the home team playing, lots of exciting talent on show, so they've come to give their support. Generally a cricket-loving public here in the southern part of the country. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy located at Taruba. Yeah, lots of fans come in to support their friends, their family members, and to see the next crop of future stars, all different ages. Yeah. Is that a statue? Let's keep the frame on. Oh, yeah, I couldn't hold it any longer. And he's a very good friend of the manager of the Trinidad and Tobago Legions team, Omar Khan. That's one of his really good friends. Yeah, it's really nice to see them coming out. And it's for them even better to see their team performing. Last night they had a comprehensive win. Tonight again, a very good score on the board, 173. And it will in many ways dictate to the Guyana Rainforest Rangers the way they approach their innings. Shakira Salmons, sometimes when you have a score such as this, there is a certain way you have to approach your innings, and that might be a good thing.
Yeah, certainly they'll need more intensity from the start, and they'll look to Rivaldo Clark for more intensity. He scored 4 from 10 deliveries last game. Didn't really seem as though he was looking to hit boundaries early on in that power play phase, and he is a capable batter. They will need a good power play, I think, but they'll also need someone to do what Joshua De Silva did, someone to bat through the innings. We saw that collapse in that last game after there were 120 for 1 chasing just 165. Today they have to chase more, so they'll definitely need someone to bat through the innings and really guide them towards this total. But they need a win. Just 2 points so far in this competition. Before the start of this game, they need a win. You don't want to lose 2 games at the start of a tournament, which is so short, because then you're chasing the 8 ball, and it's very difficult then to qualify for that final.
Yeah, and it's only the top 3 teams that go on to the next round in a competition with 6 teams, so you have to, as you're alluding to, get your points quite early just to ease the nerves, the anxieties. Adrian Sukwa, he was quite good in the opening game yesterday. He might just feel a little bit responsible in a sense for the defeat, having been very well set. And one of the learnings is that when you get yourself in that position is to make sure you get your team over the line. Clark was good up front.
yesterday, picked up a wicket. Another opportunity for him to show what he can do. The fast bowling last night, Yuan Lin from the other end. Wow, how good was he? 7 runs in 4 overs, 2 wickets to go with that. A maiden in that. So in partnership, they were good. He'll have to expect that the batters will be coming after him. They need, as you mentioned, a good start, boundaries up front. So we can expect something exciting one way or the other. First ball off the chase. Once the single sent back.
There we go, boys. Gotta run out here, fellas.
Also factor in the dew, it was quite heavy last night. We saw in the first innings it was already performing.
Straight to me, Clarky. Keep going.
So it would favor the chasing team. But what we saw from the opening game for the Rainforest Rangers was that scoreboard pressure was too much for them. What did they learn from that?
The Legions, though, will be happy that they have quality fast bowlers in this lineup. It means then they're not solely dependent on the spinners. Spinners who will struggle with that dew factor.
Leeward don't have the balls in the last game, yeah? Leeward don't plenty balls in the last game.
Kids laid on to the bat a bit more for these batters. I'm looking forward to see Sukwa again, to see how he can follow up that half century. Started slowly in that first game. Then he pushed on. Ran well between the wickets. Then he was able to hit a few boundaries as well.
Yeah, down the leg side, well taken by Amir Jangu, who has the gloves on tonight. So last night he was in that slip position, given quite a mouthful. Joshua De Silva had the gloves, his position in the outfield. And so they have the luxury of rotating their wicket keepers as well. The Trinidad Legions. Yeah, can't quite seem to get the reader right.
Previous delivery away down the leg side. This one too far outside the off stump, just overcompensating McKenny Clark. Slightly slingy action. Yeah, youngsters looking on, enjoying the cricket and hoping that one day they can get the opportunity to play in a tournament as such.
Yeah, that's a hat-trick of wides. Yeah, you're right. Nice to see them out. The Easter vacation comes to an end after this weekend. School reopens on Tuesday here in Trinidad and Tobago. Monday, of course, is the general elections. And so they've gotten an additional day off. The dad along with the young man there looking on. And what we noticed too in the first innings, Shakira, with the leg spin, I'll come back to it after this delivery. Sukwa is off the mark, runs off the bat. Is that the leg spinner was not utilized for the minimum of 3 overs that was required if they did choose to utilize him in that way. So what it means is that he still has 2 outstanding games in which he has to bowl a minimum of 3 overs. Doesn't necessarily mean that he had to do it tonight. The rule is that you have to do it in 3 out of your 5 games. He did it once already. Should be at least a couple.
Take your time.
Very good.
Finish up, Ken. Finish up good, Ken.
Yeah, 3 wickets in this over means they've already gotten 7 runs without a boundary. Good start for the Rangers. They'll know how crucial this opening partnership is. Kevin St. Clair, bat 5 last game, which perhaps is 1 or 2 too high, in my opinion, at least. So it means then the top 4 have to do the bulk of the scoring.
Yeah, we saw that with the Pelicans as well, with Naeem Young batting at number 5. So just wonder about the depth of their batting order. It's been a long over this one to start the innings off. 8 already with not much risk. Can he close it off, or can the Rainforest Rangers get a boundary which will give them the type of start that they're looking for? 2 fielders deep backward square, deep point on the boundary. Edged and taken. Amir Django with the catch. So he is able to close the over out, but even better than that, he gets the wicket. The one delivery that he got full, a little bit of a waist swing, and the edge found. Sukwa has to go.
Yeah, finally able to get it in the area he wanted to. And a really good diving catch to his right by Amir Django with gloves in hand today. Excellent finish to the over by McKenny Clark. So cannot repeat his form from the last game. Walks back for 1, 8 for 1.
A good start to the tournament for Kevlon Anderson, 58 from 43 deliveries. Good strike rate. Has to try to repeat tonight. He starts just the way he started last night, Johan Lane. I think it was some 10 deliveries that he bowled without a run being scored off his bowling. Tall man, hit the deck type of bowler, is able to get some swing and some lateral movement. Lots to like about him.
So we're just drawn into that shot. Only hand stuck on the crease. Absolutely no foot movement. Yeah, really good bowling by McKenny Clark. And an even better catch from Django. There's that celebration once again. We're becoming accustomed to that celebration. Yeah, and he's happy. His side is off to a great start.
Taken almost on the rebound. Sifa Scooper, the man, struck firmly, had to parry it, and almost on the second opportunity, that would have been a blinder.
Yeah, blinder because of how firmly it was struck. Went straight to him, but he really had to react, almost reflex reaction there. Yeah, unfortunately for him, just parried it too far and could not take it on the rebound. Good start by Johan Lane once again, though. Yeah, just as I say that, it's down the left side, commentator's curse. Yeah, but let's talk about Johan Lane yesterday. Went for 7 runs, as you said. And in that, he was struck for a boundary. One on a top edge past the wicket keeper. So 1 ball was hit for 4 runs. The other 23 only cost him 3 runs in the T20 game.
and bowling in the power play. Yeah, no run off the bat just yet off his bowling. One of the things that the Legions did well in the first game was the number of bonus points they accumulated tonight already. They've accumulated 2 for batting the middle overs. Their run rate was good, and their last 5 overs, exceptional run rate again. And that can be quite telling. They have 11 points from their first win last night. 11 points already.
Yeah, it really does underscore the importance of those bonus points. And certainly coming on to the end of this competition, teams will rule those missed opportunities to get those points.
One to come.
And there's a look at the points table. Rainforest Rangers with just 2 points, 2 bonus points they earned in that first game. Trinidad and Tobago Legions 9 ahead with 11. That was before the start of this game.
Yeah, so 2 of us gone, 11 for 1. Really a wonderful facility here, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, in pristine condition. Had a couple wonderful pitches too. Named after the great man. Cautious start, you'd say, from the Rainforest Rangers. They would have a target at the back of their mind, what they want to get to at the end of the power play. Still need to go through the processes. Clark facing 9 deliveries already, so give him another over before he looks to take a toll in the power play, and then once he gets through that, how he goes through the middle. So it's a lot of thinking. Pulled away, swatted away, not off the middle of the bat, but enough to go all the way for 4.
Yeah, he's hit that so far in front, it tells you the lack of pace from McKenny Clark. Picked up the length quite quickly. Rock back, and he was able to pull that to the left of Sharpman wicket. Hopefully that will give him some confidence, Rivaldo Clark.
Got my bounce on that occasion. They have a good balance in the attack as well. The Trinidad and Tobago Legions with their spinners. Joshua James as well. Joakim Bidesi, Jed Gooley can bowl off spin as well. Mikel Govaya. So they really have a plethora of players upon whom they can call. Just tapping it on its head for a single. He was good yesterday in the tournament opener, wasn't he, Shakira?
Yeah, given 2 early opportunities, dropped twice by the Infernos, but then he really capitalized, struck a few boundaries. He was able to hit a few maximums as well, hitting with the wing. Yeah, he was really good against spin, especially. We hope he can follow up that innings he played yesterday and this time take them all the way over the line.
It's something that Trinidad and Tobago teams in years gone by look to do when they came up against a Guyana team, not feed them too much of spin, because they are usually very good at playing spin. Yeah, another wide. So given the heavy diet of spin that they're used to in Guyana, they usually play spin very well. And so in years gone by, what Trinidad and Tobago teams usually did was bowl a lot of overs of fast bowling against them. And usually a lot of short stuff as well.
Does that mean that you hardly bowl a Guyana team, Badri?
Yeah, I used to bowl fast as well, Shakira. Yeah, so that's really good running. You just want to marry that with your boundary hitting, score as many deliveries as possible. That's an important facet of the game. The dot ball percentage was quite high for both teams in the opening match. So you're thinking as a batter boundary, 6 first, then 4. And if you can't get either of those, at the very least, you should be rotating the strike. Yeah, what an end. Good end to the over. Good bounce, good carry. 20 for 1.
Yeah, excellent running again by Clark and Anderson. It was a feature of the innings yesterday for the Rainforest Rangers in that partnership between Kevlon Anderson and Adrian Sukra. Sukra not here this time, dismissed early, but Rivaldo Clark is doing it well. We do, however, want him to increase that strike rate. 12 from 13.
You oftentimes hear of coaches and players talking about holding your shape or keeping your shape. You can see a wild swing there from Kevlon Anderson looking to hit it out of the stadium. Not really timing the ball. With the new ball in the power play, timing works. Don't necessarily have to power it because the ball is still hard. Yeah, just like that. Uses the pace of the delivery, hits it on the top of the bounce, and with minimal effort gets a 4, as opposed to the wild swing previously.
Yeah, also this time he's gone with the swing. Johan Lien swinging the ball away from him. Really good, delicate touch. Previous delivery, he tried to swat it back over Johan Lien's head. Way too straight, in my estimation. You're looking to hit him over the top. Think you're better off hitting him over mid-off or extra cover because the ball is swinging away from you. Of course, it's quite difficult with the steep bunks he's getting.
Well, there he goes. He goes straight. Doesn't time it well. Clear intent from them in this over to take on Johan Lien. They just can't allow him to bowl that line and that length without scoring.
Yeah, that one a lot fuller. So he couldn't swing away from him. That's why he was able to hit that one a lot straighter. But this is good. This is good. You want to see Johan Lien and other bowlers being put under pressure because you're looking for the response.
For again, placement and timing and use of the pace again. There's some familiar t-shirts as well in the stand.
Yeah, really good once more. Allows the ball to pass him and then guides it to the left of that fielder. Really good. Every time Johan Lane has pulled his length back, he's just running off the face of the bat. He's gone 2 boundaries in this over now. Over gone for 11.
His entire spell last night went for 7, 11 in this over. Quick single. Yeah, not able to collect. Thurton, 12 from that over, 32 for 1. Savory Sinclair, Ali Mohammed, they've got some batting to come. Really need a good platform to be lead if they are to challenge this score. Damian Joachim, the new bowler for the Legions from the northern end, once picked up all 10 wickets in an innings in club cricket here in Trinidad.
Best batter in your team, best batter in your team. Get heated dead, get heated dead.
Good
Come on.
budding all-rounder. Has the opportunity to bowl the 2 right-handed batters.
Down, Josh. Good hand, boy.
Can't find the gap.
Good hand, Josh.
Yeah, good diving save by Joshua De Silva. Not wearing the gloves today. Yeah, this one crashed in front of point and into the boundary. Pressure on Joachim early in the over.
Yeah, not too dissimilar from the way he started last night with a wide one and crash for 4. Second delivery tonight, again given width. What he wants to do is at the very least finish on the stumps to the right-handers. Doesn't have any protection deep offside. His protection long on and deep mid-wicket. So he can ill afford to give any bit of width. Does he make the adjustment in the line now? Yeah, not bad. Much straighter, even though there was a hint of width. But not able to free his arms. Looking to use the pace of the delivery on that occasion, Anderson.
Come on, Joe.
That is intelligent. Getting inside the line and swiveling on it. And goes all the way for 6. Brilliant batting from Anderson.
44th 6 in this tournament so far. We're just into day 2. Really good awareness and innovation by Kevlon Anderson. Playing with the field, knowing no one was behind square on the leg side, at least on the boundary, and also knowing that Joaquin was going to try to bowl a lot straighter.
Come on.
Remember, he's coming to this tournament in a lot of form, Kevlon Anderson. Over 500 runs in the first class season.
Better. You give him no pace. You give him no pace to work with there, Joe. Better, much better, buddy.
Yeah, some advice from Django to vary your pace. Don't give him too much pace to work with, because that's what he's really looking to use the pace and to get the ball backward of square, offside and leg side.
Good spin, boy. Good spin, boy.
Yeah, some turn there. Kept it low as well. Good running, really good running. 13 runs from that over. An expensive start for Joachim, 45 for 1.
Finding themselves in another good position. The Rangers, they would look at this 45 for 1 and say that it reminds them The first game that they played, exited the power play at 42 for 1 in that first one. So actually much better, thinking that 6 deliveries are left. And these last 6 of the power play will be delivered by Mikel Gavaya.
You good. Ball new.
Left or right of goalie, and that was a guaranteed boundary. Seems like guaranteed pain for goalie though, that right arm.
Keep going, man.
Short and struck firmly. I think Carlos Brathwaite might agree with me that he gets away with that one. Just over maybe, yes. Not the middle, oh.
Back up.
Could have been
Keep going. Remember your length, Mikel.
a problem there for Johan Lane. Nonetheless,
Make use of this power play first. Look at them make use of this power play here.
like limp Carlos Brathwaite.
Yeah, aerial from Rivaldo Clark, shown a lot better intent today as opposed to yesterday, and that could have been dangerous.
Down, Yogi. Oh.
They've sent him back a lane, and now they've dragged him forward and run a quick single. Rivaldo Clark 17 from 16, but Kevlin Anderson 26 from 15. Minimal risk, but good cricket shots. And you want to take a leaf out of the book of Joshua Da Silva and how he played. We talk about dropping anchor, but they're playing good cricket shots, utilizing the power play, playing smart cricket.
Lovely, Mikel. Can't sweep that.
And players like those, we call them touch players, not the most powerful. Utilize the power play, you get ahead of your strike rate required. And then you rotate through the middle period. One of the top 3 or 4 need to be there overs 15 and 16 to set a good platform with a total as big as 174.
Single brings up the 50 for the Rangers, and it also completes the power play 50 for 1. A look at that power play comparison and leaps and bounds ahead, you would say, at this stage. The Rainforest Rangers, here comes that signal. Power play done and dusted. Let's get down to business. 5 allowed outside of the circle. That means there's protection for Joshua James. Picked up 2 wickets in that first game, and he'll be looking for more. Didn't have the impact that he might have wanted with the bat in this one. Rangers collecting a bonus point in that power play phase. Getting more than 48, losing less. Catches the cry, something faint, yes indeed. That dreaded finger goes up and partnership broken.
I can see the Y from Anderson. Joshua James hitting his length, as he always does. Hitting the deck. James trying to get inside the line and help it over the keeper. Not executing it well and just getting it under edge. Gleefully accepted by Amir Django. Kevin Anderson gone for 27. The Rainforest Rangers 50 for 2.
Get this one, boys. Get this one into them. Get this one into them, boys. Best batsman just got out. Best batsman just got out.
Captain Kemal Savory enters the ring. Does he have the punches required to deliver a knockout here? A partnership was building. It was looking good. Look at that leg side field for Savory. That's where the majority of the protection is. 3 out there on the boundary on the leg side. Gonna have to go and come again, James. But Savory, he's out in the middle because of this, looking to take advantage of the fact that fine leg was in the circle. And just a faint under edge on it. Good catch being taken by Django. He's taken 2 tonight. Yeah, they love it. Why wouldn't they?
And it's easy to say, why did he play that shot? As we look back at the power play, brilliant catch, number 1 for Django. Rivaldo Clark got into the action, built a nice partnership with Kevlon Anderson, played some good strokes, moving around the crease, showing good dexterity. Got up to that magical 50 mark in the power play.
Oh, got a hand to it. Fingers, but no palm. Oh, would have been 2 and 2 for James.
Yeah.
Full and wide, hands off the back. Could have been potentially a slow ball. And that's the epitome of full stretch. Just out to the grass with the field at point. But just back to Kevlon Anderson's dismissal, we can't ask players to show us a range of options and to try things, and when it doesn't come off, we castigate them. I salute him for the option tried. You could understand the planning behind it. Joshua James is known for hitting the deck. There's a short, fine leg in place, so there's no one behind him. Just got inside the line. Maybe the execution of the shot was off. I'm sure you could still see his head and his eyes bouncing, so he was not in a stable enough position to just execute the shot and essay the ball over short fine. So nothing is wrong with the planning, nothing is wrong with the option. We need to improve the execution, Mr. Anderson.
Well, the execution is quite good from James. You talked about a range of shots, Carlos. I want to talk about a range of words. Oh, castigate. Oh, I love when you give us things, Carlos. Big words for Elmo, they would say.
I appreciate that, Joe.
He's not found himself out there in the middle, Carlos. And by that, I'm referring to Rivaldo Clark.
Lefty boys.
Yeah, he's one of those players that you can ask to drop anchor, similar to Joshua De Silva. And the Guyana team has a few of those up front. But what Josh De Silva did well is capitalize on the power play. Rivaldo is 18 off, 18 to run a ball outside of the power play, batting throughout the power play. It's going to be even more difficult now to get boundaries with the field going back. So it's important that he either continues to rotate with singles or find tools, but he also has to get boundaries. That required run rate is going to skyrocket if they keep losing wickets and they don't turn the strike over and get the runs going.
Successful over for James. 54, or rather, sorry, 55 for 2. Well, here's a look at what is going to come up on Tuesday. Titans, they take on these very Rainforest Rangers, and Rangers will be hoping that they can take some form into that one. Won't want to start next week with 2 losses to their name. The interesting thing is that they've gotten themselves into decent positions with the bat, and then have found ways to lose it. That is a good position to get into. That's a good boundary. They're going to need more of those.
Yeah, stroke of class from Savory. Just rocking back, picking the gap, and playing that shot. The ball will continue to spin behind square. So it's very good execution. Didn't overhit it, timed it beautifully, and got just reward for a very classy stroke.
All you're looking for is a cut, Michael. All you're looking for is a cut.
And then match number 2 on Tuesday. Pelicans taking on the Infernos. Do birds like fire, Carlos? Do they? I don't think they do.
But the Pelicans will need to be the Phoenix and rise. Winless so far.
Go smart here, Michael. Next side.
Venturing into must-win territory. I think to come from 0-2 to qualify second or third, far less 1 and go straight to the finals is much of an uphill task as the Phoenix was rise from the ashes. So both birds, both beginning with P, but the Pelicans need to stay ahead.
Oh yeah, McKenny. Oh yeah, McKenny.
This is what you talked about, Carlos Brathwaite. If you can't find those boundaries, can he convert 1s into 2s? Can he get things ticking over?
And he's a very skillful player. Valder Clark has a CPL 50 to his name. The only question will be, where are your boundaries? But if he can do this job for long enough and sprinkle 1 or 2 boundaries in between, he can bring the game home.
Thinking boundary there. Showing you those wrists, telling himself, okay, I needed to open those wrists a little more. Maybe play slightly later to get it to the left of the man at cover. This time he's able to find that 1. 8 gone, 6-3 for 2. Look at that points table so far. Of course, the Legions, they stand tall because of the bonus points that they have been able to accumulate, and they'll go even taller if they can put in another performance here tonight with ball. That would give them a perfect 2 from 2. Rainforest Rangers, they're looking to find something, to find some momentum, to find some points. Gets himself into an interesting position because of that no real power collapsing on that back foot. As Carlos Brathwaite would say, no real base there.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. You hit the nail on the head there. You need to still be in a position. I think a lot of the young players watch these more senior players on TV play these ramps and the more fancy shots, but it's in the positions that they get into. They move early enough, the head is still, and then it allows them to trust their hands to get the ball either over the keeper, over fine leg or short fine for that matter, or even over short third. But you still have to have a good base and have a good head position. So I salute the intent. 2 guys up on the leg side hitting to the wind. James traditionally bowls into the wicket, whether pace on or pace off. So there's a lot to like about the options that the batters are trying. how do you execute it more often than not and get some power behind it? Where do you get that boundary from, Rivaldo Clark?
That's really good for us. This is really good for us,
You're
fellas.
asking where does he get that boundary, but the question is he even thinking boundary? I'm looking at the setup at the moment. Trinidad and Tobago Legion will think that everything about this is playing into their hands.
The challenge for the Guyana team is they haven't shown any power in the tournament just yet. So whilst we saluted Josh De Silva, this should be two. Decided against it. Good moving by McKenny Clark. Joshua De Silva realized that Jid Gooley and Joshua James, McKenny Clark in the first game propelled them past a reasonable total. And he figured if he can help knit the power play to the 15th over, be there, drop anchor, that he can help them get a few more runs, and he was vindicated in that decision. However, the Guyana team need to get a move on because they haven't shown that they have that firepower in the back end. So you don't want too much to be done in the last 5 overs.
Catch taken, and Clark falls. Not the innings that he would have wanted, but James, he strikes again. They're enjoying this here. The crowd that have turned up to support Trinidad and Tobago Legions.
Yeah, once again, the attempt to try to go over. The execution a little off on that occasion, and a very good catch. Let's not underappreciate diving forward, square. Clark loses his wicket. The Rainforest Rangers in the spot above the 67 for 3.
Keep going, Nose. Going, Nose. He's on up here, Oosh. He's on up here. He's on up here, Oosh.
Well, you're listening now. I don't need to say it. He's on a pair.
He's on up here, Oosh. He's on up here. He's looking to come off the mark, Oosh. He's looking to come off the mark early here.
I've been told about the rhyme as well. He's on a pair, Kevin Sinclair. But this is why Sinclair is here. Looking to accelerate. Not getting elevation, not getting control. Carlos smiled at all the rhyming going on just now. Even I guess occasionally I have words. Oh, wow. Oh. Sliding.
He's still on up here.
Oh, the shoes nearly fit. It would have been a king pair for Sinclair. 9 gone, 68 for 3. Slightly ahead when you think about on comparison, but something that Carlos Brathwaite was mentioning, and I'm let him expand on it. It's that power factor, Carlos.
Yeah, the Worms are close. When you think just about that next dot is when goalie joined the silver. Do they have the acceleration, the Rainforest Rangers? This man on strike, Kevin Sinclair, he'd be looking for two to get back on strike, and he gets it. He needs to come to the party. You're an international player, you have a Test 50 in Australia. You need to show that experience. Navin Badesi had a very good run out in the first game. We'll be looking for impact again with wickets.
He fell to the leg spinner last night. An interesting matchup, an interesting contest here again versus Badesi. When you think about a comparison in roles, what Joshua Da Silva did, I'm thinking that is Kevlon Anderson when I think about this Rainforest Rangers side. And the fact that he is gone early, you think about the 40 odd that he got in that first game and the platform that they set up for them in a partnership of 103. Everything fell away after that as if it was on quicksand, but they're going to miss that here tonight. So who becomes that?
Oh, yes, Navin. Yes, Navin. Gotta take a dip, Navin. Matchup, boys. Always talk about matchups.
And on that occasion, they were chasing 165, which is, I think, a winning score. Imagine chasing 174. So they also need a platform now and acceleration after.
It actually takes us to a conversation that we won't be able to develop, but something that we were talking about off comms in terms of selection of teams. And that's not to say that they selected a bad team, so let's put that out there. But we're talking about the stats and the roles and thinking about the players that they pick, what are the roles that they'll play on my side and when they will play that role on my side. And you mentioned that word balance. Well, he has balanced the conversation because that has sailed over the ropes from Sinclair. Maybe tonight could be his night.
Needs to prove that he's a class above. I think he is. He has all the tools as an all-rounder. A good player with bat in hand. This shot proves it. Rocking back, technically sound, powerful. We need to see more of this from Kevin Sinclair. How long can you do that? Can you win the game for your team? You're the man of the moment.
$11 and that over from Badesi. It brings us to the halfway stage and a time to have a drink. 10 overs gone, 79 for 3.
back at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We are in the Caribbean. The cricket season has begun, and this year the West Indies will host Australia in the West Indies home Full of Energy series. West Indies taking on Australia in a historic summer of cricket. Test matches first, followed by the T20 action. Destinations such as Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, and St. Kitts. Begins June 25th. Make sure you get your tickets now. Will be a very important series. Many will remember what happened when the West Indies traveled to Australia beginning of 2024. Don't miss a moment. Full of energy, guaranteed. Go to windiescricket.com. Lovely crowd building here tonight, and glad that the home team in the Legions have got a lot of night games which will encourage people to come in after work. I believe they play Wednesday night again at 7 p.m. after the break for a couple of days. So make sure if you are in Trinidad, especially in the southern part, you come out and experience what is a historic tournament, first of its kind, the West Indies Breakout League. Important now for Kevin Sinclair. They need 95 from the last 10. Damien Joachim into the attack. Also Samuel Badri.
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, everyone. Yep, crucial stage of the innings here. Joachim was expensive in his solitary over thus far. Can he pull things back? Usually what you find after a break, a pause in play, there is a lapse in concentration as well. You can't find the gap, can't get the single.
Mix and match, Joachim. One alone.
Sinclair being the most experienced player in this Guyana team coming into the tournament in terms of T20 cricket. 21 T20s to his name. Listening to Carlos Brathwaite previous over, when does he start to show that experience? Wasn't required majorly in the power play today with ball in hand. He's opened the batting for the Warriors in the CPL. You'll see his versatility and flexibility coming in here where there's pressure on. They need a partnership, but they also need to score quickly. We'll be looking to see if they can replicate what the Silva and Gooley did with their left-right combination, with Joachim now into the attack. You could have the left-handed Savory taking him on, and vice versa for Mikael Govaya and Sinclair.
Be smart. Oh, lovely boy. That's lovely boy. Well ball, buddy. Well ball. Well ball, Joe. Well ball, Joe.
Yeah, wide signal required run rate, just a hint under 10 at the moment. The moment it gets over 10, sometimes panic sets in.
Too full.
He's hit that well enough. Kevin Sinclair, we know he's got the power. How can he set up this innings to win this game for the Rangers? That will be the question.
Yeah, it's a tricky one for Joachim. He wants to go wide, but what that allows is for the batter to free his hands. And if he goes straight, he's hitting leg side with the wind. So what is very crucial is the length that he bowls. Yeah, they enjoyed that, even though they are supporting the Legions. Yeah, better length. If you get full to the right-hander, if it's wide, he can swat you leg side or straight like Kevin Sinclair did. So the length is crucially important.
One more wicket again. One more wicket again. Yeah. Finish good, Joachim. Nothing.
89 for three. All-rounders and Ali Mohammed and Sampson who have power. Ned is capable, but responsibility to score the high volume of runs will be on these two. And now Govaya from this southern end has the carom ball, but naturally spins the ball into Sinclair, hitting with the wind, leg side, against the wind, correction.
Yeah, varies his pace well. Govaya looks to fire some in. Just wonder how much that wet ball will impact his skills. Into his third over. 6 bowlers used so far by Joshua Da Silva. Just a 1 over though for the leg spinner.
Get him.
Situationally, he's gone more to the orthodox deliveries tonight. Mikael Govaya. I hope at some stage we get to see him with that hard new ball, because he's got some variations that make him quite unique. He's got the knuckleball, which he's taken from Sunny on the Rhine. He's got that drifter from Akil Hossain. He's picked that up. A second. Oh no, gone. Thought it was going to carry. James, for a minute, seemed to have misjudged it. In the end, holds on. Big wicket, partnership broken.
And for the second match in succession, Kevin Sinclair holds out, hitting into the wind. That ball high into the night sky and held up with the light wind that is blowing across the stadium. Joshua Da Silva in the end judged it well, had to lunge forward at the very end to take the catch. But Sinclair has to go for 19. 91 for 4.
With the red ball whole season first, nobody block him whole tournament. Run rate very high whole tournament.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
15 plus he going for. 15 plus he going for. Nobody don't block here.
Couple of 50s in quick time in the red ball season.
Nobody's blocked this man bowling maker. He plays as a batsman now. Keep going. What?
I was about to say, Sam, that it's the second time Sinclair hit a 6 into the wind, but there's a reason they say don't take on the wind. He did it once against Bidesi. Second time he tried, held out.
And what a moment for Ali Mohammed, though, has been quite expensive with the ball. This is the reason he's here. Not enough. If it was from the other end, that certainly would have sailed for 6. Lots of pace on those last few deliveries from Govaya. Successful over. And just a couple of runs coming from it as well. 91 for 4.
Joakim. Keep going, Joakim. Skipper look like he batting deep. Skipper look like he taking it deep, fellas. Skipper look like he taking it deep, fellas. Keep going, keep going.
Very important game in a tournament where each team plays 5 matches. You get 2 wins in your first 2, you're in a very strong position. In contrast, you lose your first 2, you're under severe pressure. Joakim back into the attack, well, continuing.
Lovely boy. Fatman Karen too.
Yeah, and you couple those wins with the bonus points that the Legions have been able to secure, really sets them up for the remainder of this tournament. And even if you are going down, you try to get a few bonus points to help your chances a little bit later on. And so many things to consider. 11 points from their win yesterday, the Legions. So lots of bonus points already for them. Look at the Titans, no point, not even 1 bonus point.
Keep going, Joe. Keep going, Joe. That thing there, that's it, boys.
Pelicans gifted a bonus point to the Legions last night. When the game was gone, last over, Zishan Matara hit the ball straight to cover. And when you get 10 wickets as a bowling team, you get that bonus point.
Lovely, Joakim, lovely. That is bowling. Back me up, back me up.
The Silver's got a decision to make, similar to what Savory had to do in the first innings. Latif only bowled 2 overs. The leg spinner, which means that doesn't count and go towards his quota of 3 games out of the 5, where you have to bowl 75%. Badesi's only bowled 1 thus far.
Yeah, he look at the situation of the game, no doubt, Joshua Da Silva, to decide whether or not to bring him back, give him 1 more, get 2, and then if the game is wrapped up in the final few overs, give him his 3rd. That is potentially what he's thinking about. And just like the Rainforest Rangers did, they don't necessarily have to bowl him 3 overs in this game. Still have 3 remaining after this one. But what is he thinking? Savory 15 from 16. Where can the boundaries come from? That required run rate, a touch under 11 now and climbing.
Last game, 3 wides, ball straight 6, short ball 6. Keep going, Joakim, keep going, Joakim. 15 over, you're going for Joakim, playing as a batsman now. Sweet boy, sweet boy, sweet boy.
96 for 4. Not far apart, but again, big finish by the Legions in the last 5. And they got 63 and a bonus point. Not sure if the Rangers have the same power to replicate. Here's Badesi, though, the leg spinner for his 2nd over from the same end which he went for 11.
Got to go now, we got to go now. Call early, fellas, call early, going straight up in here.
You've seen him now, Sam, for 4 overs yesterday and now into his 2nd today. What do you make of him and how do you assess him as a leg spinner?
Yeah, good control, but what I notice about him, he sort of is releasing the ball from the front of the hand and not necessarily from the back of the hand, as a typical wrist spinner would. When we have a closer inspection of his release point, you'll be able to tell what I'm talking about. So you see it just there, he's releasing the ball front of the hand.
So it's very unlikely that he's going to get any semblance of turn. And that is generally his modus operandi from what I saw yesterday and today. You see where that ball is coming from, the front of that. You're not even seeing the back of the wrist upon release.
Working here, boy. Keep working here, boy.
So he's seldom going to get any bit of turn. And that is his stock delivery. That ball that he just released there. So generally, he's going to get the ball to slide across the left-handers. He's going to have good control, good pace. But just look at the release point. If we can slow it up when he releases the ball, just there, he releases it front of the hand. So not much wrist into the ball.
Catch it now.
That looked like it came out the back of the hand.
That's perfect now. That's perfect now. That's perfect now.
Yeah, this was a variation.
What job this man really come out to do here?
Yeah, more wrist into that one, slow as well.
Come on.
I just wonder if it's because the ball is wet that he's firing it in. Again, front of the hand, into the right-hander more than anything else. So there are different variables that you must consider to sort of attribute the reasons for what he's doing. Yeah, the slider again.
Just it, boys.
3 from the over, 99 for 4. Each of the Pacers with 2 overs left. Clark and Lane up front with that new ball. Seeing James still have 2 overs of him in the bank. We will be seeing one of those seamers return. McKenny Clark only bowled his 2 overs in the power play yesterday, so first time we're seeing him outside of that phase. One thing that's worked well for James is going into the pitch. It was hard to mitigate with that extra bounce. McKenny Clark is 6'2", also tall. Asking rate is 12.5 and over.
Yeah, something's got to give. Who's going to release the pressure? The batting team or the bowling team?
Not sure about that attempt because he was clearly in his crease. Ali Mohammed. The feel would suggest he's going to go straight, but starts wide and gets away with it.
Yeah, just having a little bit of fun, McKenny Clark. But yeah, it presents an opportunity for him to show his other skill sets now in the middle phase of the innings, heading towards the back end. Does he have any sort of variations? Can he go to his Yorker? He's going round the wicket now to present an angle across the right-hander. Almost a gift. Yeah, no need to check for that one. Very good umpiring.
Umpire Tuckett not opting to review. Pretty confident in that. Great placement. It's about time for the captain. He's got to get a move on, and it has to start now.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what is the plan from McKenny Clark? What sort of line and length is he looking to bowl? This is short and it gives him an opportunity to free his hands offside. He has protection deep leg side, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on. And he only has the sweeper offside on the boundary and long off. So is he asking him to hit leg side? Then what line does he need to bowl?
I suppose he feels he has two options. He can go full and wide, which is obviously a risk, like he's just done there, or go into the pitch and straight, which I assumed he tried to do to Savory. But you see most guys, when they have a situation like this, leg side into the slight wind, most guys would just try to go straight and force him to hit there. He has some flexibility. Asking rate is 13s. Around the wicket now to Ali Mohammed, the right-hander.
Yeah, trying to go against the direction of the ball. Ali Mohammed trying to go leg side with that ball angling across him. He might have been better served trying to go wide of long off with the angle. 8 runs from the over, 1 delivery remaining. The last 3.5 overs, just 18 runs with an asking rate of close to 13s.
Yeah, his execution has been off in this over, McKenny Clark. Could this be the over they needed? The Rangers 12 from it, 111 for 4.
They need to get building. They need some power. Say right about now is the hour for them. The last hour is what you would call this. We're into the final 5 of this. 30 balls from which to get 63 runs. 1-1-1 for 4. Are you superstitious or not? Mikel Gavaya back into the attack now. Picked up 1 for 15 from his 3. So he will close out his spell. Able to scamper one, as I say, good evening once again to Shakira Selman. Shakira, at the start of the day, or at the start of this match, we were talking about players to look out for, to watch for. A few of them are on this bowling list, and they can say that they've done well. The resources that have been used but the captain have responded to the call. But one of the names mentioned by Carlos Braffett was Ronaldo Ali Mohammed as somebody to look out for, especially with the power hitting factor. Just curious, maybe your thoughts on maybe what might not be clicking just yet for him. 5 from 12.
Yeah, he simply hasn't shown intent, Ali Mohammed. Perhaps hasn't recovered from that solitary over he bowled, which yielded 21 runs. Remember, the game before, he bowled an over for 29 as well. Perhaps hasn't gotten over it.
Crashes into those stumps. 5 from 12. Oh, it will end as 5 from 13. Gavaya's happy. Blowing kisses of love, maybe. More for the Legions. It's 6 down now.
Yeah, really good execution from Gavaya. He tends to fire them in sometimes. Yeah, too full, not allowing Ali Mohammed to get under it. But again, you can see he's not even in a good position to execute. He has to walk back. And he will be very disappointed. 5 from 13 deliveries. 113 now for 5.
Quinton Sampson now finds himself out there. That's a very powerful last name to have. He's here because of this. Struggling Ali Mohammed. Didn't get his timing, struggled to find the mid as well, struggled to find back onto this one, looking for power. But the execution from Gavaya, and that, a kiss of death. They're asking him to close out. Just one ball left in this, and what will be an absolutely phenomenal spell of bowling from him. Closes it out. 2 for 17 tonight, 2 for 14 night before. Gavaya is writing his name in the stars. 16 gone, 1-1-3 for 5. Carlos Brathwaite a little earlier questioned the back-end power of this Rainforest Rangers side, and it's showing here when you look at that comparison in terms of the Worms. They were upright and they were floating, and then things falling away when they need that impetus in the back end of the innings. Josh James back with ball in hand.
Yeah, remember the Legions got 63 in their last 5 overs. Remember that partnership between Joshua Da Silva and Jed Gooley. Joshua James wasn't able to repeat his heroics from last time, but he did strike at above 100 today as well. Difference may be also that the bowling at the depth, at least in the middle phase, has been a lot better than what we saw from the Rainforest Rangers. Certain Ryan Hercules head coach will be disappointed though, because he knows that these batters have capability.
Well, they're struggling here with bat, but somebody that did not struggle a little earlier, this man on screen, the captain, Josh Da Silva. 68 from 36 is what he was able to get, promoted to the top of the order, and it truly paid dividends for them. You look at the strokes on display from him, and it was simply class personified from him, all around the ground, in front of square, behind square. Delighted all that came to watch him and the Legions.
Yeah, what he'll be particularly pleased with is the number of sixes he was able to strike today. 6 sixes, Joshua Da Silva, not normally known for clearing the ropes. Yeah, but it really was a mature innings, led from the front, played the situation well, then showed all his versatility at the very end.
Well, Josh Da Silva didn't do it all by himself, and there's somebody else that was a part of the conversation, Jed Gooley. He talked about the fact that he's trying. That's what he said at the start of play today. He's trying, but no, his form is here, and his form is on display in this tournament, backing up his performance in the game last night. Tonight, getting 49 in a hurry as well. Clean ball striking. A bit of fortune as well, you might say. Falling just short of that 50, but in the context of the game, that 50, yeah, just a mental milestone, but he did his job for his side, and they will want it to continue coming in the lower end of the innings and Carlos Brathwaite was asking about power. He is power in the back end of the innings. Who is goalie for this Guyana side? That is the question that they'll have to answer over the course of the remaining games. 38 from 27, 49 from 30. He has been a find for them in this tournament.
And it really is about situation awareness and being able to adapt to different situations. In that first game, Jid Gooley had to build an innings and consolidate with Joshua James. Pretty much played second fiddle to James for a while. Today, the platform was set, and he was able to go from almost ball one. And he really took a liking to a matchup favorable for him, the leg spinner, spinning the ball into him. He was hitting with the wing.
Aims at edge and could get close to that boundary. It does. They've not been able to find the middle. And things just trickling along. 17 gone, 1-2-1 for 5. It's raining in the rainforest at the moment. It's not raining winds, I tell you that. Just that 2 points, those 2 points being bonus points for them. And they're going to look at this game and realize that they won't pick up many after this also. A lot to consider between both captains. Kemal Savory, what is going through his head? How close can he get them? Because net run rate could be a part of the conversation as well at some stage. Johan Lane, figures looking a little different for him tonight. Can he add something in that wickets column?
Yeah, if you look at these figures, 2 overs in the power play, just gone for 15 runs. You say it's been a good night for Johan Lane, but then when you compare it to yesterday, 4 overs for 7 runs.
Maybe he might add one to that wickets column. Will take some catching. Oh, decided against it, Cephas Cooper. I thought maybe it might have been Air Cooper just now.
Yeah, out Fox with a slower ball, trying to heave that one into the leg side. Kemal Savory, and it seemed as though Cephas Cooper got there, but then for some reason he pulled out in the end. Maybe he didn't think he was in the drop zone. You would have wanted to see an effort though. Johan Lane deserves every wicket he can get in this competition.
Goes wide, and it's effective. In the back of my head, I want to say, did you see Cephas? No, something of that nature. Something would have popped up, but it would have been phenomenal had he grabbed that. Highlight reel. Those are the ones you want to get right, Shakira, not the ones you want to bite your tongue on. Maybe it's a good thing it didn't happen for me. 50 needed from 16 deliveries. You think maybe a foregone conclusion, but then again, could Sampson show some muscles? Could he show some strength? Well, he tries to muscle. Maybe the muscle needs some more muscle.
Yeah, excellent execution by Johan Lane though. Started the over with a slower delivery, almost got a wicket. Follow-up deliveries have been Yorkers, spot on. He too continues to show his array of skill. Not easy to bowl in any of the phases he's been involved in.
Outfoxed again. And this time, oh no, I was going to say he did it himself, but he undid it himself, Johan Lane. He's pointing to the air. Communication failed them. And communication means he does not pick up his first.
Yeah, excellent bit of bowling, completely outwitted. Came out Savory again. Yeah, saw Joachim in his peripheral vision, thought Joachim called for it, pulled out. It really should have been his catch. Yeah, you can see him there explaining he thought he heard Joachim call for it. Just gone upstairs to chat. Yeah, to chat the run out.
On first glance, you thought maybe he missed, but look at those bails. Oh, they come off. So it doesn't go down to his name, but he's still done something, Johan Lane. Any minute now, yep, he is out of here. Hear the screams of this crowd. He at least has a smile at the end of it. Oh, yeah, get up and dance, everybody.
Yeah, captain of the Rainforest Rangers has to walk back for 33. He tried, but he was not able to get his team for enough. 125 for 6.
Ashby Ned note out in the middle, and we go back to talking about needing that muscle. Tries to muscle it. Doesn't have what's needed. McKenny Clark didn't have what was needed there. It should have been a catch when you think about it. Communication error, but this good. Grazed that stump so much so that we didn't even realize it.
Yeah, that is middle. One to come.
Oh, they got something in the end. Got a story about muscle for you in the next over, Shakira. You're gonna love this one. Last ball. Legal delivery. 1-2-6 for 6. A similar conversation surrounding the batting efforts of the Rainforest Rangers. A night where things were looking good up top, but then fall away in the back end. Oh, that has been muscled, that has been middled, and that is out of the park.
Yeah, finally, you see that strength Samson is supposed to possess. Length ball in the slot, pace on, hitting with the wind. Yeah, he makes good enough connection. His first maximum of this competition.
Well, Shakira, he's got the long hair. You know what Samson with long hair can do. Oh, Samson. Maybe somebody's looking around for Delilah. The long hair has come on again. Oh, Sampson, you mighty man. Can he do it for the Rangers?
This is what you wanted to see if you were a Rainforest Rangers supporter. Highly touted for his hitting capabilities. Yeah, and it keeps going further and further. You would say not the best options by Joshua James. He was bowling the ball into the surface prior to this over. This time he's gone full, trying to get that Yorker. Misses length and in the slot on 2 occasions, cost him 12. 36 now required from the last 10 deliveries. Can they do it? Can Sampson get them closer to that?
I go back to saying they're probably looking for Delilah. 36 needed from 10. Changes to around the wicket now. Gets it right in that block hole, and Sampson says no. Go back. I will do this tonight. 2 clean hits from Sampson. In the arc and out of the park, as they would say. Yeah, looking to get that swing through. And that's the length that he was given. Switched it up in terms of angle, went fuller as well. A different proposition. He opens up that stance a bit more now, Sampson. This time it should be caught. It is caught. 2 sixes, and Sampson is out of here.
I guess James could be considered Delilah in this occasion. Yeah, easy enough catch for Mikhail Govaya, who was good with ball. I wonder if it was a change of pace. Perhaps just a slight change of pace. Too much elevation, got under that ball way too much. Govaya having to come off the boundary and taking a simple catch. 2 sixes and out. Sampson has to walk back for 19, 138 for 7.
Niall Smith out there in the middle now. 38, or rather 36 needed from 8. Mathematically, it's still possible. And with Sampson in the mood, it could have been done. But hey, didn't middle this one. Got height, no distance. Govaya says, thank you very much. Gets it wrong in terms of line on that occasion. 35 now needed from 8. 2 for 21 versus the Pelicans. Now 3 for 29 versus the Rangers. He's enjoying his time here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, is Josh James. Nothing on that. Yes, we saw power from Sampson, but in the overall context of the Rangers side, I still think maybe that is something that could be missing from the back end of their innings.
Yeah, I still think they'll argue that they have capable batters. You've heard so many stories about Ali Mohammed. You saw it during the first class season. You've heard about Sampson, so they are capable, just haven't produced.
Well, produce that. Oh, Smith can hit it. Some might be in denial. 19 gone, 145 for 7. We're down to the final 6. 29 are needed, and all 6 will be delivered by Johan Lane. Wickets for Josh James. This the first. An under edge, a little bit of a feather. Then it was Rivaldo Clark not getting elevation. Straight back. And 1. Nile Smith, it is over to you. 28 needed from 5. The last wicket for James, it was Sampson. Trying to go again, needed to go again. Couldn't get it done. 5 to go now. Smith has hit 1 6 already. Can he hit another? But then after that, he's got to hit another and another. Needed 6. Will be a wicket instead. The chairs go up around the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They are 1 step closer to sealing 2 victories.
Yeah, again, another batter not quite getting his weight into the shot. Leaning back way too much on that occasion, Nile Smith. Yeah, easy enough catch for Jade Cooley. Coming in from the long off boundary. Too much for Nile Smith to do in the end. Walks back for 6 from 3 deliveries, 146 for 8.
Jedia Blades out there in the middle. Math is against them at the moment. 28 needed. I'll make that 27 because they're now getting a bit of help from Johan Lane, who wants to keep the contest interesting. 1 for the over as well.
Yeah, extra pace. Just too high on that occasion.
Tracking back. De Silva. Oh, De Silva. That would have been the exclamation mark on tonight had he held that. He was perfect with bat. But I guess after all, he's human. He made an error in the field.
Yeah, would have been gold star for De Silva had he held on. It was a difficult catch, but he got there. You'll be disappointed. It just dropped out of the hands after he touched the ground. Good effort, though. He's not normally in the outfield.
Tennis ball bounce on that one. Oh, so slow. He could have swung maybe 3 times at that one. Just prolonging the inevitable you would see at this stage. Brings up the 150 for the Rangers. But they will have a lot of conversation to have after tonight in terms of their batting and how they structure it. This time he calls for it. This time he takes it. That's 2 now for Lane. This has been a brilliant bowling effort from the Legions.
Yeah, got the wickets early in the last game. This time he's gotten his wickets in this comeback spell. Yeah, really good. This time no one in his eye line, so he knows he has to take that catch. Really good from Johan Lane. Good display of skill. Jedia Blades dismissed for 2. 150 for 9.
In behind it, solid is Latif. You just wonder if the conversations with regards to not allowing them to get that additional bonus point. Real Latif, the leg spinner for the Rangers. He's got one job to keep them out. Looking for that elevation, looking for a 6. We talk about net run rate and how that might come into the conversation. Johan Lehn has put his name into the conversation now with 2 wickets. Last ball of the game and a bonus point on offer. It will not be, but what is to be is back-to-back wins for the Trinidad and Tobago Legions. They have not put a foot wrong all night. Batting-wise, they were led by their captain. Bowling-wise, they've been led by all. It's really been a performance from them. Joshua De Silva, his name. He's trying to write it in stone. He's trying to become a part of the conversation for those playing in the shorter format of the game. Tonight was his night. Shakira Selman, your assessment overall of things as it pertains to the Legions and Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, excellent display by Joshua De Silva and his troops. He led from the front. That's what you ask of your captain. Of course, they didn't start well again, 31 for 3 in the power play, but once more they were able to rebuild. They built a platform, a better platform from which they could launch. Joshua De Silva, 68 from 36 deliveries. His best knock of the tournament so far, promoted to the top, and then he was well supported by Jade Gooley, 49 for Gooley of 30 deliveries. So it was a really handy partnership that set up the game, got them to 173 for 6, and it proved way too much for the Rainforest Rangers in the end.
Yeah, so victory by 23 runs, and like I said, what it represents is back-to-back wins for them, and that's the type of start that you want to make to a tournament like this. And beyond that, they've utilized different names at different stages. So in game number 1, you saw different names coming to the fore. Johan Lehn, that bowling spell is what disrupted the Pelicans. Here tonight, no. It was the bat that was the differentiating factor. No real differentiating factor when we think about this innings here for the Rainforest Rangers. Yes, a couple starts, but you're also looking at the strike rates for them as well, and that becomes a part of the conversation. The back end of the innings, we go back to talking about who is that person that can stand tall for them. So they have a lot to think about over the next couple of days before we get back to action here on Tuesday at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They needed partnerships, and we go back towards that partnership for the second wicket, and it was good for them in game number 1, good for them again here in game number 2, but they did not carry on in the manner that they needed it to carry on. Yesterday it was a partnership of 100 plus, today just 42, and because of that, the impact that it's had on their innings is substantial, or even greater than substantial, you would think. A look at the resources being used by Josh De Silva. 1 or 2 might feel as if they were a little more expensive than they wanted to be. McKenny Clark probably is one of those. Wicket for him though, 2 for Lane, 2 for Gavaya, and 3 for Josh James. And at the end of it, you can say that they have done well. Nikhil Uttam Chandani is downstairs, and he's got one of those bowlers with him.
Mikael Govaya, 2 wickets tonight for 17 runs. First of all, Mikael, the first time you're playing for Trinidad and Tobago, what stands out about the experience?
Firstly, I just want to thank the Almighty for the performance tonight, and just being at home, playing around our home crowd, seeing the supporters coming out is really special.
Let's talk a bit about your spell. Usually you bowl the new ball. You've had a slightly different role in these 2 games. What have you tried to do when you've come into bowl?
I just try to stick to my strengths in terms of like bowling full, bowling Yorkers. I tend to do that
fairly well. So I just try to stick to my strengths and do the job for the team.
We see a few variations in your bowling. Who would have helped develop those variations over the years?
I would say Sunil Narayan, Akil Hossain, and just from watching Mujib.
Right, well said. And also, in terms of 2 wins on the trot at home, a word to this crowd?
Just thank you for the love and support, and keep coming out and supporting us and backing us.
Well bowled in these 2 games. All the best.
Thank you, bro.
Stay, big man. Where are you going? Just stay.
The good words of Gavaya there. He stuck to his bases, used his variations, and they've gotten themselves a win. So a summary of this game: 173 for 6, the Trinidad and Tobago Legions, and 150 for 9 in their 20, meaning that victory by 23 runs for the Legions. We take a quick break, and on the other side, we'll have the presentation. Summary of that game that was just completed: Legions 173 for 6, and the Rangers in reply 150 for 9. A victory to the Legions by some 23 runs. I believe Nikhil Uttam Chandani is downstairs and ready for tonight's presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation. The Trinidad and Tobago Legions taking on the Guyana Rainforest Rangers at the end of match 4 in this West Indies Breakout League. Kemal Savory, captain of the Rangers, is here again. Kemal, another loss for you guys, second in 2 days. First of all, what discussions did you guys have coming into today's game after yesterday into what you wanted to improve?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we I think it was the bowling at the back end. I think there's a key area where we need to improve in, and again, it failed us.
What do you think you can do better as a bowling unit at the back end?
I think stick to the basic, we have a bowling plan, and I think if we stick to that as long as possible, I think that should work for us.
We didn't see Ali Mohammed into the attack to the 17th over. Give us some insight behind that decision.
No, it's just that the bowlers were bowling well, so I just decided to bring him because he's one of our depth bowlers, but it just didn't work this evening.
And the fact that you guys still got to 150 amidst the few collapses with bat in hand, what things maybe can you do slightly better to make sure you're getting over the winning line?
Yeah, as I said, the guy's in good shape. As you could see, we reached the 150 or 140 something. It's just a matter of time, we get to the W, and I believe in each and every one of my players, that in the next game, well, we have a few days off, so we will just, go back to the drawing board and come better again.
All right, better luck next time. Thank you very much, Kimo.
Thank you.
I'll now invite Mr. Enoch Lewis to come forward, CWI Director and President of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, to present the Player of the Match Award to Joshua Da Silva for his 58 off 30 deliveries, as well as 6 maximums and 3 boundaries. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And Josh, as usual, will stay and have a word with us. Just step back for me. Thank you. Josh, first of all, let's talk about your batting. We saw you open the innings tonight. Give us the rationale behind that.
For me, it was just, I guess that's where I want to get the best out of myself. I think for the team, it'll be the best for the team if I can utilize the power play as much as possible, but I can also make up in the back end. We had another collapse today in the power play, which wasn't good, and it's something we're going to look at next games.
Not a lot of batters have found it easy in the middle overs like you did today. What was important for you?
I just backed myself. It wasn't much different. I struggled for a bit in the front. I was going pretty slowly, but then I looked for the matchup that I thought I had the best option to carry on with, and Sinclair coming from this end with the breeze was my matchup, and with the leg, I backed myself to hit him for 6 as well.
Your 6 hitting prowess today, is this something Joshua Da Silva's always had, or is it recently developed?
I like to think it was always there. Playing Test cricket, you're not always trying to hit 6s. So before I made West Indies or anything, I was a pretty good hitter of the ball, but kind of lost it all the way. Hopefully this is something to come back.
Let's talk about the team now as captain. The fact that you guys, for the 2nd time in a row, have used your depth and power at the back end. What does that mean for maybe your top 5 when you guys bat?
Yeah, I think we have to give ourselves a little more time. I think we're rushing the game a little bit up front. Yes, we want to utilize the power play, but there's only so much we can get out of it. If it's not happening on the day, we have to think again and do it another way. We can always make up in the end. We have some great power hitters in the back end, as you've seen.
You're a local boy, Josh. Give me some insight into why you think chasing here is so hard. The numbers tell you batting first tends to win when you get 160.
Yeah, numbers don't lie, and it seems everybody still wants to bowl first, us included. But, I mean, 2 good tosses to lose. We won both games. I don't mind losing all the tosses and winning all the games. I think that'll be great. But, yeah, I'm not sure why it's so difficult, but it just works.
A few members of the crowd are here. What would you say to the Trinidadians that have come out?
No, love the support. I hope more come out and support us as we're winning. And we're very proud to represent and honored for them as well. But, yeah, we just want to keep winning.
A couple of days off. We'll see you soon. 2 wins. Well done.
Thank you.
Joshua Da Silva, the winning captain. The Legions are off to a hot start in this West Indies Breakout T20. That's all from the presentation.
Off to a hot start indeed. A perfect 2 from 2. And look at those points, 17 for them. Also because of bonus points in this one, Guyana Rainforest Rangers picked up a further 2 points simply because of bonus points in this one, but they're going to need to pick up some wins as well. Don't forget the top 3 teams qualified for the playoffs. Team in position number 1 goes straight to the final. Well, we take a break for a couple days here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And next up, match number 5 on Tuesday at 2 p.m. right back here. Jamaica Titans, they take on these very Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Both teams will be looking to get their campaign up and running in terms of wins. And then following that at 7 p.m. the night match. Don't forget, double headers is what happens here. It is going to be a case of Barbados Pelicans versus the Windward Islands Infernos. So that's what's happening on Tuesday. But we've come to the end of what has been a super Saturday here in this Breakout T20 League. We say thank you for joining us, and until Tuesday, it's good night and goodbye.
The future stars of West Indies cricket assemble again at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is the West Indies T20 Breakout League. The Jamaica Titans taking on the Leeward Islands Thunder.
Catch it, no, Andy. Andy, take me. Take me, Andy. Oh, yeah.
Word, Andy! Oh, my word, Andy! Oh, my word, Andy!
Catch it, no, Andy. Andy, take me. Take me, Andy. Oh, yeah.
Word, Andy! Oh, my word, Andy! Oh, my word, Andy!
Take him now, Andy. Have a feel there, boy. Have a feel there, boy. Catch it now. Take him now, Andy. Have a feel there, boy. Have a feel there. Catch it now. Take him now, Andy. Have a feel there, boy. Have a feel there, boy. Catch it, G. Yes, man. Have a feel there. Catch it, G. Yes, man. Have a feel there.
Andy, you do nothing wrong today.
Catch it now. Have a field day, Andy. Have a field day.
And that's in my head.
Catch it now. Have a field day, Andy. Have a field day. Catch it now. Take him now. Yes, man, Andy. Catch it now. Take him now. Yes, man, Andy.
Gentlemen, that's time. Over on time. Yeah. Gentlemen, that's time. That's the over. Yeah, Lewis. That's the over. Yeah. Gentlemen.
The action is coming thick and fast in this West Indies Breakout League. It's a doubleheader Saturday. Trinidad and Tobago Legions, the home team, up against the Guyana Rainforest Rangers.
A bit full in the black hole. Keep going, keep going.
Come on! Come on! 5 of 12 and 2 for 30.
That's okay, that's okay. That's okay, that's okay. That's okay, that's okay, that's... Catch it! That's okay. Gotcha.
Zahid, I want Too full. 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 Shot boy. 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 Hold on. Come on. Win. Hold on. Come on. Win. Come on. Yeah. Run, man. Run, man. Run. Yeah. Run, man. Run, man. Run.
Six teams, one winner. Who will win the first ever West Indies T20 Breakout League? The Trinidad and Tobago Legions coming off a win in day number 1 up against the Guyana Rainforest Rangers, hunting redemption. The Legions, one change for their team. Middle order power player Christian Thurton in for Kamil Puran. With that bowling attack, they'll be looking to those taller seamers and the spin of Joachim and Mikael Govaya. Carlos Brathwaite is alongside. Carlos, the Rangers, they need a win.
They do. I look into Jediah Blades to start well again. Niall Smith supported him well. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, one of my players to watch for the tournament, didn't have the best first game, but his all-round package is so important for the Rainforest Rangers.
Kimo Savory, centre of screen, wanted his team to bowl first. He's got a healthy diet of spin, and he'll be hoping to use it against Amir Jangu. And he's got a new partner tonight. Cephas Cooper opened an evening ago, but Captain Joshua De Silva comes to the top of the order. There was a deep fielder in the offside, but the placement was pristine. Edge found the away movement of Jediah Blades. He's played for the West Indies and hoping to use that experience in the Breakout T20.
A left-arm seamer's dream, full swinging away, enticing the drive. Edge found, catch taken, and delight for the Rainforest Rangers. Jangu goes for 4. The Legions 4 for 1.
He squeezed it in the gap, Cephas Cooper.
That's okay. Keep going there.
A similar stroke to what Cephas Cooper played early in the over. Ned starts in an expensive manner, 16 for 1. And he did try to chip, but it was excellent adjustment by Cephas Cooper. Goes to full. He's overpitched that delivery, a rare miss in length. And Cooper accepts gleefully. Did that brush the glove on the way through? It has. Reward for what has been an exceptional passage of bowling from the Barbadian. And Cephas Cooper's in shock.
Just reward for Jediah Blades. Seam. Oh, I'm not sure if it is just reward. The wicket, the result, not sure the process. But he wouldn't care. That's 2 for in the power play for him. Cooper's gone for 18 and the Legions are 28 for 2.
Oh, this could be another one. Settles, takes it, gleefully accepted. Oh, you hear the cheers out there. Ned is happy, Rangers are happy. That's 3 down.
Yeah, and an excellent catch under the lights. In this night sky where the ball drops so quickly. It's always so difficult to take these catches. Yeah, really good from Kevin St. Clair, who initially seemed to get in a tangle. Yeah, and a bit of a jiggle by Ashmi Ned, who's come back well after an expensive start. Thurton brought into the team, hoping to make a difference. Cannot score. Walks back for 0. 31 for 3.
Streaky, but effective. They needed a boundary, and the captain has provided it. An exclamation mark on the over. Productive 13 from it. The captain is going 4-4 for 3. Oh, Da Silva. A bit of gold. 9 overs gone, 56 for 3. That line, that is what hurt Sinclair on that occasion, and that is what helped the Legions.
There was something on that. How often after a break do we see a wicket falling? Ned again with the strike.
Yeah, timely one for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. It would have been a wide had he missed it completely. Instead, he got a tickle through to the wicketkeeper. Good take from Kemal Savory. Yeah, and the celebration. Yeah, Navin Bidesi goes for 11, 63 for 4.
He does take him on, and he's connected well. Jid Guli, he's got power. Remember. Along with his ability.
Goes again, gets it again. Low full toss, there'll be a boundary check just to confirm whether or not it went for 4 or for 6. Is it flush on the rope? It seems to be that way. It would be 6. It's signal 6 now.
No, too much.
It's been very intelligent batting from the Trinidad and Tobago Legion skipper.
Goes again. Does he get enough? Just enough. Just over the fielder there in the deep. So back-to-back 6s for Joshua Da Silva.
Not exactly the area he would have wanted to hit the ball, Guli, but he'll take the boundary.
Oh, a slip and a slide.
A statement made by the captain. Oh, he has skippered from the front, and he has skippered with excellence and class. 50 for Joshua Da Silva. Does it again. Oh, Da Silva. Captain fantastic tonight. All eyes are on you. Carlos asked about retire. Oh, but the Silva is on fire. Catches the cry. This time it is caught, but you would have to say that damage is done.
Short and wide, we spoke about forcing batters to hit to that side, into the breeze. Poached by Kevin Sinclair. But a tremendous knock leading from the front. Joshua De Silva, 68 from 36 balls, putting his team in a fantastic position. 140 for 5 to Trinidad and Tobago Legions.
Oh, wow. Bang, bang, goalie. Oh, you beauty. More runs for goalie. More runs for the Legions. Unlucky, you would say. Pace on, though. It's gone up. And it comes down in the hands. Goalie falls short of 50. Tonight is done and dusted, but what a job it has been. 49 from 30, 168 for 6. Does he get it up and over? Oh, McKenny. Started last night, first ball 6, tonight first ball 4. Dot ball to end. Oh, they're scampering. Misses. That could be big. That is awareness. Add one more to the total. What an innings this has turned out to be. From a position of 31 for 3, they found themselves up even more than last night. 173 for 6, the Legions.
You need the 68 from 36 from De Silva. You also need the 49 from 30. It's been a fantastic display of batting, batsmanship, and teamwork in partnership. 173 for 6, all told after 20. And speaking about partnerships, 2 important partnerships, 32 off 28 in a bit of a rebuild. De Silva and Badesi, and then De Silva and Jed Gooley building on it, 77 off 41.
Yeah, look at the bowling for the Rainforest Rangers. It started well for them, but look towards the bottom of that table, mid as well in terms of economy rates. They have jumped up, and it tells you about what De Silva's done. It tells you what Jed Gooley has done as well. Well, that target is going to be the biggest of the Breakout League so far. 174 needed for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. We take a break here, and when we come back, we hope to have an exciting chase right here for you.
Tonight, again, a very good score on the board, 173. And it will, in many ways, dictate to the Guyana Rainforest Rangers the way they approach their innings. Clark was good up front.
Straight to me, just second for them, McKenny.
The Legions, though, will be happy that they have quality fast bowlers in this lineup. It means then they're not solely dependent on the spinners.
Edged and taken. Amir Django with the catch. So he is able to close the over out, but even better than that, he gets the wicket.
Yeah, finally able to get it in the area he wanted to. And a really good diving catch to his right by Amir Django with gloves in hand today. Excellent finish to the over by McKenny Clark. So cannot repeat his form from last game. Walks back for 1, 8 for 1.
Pulled away, swatted away, not off the middle of the bat, but enough to go all the way for 4.
Yeah, just like that. Uses the pace of the delivery, hits it on the top of the bounce. For again, placement and timing and use of the pace again.
Yeah, this one crashed in front of point and into the boundary.
That is intelligent. Getting inside the line and swiveling on it and goes all the way for 6.
Catches the cry, something faint, yes indeed. That dreaded finger goes up and partnership broken.
Joshua James hitting his line as he always does. Hitting the deck. James trying to get inside the line and help it over the keeper. Not executing it well and just getting it on the edge. Gleefully accepted by Amir Django. Kevin Anderson gone for 27. The Rainforest Rangers 50 for 2.
That is a good position to get into. That's a good boundary. They're going to need more of those. Catch taken, and Clark falls. Not the innings that he would have wanted, but James, he strikes again.
Yeah, once again, the attempt to try to go over. The execution a little off on that occasion, and a very good catch. Clark loses his wicket. The Rainforest Rangers in a spotted ball, 67 for 3.
Well, he has balanced the conversation because that has sailed over the ropes from Sinclair.
Too full.
He's hit that well enough. Kevin Sinclair, we know he's got the power. He's picked that up. A second. Oh no, gone. Thought it was going to carry. James, for a minute, seemed to have misjudged it. In the end, holds on. Big wicket, partnership broken.
And that ball high into the night sky and held up with the light wind that is blowing across the stadium. Joshua De Silva in the end judged it well, had to lunge forward at the very end to take the catch, but Sinclair has to go for 19. 91 for 4.
Great placement. It's about time for the captain. He's got to get a move on, and it has to start now. Yeah, his execution has been off in this over, McKenny Clark. Could this be the over they needed? The Rangers, 12 from it. 111 for 4.
Crashes into those stumps. 5 from 12. Oh, it will end as 5 from 13. Kabaya's happy. Blowing kisses of love, maybe. More for the Legions. It's 6 down now.
Yeah, really good execution from Govaya. He tends to fire them in sometimes. Yeah, too full, not allowing Ali Mohammed to get under it. But again, you can see he's not even in a good position to execute. He has to walk back. And he will be very disappointed. 5 from 13 deliveries. 113 now for 5.
Outfoxed again. And this time, oh no, I was going to say he did it himself. But he undid it himself, Johan Lane. He's pointing to the air, communication.
Yeah, to chat the run out.
Oh, first glance, you thought maybe he missed, but look at those bails. Oh, they come off. He is out of here. Hear the screams of this crowd. he at least has a smile at the end of it.
Yeah, captain of the Rainforest Rangers has to walk back for 33. He tried, but he was not able to get his team for enough. 125 for 6.
Oh, that has been muscled, that has been middled, and that is out of the park. The long hair has come on again. Oh, Sampson, you mighty man. Can he do it for the Rangers? This time it should be caught. It is caught. 2 6s, and Sampson is out of here.
Yeah, easy enough catch for Mikhail Govaya, who was good with ball. I wonder if it was a change of pace. Perhaps just a slight change of pace. Too much elevation, got under that ball way too much. Govaya having to come off the boundary and taking a simple catch. 2 6s and out. Sampson has to walk back for 19, 138 for 7.
Well, produce that. Oh, Smith can hit it. Some might be in denial. 19 gone, 145 for 7. Needed 6. Will be a wicket instead. The chairs go up around the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They are one step closer to sealing 2 victories.
Yeah, again, another batter not quite getting his weight into the shot. Leaning back way too much on that occasion. Nell Smith. Yeah, easy enough catch for Jid Cooley. Coming in from the long off boundary. Too much for Nell Smith to do in the end. Walks back for 6 from 3 deliveries, 146 for 8.
This time he calls for it. This time he takes it. That's 2 now for Lane. This has been a brilliant bowling effort from the Legions.
Yeah, got the wickets early in the last game. This time he's gotten his wickets in this comeback spell. Yeah, really good. This time no one in his eye line, so he knows he has to take that catch. Really good from Johan Lane. Good display of skill. Jadier Blaze dismissed for 2. 150 for 9.
Back-to-back wins for the Trinidad and Tobago Legions. They have not put a foot wrong all night. Batting-wise, they were led by their captain. Bowling-wise, they've been led by all. So a summary of this game: 173 for 6, the Trinidad and Tobago Legions, and 150 for 9 in their 20, meaning that victory by 23 runs for the Legions.